guys, we are live from Ferg's, right here in St. Pete. We are here for the draft party. Welcome, and let's have a good time tonight, right here on Bucs Report. How you doing tonight, Harry?
I'm doing great. Can you believe it?
You settled in? Are you comfortable? Because
I'm comfortable. The NFL draft is here, Rick. 2021.
you know you're going to be here for 5 hours. You better be comfortable.
Can't.
Yeah.
You know what they say, Rick? I'm the ferret on crack.
All right, guys. So this is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to take your calls. We're going to take all your interactions. We want to hear from you right here in chat. We want to hear from you, and we're going to go through the draft with you. We are going to experience all of this, go through all of this one step at a time with you. We're going to open up the phones in a little bit. We're going to do a couple of things, but I want to talk a little bit right now about, first of all, I want to talk about the Buccaneers when it comes to picking number 32. Look, number 32 is an interesting thing. It's an interesting place to pick because you have a fifth-year option. Everybody in the first round has a fifth-year option on their player. Starting in the second round, you don't get that fifth-year option as a team. So that 32nd pick holds a little extra value.
Without question it does, but you know what's really going to be cool? Because everybody's talking about that. What should the Buccaneers do? Should they go ahead and trade the pick, trade up, which I don't think they should, or even trade back? But this is the really good part, Rick, that people aren't talking about. One of the top 15 players, and I'm going to predict it right now, there's going to be at least 3 marquee players from the top 12 that are going to fall into their lap at the end of this first round. I'm a gambling man, as you know, and I'm telling you, no, absolutely. I am telling you, one of the top 3s are going to fall into their hands. The question is, what do they do? Do they actually take the player? What if it's a quarterback? What if it's one of the top 3?
Well, here's the challenge. Well, it's not going to be one of the top 3 quarterbacks, but
could be. The Jets are in there.
You never know what the Jets are going to do. But the challenge, I think, overall, when you look at this, the challenge that they're facing, and I guess the thing that what I see with the Bucs when it comes to the first round. Look, you have no way anybody's going to start. Okay, no matter who you bring in, they're not going to start.
No, they can't.
Right. So the value, if you're not bringing in the starter on your first round draft pick should be a starter. Otherwise, why are you drafting in the first round?
You know, that's a great point. It's a phenomenal point. But the thing is, I get it. But if it's not one of the marquee players, you are absolutely correct. You trade back. But if it's a marquee player, you've got to take them just to develop them.
Somebody's going to drop. Every year, somebody drops.
Someone's going to get an Aaron Rodgers out there.
It's not most years. Not usually somebody drops. Not most of the time somebody drops. Every year, somebody drops.
Well, they just announced on ESPN, you know, we can put this narrative to bed, even though that Aaron Rodgers is not happy and he's requesting a trade. The Green Bay Packers and their management just announced on ESPN that they're committed to Aaron Rodgers. They have no intentions on trading him, and they want to go ahead and win championships. So is that a ploy, Rick, to say, hey, I want an extra number 1, or is he staying?
Until they do. Right,
okay.
right. And we're not going to trade Aaron Rodgers until we trade Aaron Rodgers.
This is about to get really exciting here. Ray Kennedy's under my table.
What? No, but no. The thing is this, guys. The thing is, with the Bucs being at 32, it seems pretty clear to me. Look, you could sit here for 3 hours, 4 hours. You could sit here and then be disappointed that the Bucs trade out of the number 32 pick. I'm going to be happy about it. If they trade out of 32, I'm going to be happy. I don't care if I sit here for 5 hours and then they finally get to the number 32 pick. I'm going to be happy if they trade out because I don't know. I mean,
trade back, you mean, right?
Yeah, trade out of the first round.
Because they're going to get a lot more draft capital.
Well, what? Okay, here's the thing. This is a fair question. All right, let's say Najee Harris,
okay,
Travis Etienne. Those guys, is it possible they see a fair amount of field time this year?
Yeah, I would say so.
Anybody else? Is there anybody else in this draft? Anybody? Wide receiver, quarterback, cornerback.
Kwity Paye.
I don't. What,
The defensive lineman, he'll see immediate action because of his
who are you
motor.
taking out of the windup to give him the action?
No, because especially on defense, on a defensive line, you're constantly rotating them in Todd Bowles' system. So other than a defensive lineman or a D end or even a linebacker, yes, you're right. They're going to be riding the pine a lot, and they're going to have to, sit back and learn a little bit. But honestly, if you take a first rounder, and let's just say Quiddy Pay does make it down to the end of the first round, and they end up taking him, first off, that would be a blessing. I don't ever see it happening.
It's not going to happen.
But one could dream. But yes, he's an automatic rotational player.
Right.
Automatic. But other than him, no, you're absolutely correct.
Right. I just don't see it happening. And I mean, we're going to, in a few seconds here, we're going to have Ray Kennedy come in here and talk. And Ray's going to give you sort of his first down breakdown, what he thinks. But, guys, I just don't think this is a year where the Buccaneers are going to get players that are going to.
For those of you that are out there wondering, we're on a boat, and we're just like sailing left and right.
Now we're out of focus.
No, we're good.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it seems to me, guys, the joys of live, seat of your pants, hair on fire. Thank you. Production. It kind of makes things interesting. Look, I don't know about you. I don't see any way, shape, or form the Buccaneers can use a first-round pick. I don't know how they use it. I mean, what are you going to do? Now, just to throw a curveball into things, Tim Tebow says what? What's Tim Tebow doing? What is Tim Tebow doing? Tim Tebow's
actually going to try out to become a tight end.
Tim Tebow's going to try to be a tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, he's in the tryouts for him right now. I could see him doing that. He's a hell of an athlete. Yeah. He's a great runner.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's no mileage on those legs.
And I guess that's why he left minor league baseball. But
well, let me tell you something. Trying to hit a round object with another round object, Rick, is one of the hardest things in the world to do. Just ask one of the best athletes that ever played sports.
Which? Bo Jackson? Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Bo Jackson was able to hit a baseball.
That's the amazing thing about him.
Let's talk about what's going to happen in the first 3 or 4 picks. There's a lot of speculation, Rick, that the San Francisco 49ers are going to take Mac Jones from the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Right.
I'm saying that they're not. I don't see San Francisco giving up all that draft capital, okay, just to get him. I mean, do you honestly think that's going to happen?
I believe very firmly that John Lynch is smarter than that.
So do I.
I don't believe John Lynch is gonna pull Mac Jones. I don't see it.
No, I don't either. I don't either.
I just see him being smarter, way smarter than that. Okay, wait. If we're gonna do this, let's do this.
No, we did it already.
No, do it.
I'm gonna do it
selfie
again.
time, guys.
It's selfie time, guys.
Hey, there you go. Post that.
We had to do that.
Right.
I had to take that picture. This is like once in a lifetime.
Right. Now, here's the thing, guys. I'm fairly adamant about this. When it comes to the Bucs, all right, when it comes to the Buccaneers, whatever the decision made, could I see them trading up? Look, I could see the Buccaneers trading up. I could see them trading down. I can see them trading.
I can see them trading backwards before I ever see them trading up. I'll tell you what. I will definitely, and of course I have to plug my show, The Over and Under. Definitely under for the Buccaneers to trade up. Rick, you say over or under?
Trading up? Oh, I'll still say under, but it could be. It could happen. Tell them about your show, Harry.
Oh, the Over and Under is on Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. My co-host is Mr. Tampa Bay, Best of the Bay, and best writer of Bucs Report, Tampa Bay Ray. We're at 9 o'clock.
Wednesday
evening.
Yep.
At 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. They cover all kinds of, all the gambling info and all the odds and all kinds of info that you could ever hope for.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's start with, why don't we do this? Let's start with the first pick. Okay? Start with the first pick overall.
Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, there's not a lot of doubt. It's going to be Trevor Lawrence. That's why Tebow's going there. And mark my words, Tebow will make the team.
I guarantee it.
Now, hold on. And Tim Tebow will be used much like New Orleans uses, I can't think of his name right now. My mind just went blank.
Taysom Hill.
Thank you.
That's right, Taysom Hill.
Thank you.
And by the way, that shout out was from Mr. Pat Searcy.
Thank you, Pat Searcy. I believe that they will use, like Taysom Hill, they will use Tim Tebow. He'll come in, he'll spell Trevor Lawrence, and I think that there's also obviously a whole lot of confidence that Urban Meyer has. He's got his security blanket back there with him. So, I mean, do I see that happening? Yeah, I see that happening. I see it happening.
Well, that's like a given. I'm definitely going over on that one.
Yeah.
Okay? But you know the actual betting lines? They actually have a line that the Jacksonville Jaguars will take Trevor Lawrence. In order to win $100, do you know how much you have to lay?
How much?
$12,000. So you have to invest $12,000. You get your 12 grand back plus 100. That's the closest thing, the sure thing that I could possibly see. But could you imagine how many bridge jumpers there would be if they decided to, to go with somebody else?
Yeah. Okay, so Trevor Lawrence goes first. Who goes second? Who goes to the Jets?
Are you kidding me?
No. Who goes to
the Jets? Who do you think's going to go?
Okay. I'm not a fan of Fields. Okay. I'm not a fan of Fields.
The kid from Ohio State.
You believe Justin Fields is going second?
He's Dwayne Haskins part 2. Sorry. It's just my feeling on it. He might be a little bit better than Dwayne Haskins.
How good did that do? How good did Dwayne Haskins do?
He didn't do very well at all.
Right.
He just didn't do very well.
I don't see it happening. I do not see it happening. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't see him going. I don't. It's going to be Zach Wilson. I mean,
well, Zach Wilson's supposed to go there. Okay, let's just be straight up and honest about this with everybody. Even the Jets can't get this wrong. Okay, they have to take Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
him too. Well, yeah, he's a great athlete.
Who's going number 3?
Who's going 3? Now, would I be shocked to see Justin Fields go number 3? No, that's where I think he's going. Okay, but I believe Justin Fields is also going to be. I believe he's going to be disappointing, and we'll see.
He doesn't even fit Shanahan's type of offense either.
If Mac Jones goes, though, I've lost all respect for anything going on in that organization.
Let me tell you something a little bit about Zach Wilson over Justin Fields. He's got pinpoint accuracy. He's got extremely smooth footwork. And you know what? He's a real smart football player. He knows what to do with the football. He is probably the best. Not Mac Jones.
No, I said Mac. I said Zach earlier.
Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson's probably could have a better career than Trevor Lawrence.
Wow.
I honestly believe that. And let me explain to you why I feel that way, Rick.
That's a stretch.
Look, Trevor Lawrence has played on a team that has been an absolute powerhouse for a couple of years in a row. He hasn't really been challenged. But what happened in the national championship game? What happened in a couple of those games when they got the pressure on him? This is the NFL.
Right.
This game's going to be a lot faster. You know, I can't honestly see him being the best quarterback in this draft. I mean, he's deserving. He's won the national championship, what's it, twice now?
Right.
Yeah, he's won it twice. I mean, there's no reason for it. But then you can make the same argument for Alabama's quarterback. You know?
Right.
Let's be honest, but I don't think either one of them are the top quarterbacks in this draft.
Well, the thing is this: if you want to be straight up, and this is just flat out honest. Okay, we're back.
We went to a commercial.
No, we did not. That's a different page. We did not. Mac Jones. Sorry, guys. Again, the joys of live, of doing stuff live. So my thought. Hold on for just a second. You know what? We're gonna go to a commercial here real quick. We will be right back. Okay, guys, we're back, and hopefully,
There's no more.
hopefully we're good.
There's no more feedback. And by the
Right.
way, just to piggyback on what I was saying, I mean, we're forgetting about Trey Lance here. Okay, I understand he's that one quarterback that people aren't really talking that much about because of where he came from. But he's got a ton of upside. And there's another quarterback that's in the second round that I believe that could be picked in the first round.
Kyle
with Davis.
Trask.
No, not Kyle Trask.
Who?
I like Kyle Trask a lot.
Right.
Davis Mills.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I got a lot of Gator fans out there. My apologies. Kyle Trask is a hell of a quarterback, but he's not going in the first round.
Here's the thing. I think, and you ready? Here's the thing. I think Kyle Trask has a better chance at success than Trevor Lawrence.
Wow.
Now, hold on. I'm not saying he's a better quarterback. Okay? I'm saying he's going to go to a better team, so he has a better chance at success. The guys who get drafted first. Listen, why do all these top or these first overall picks fail? Why does this happen? Because they're all going to really bad teams. Okay, that's what ends up happening. You have a great talent with nobody around them, and they get destroyed. Who was Zach Wilson talking about seeing ghosts on the field?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, you don't get a shot. You don't get a fair shot. But then you take somebody like Kyle Trask, who has an opportunity to get drafted later by a good team,
Right.
and he probably has a better chance of having a successful career. Not that he's better.
Look, there are more second, third, and fourth round quarterbacks that have more success than first round quarterbacks do. Okay, so it's easy to say that. I mean, I don't want to be the hero and say, Davis Mills or Kyle Trask is going to have the best careers in football, but would it surprise me? No. Trevor Lawrence is supposed to be a once-generational talent, and I'm just not the believer like everybody else is. But I'll tell you what, it's a guarantee that Jacksonville is going to draft him, and I promise you, they are going to sell some tickets with Urban Meyer and him there. The local boy,
Right.
the coach coming out of Florida, went to Ohio State. I mean, it's just...
You're right. It's a
just so
ticket
good.
selling. It's a ticket selling like dream.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
really is a ticket selling dream to see him there. But yeah. So guys, we're about a half an hour away from the draft. Maybe a little bit more than that, but about a half an hour away from the draft. And in the comments section right now, I want to hear from you guys. I want
You
you to
have
start.
a few of them.
Yeah, we got comments here. We got people from San Diego. We got Mac Jones to the Jets. Matt Colson, what?
Hold on. If Mac Jones goes to the Jets, I know one particular young man that lives in northern Jersey.
Yeah. Jacob Charnow is already on the bridge.
He's on the bridge.
Yeah.
Don't do
Yeah.
it, Jacob.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
I think it's going to be crazy. So here's the deal, guys. We are going to put the link down. We're going to put the link down right now in the chat if you want to contact us. And if you guys want to, here we go. If you want, boom, there you go. All right, in the chat, if you want to come online on audio or video, come on, let's talk draft. It's going to be a long night, guys. Bring it. And I'm also going to go ahead and turn the phones on. We'll see if that's working because it's been a challenge here today. So let's see what's working. There are the phone lines, 678 Talk to Me, 678-825-5263. 678-825-5263. And in just a moment or two here, we will have Ray Kennedy, who will pop in here and give you his thoughts on the first round of the draft. But we are good to go. I'm excited about this.
I'm pretty excited too. You want to go back to some of the comments?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Let's see here. Come on, guys. This ain't your first rodeo. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, brother. From the guy sitting on his ass in Canada.
Yeah, I know.
You know, talking like he can handle it.
Oh yeah, he can handle it.
Yeah, sure. That's the way it works. But yeah, we are good to go. I am excited about this. All right, we've got Matt Colson. Matt from Oklahoma City. Matt, brother, how you doing?
Hey guys,
Hey, man, how are you?
I can hear you.
I can hear y'all kind of funky. It has a little sound issue.
What's that?
It I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to say I was wondering how much Aaron Rodgers is really going to affect the draft. Harry took all the.
Well, it's interesting. How much? The question that Matt just asked is how much will the Aaron Rodgers thing affect the draft? And
Well, the thing about it is that it's not so much the way it affects the draft for me, but it's the fact, again, always working it back to the Buccaneers, the fact that Tom Brady decides in 2020 that, him and the Patriots and his run was coming to an end. And of course, then Tom steps to the Buccaneers, and we talked about it all season how these veteran quarterbacks, someone like Aaron Rodgers, who maybe has a little burnt backside because of the Jordan Love draft, and they want to take it into their own hands. The thing about it is, though, I always work it back to the fact that not every situation out there, but those Niners probably is the closest situation to what the Bucs had last year.
well, the thing is, it doesn't affect the draft. Here's what I think. I know Green Bay says we're not going to trade him. I know that's what they came out and said, but I guarantee you their phone's ringing, and I guarantee you they're answering. You might as well take the call. See what they have to say. And I mean, do I think Belichick is probably making phone calls? Yes. Do I think Sean Payton is making phone calls?
Yeah.
Yes, I think Sean Payton's making phone calls. Do I think everybody that is in their right mind is at least making phone calls other than the Buccaneers? Listen, what the Buccaneers did, you can't copy. The closest you can come to, maybe Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. I mean, as far as he has them in it, and then if you're a Packers fan, and is Matt still there? Can you hear me, Matt?
Nope, Matt left.
All right. If you're a Packers fan, Rich, and you were just in the NFC Championship game last year, they went through this exact same, I call them growing pains, with Brett Favre.
Right.
And of course, they draft Aaron Rodgers at number 23 of the first round there, and Brett Favre was kind of like, huh? Right. And then, you look at the success they had there, and that's why when they draft Jordan Love last season, you're thinking, oh, they're trying to redouble that effort or to continue that. But in Aaron Rodgers' defense, the team didn't really bring him in tools or any, get him a wide receiver, get him a tight end, get something and he still gets into the championship game. So as a Packers fan, I got to think you're probably sitting there going, okay, but Aaron Rodgers, are you sure we want to go with Jordan Love at this point?
Right. Now, as far as the Bucs for you, round one, I was talking to Harry about this. What are your thoughts about this? I mean, I don't see them picking at 32. I see them either trading up to get somebody who's going to have an impact or trading down. But at pick 32, I just see them trading.
Well, and then also take into the fact, not so much that the whole gang is back, right? Because they are. And you talk about the fact that because of the players that opted out, the smaller seasons, the lower skill set of being able to look at what the skills that these players have, to possibly, even if the Bucs take that 32nd pick, because there's 5 or 10 teams that are in the lower quarter of the league that would jump at the chance to come back up into the first round and get that second first round pick. Maybe the Bucs just say, okay, give us your your first round pick in 2022 when they have more film, when they realize exactly what positions they want to focus and maybe where they've got better teams.
Bravo, man. That's exactly what I hope they do.
Yeah.
I would love to see, you want our first round pick this year? Give us your first round pick next year.
Solid. Yeah.
You want our second round pick this year?
Yeah.
Give us your first round pick next year.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, look, the Bucs are going to be good. They're going to be good. They're going to be picking near the bottom of the draft. Look, I can't tell you they're going to be picking 32 next year, but I can tell you it's not going to be, they're not picking 10. Okay? So, yeah, you make the trade to try to move up in the draft because they're not going to be picking near the top of the draft next year. So if you can move up at all in next year's draft, and look, right now, where are you putting anybody on the roster? Where is anybody going to fit?
Right. And then you look at what the Dolphins last season, of course, they moved Laramie Tunsil to the Houston Texans, and they get their first round pick. And Houston's like, well, we've got Deshaun Watson at quarterback. They had just recently gotten rid of.
What could possibly go wrong?
Right. And we got Laramie Tunsil now at left tackle, so we're going to go for a playoff push. We're going to go deep in the playoffs. But yet there's Miami now picking in the top 5 with that draft pick that they got. They took Laramie Tunsil and traded to the Houston Texans. So I mean, that's the kind of team that the Buccaneers could look to be in this 2021 draft.
Well, okay. So the 2021 draft, we start at the top. Trevor Lawrence is going number 1. no sense to talk otherwise.
Right.
Number two, there's a very little bit of wiggle room here.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you look at all the underlying, what do all the arrows point to? Oh, well, Zach Wilson's family is part owners of JetBlue and the New York Jets and how copacetic it would be. But, the Jets just got Sam Darnold down the road. Of course, now he's with the Carolina Panthers in the NFC South Division.
and by the way, they love Sam Darnold in Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, they know what Adam Gase and what the New York media and what the New York team, they didn't put, Brashard Perryman, bless him, but he was their number one, for a time there last year because of injuries to the receiving corps. And we were talking with Jacob Charno, of course, saying you could take that number 2 overall pick. There's got to be 5 teams that would want to jump into that spot, and you could build a team around Sam Darnold. But, as Jacob Charno shared with us, that ship had already sailed for him, for Sam Darnold in New York, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. And we're what? Now we're 25 minutes-ish, half an hour-ish away.
And I like what Urban Meyer says this week. We're going to take all of our time. They're going to take the whole 15 minutes, even though we already know.
So I don't understand why every team doesn't take all 15 minutes. Or why wouldn't you? There's literally nothing to lose to take all the time. What's that?
Take 2 days, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's not their problem. I mean, the thing is, why wouldn't you take 15 minutes? Why wouldn't you take, because what if a phone call comes in? There's no loss. There's nothing you can lose. Now, what would it take? It would literally take 6 hours. Yeah, it would literally take 6 hours. You have nothing to lose. So, I don't know.
But some teams are like the player sitting there, the young guy, and some coaches will be like, we had another 12 minutes, but you're our guy. We love you. Are you ready to become a Jet? Are you ready to be a Cincinnati Bengal?
Yeah.
Are you ready to be whatever? So from that standpoint, sometimes the calls are made ahead of time and teams just jump right in there.
I just say take the 15 minutes, talk to that guy one more time. Make sure that you're sure that you're sure that you're sure that that guy is going to be good. Grill him one more time. Interview him one more time.
Right.
Because you're screwed for 4 years or 5 years if he's not good. You got 15 minutes. Take it. Take it.
10-4. Talking about today, we're talking about teams players that don't get love. And somebody, I think it was last night we were talking about this, but they were talking about once the love for Sam Darnold had left the building there in New York, Sam Darnold felt like, and of course we talk about Aaron Rodgers now, and he tweets today that his uneasiness with the Packers organization. And the minute I hear that, it reminds me back to Vinny Testaverde. Of course, the Buccaneers make Vinny Testaverde number 1 overall, 1987, out of the University of Miami, and the ship sailed for Vinny here. When he was colorblind or he was having issues with the reads. Dude, the truth of the matter is he just had no team around him.
Yeah.
They were trying, but once the love for Vinny here left early, of course, Vinny Testaverde goes on, has a great career, quite a few great years there in New York for those New York Jets. And so, you look back and you go, well, it didn't work out. So why didn't it work for Sam Darnold in New York with the Jets? I don't know, but now he's with the Panthers in Carolina, and now you got Christian McCaffrey, a threat out of the backfield.
Well, I'm a little more sure over why it didn't work out. Adam Gase. It's kind of an easy call on why it didn't work out. I feel like it's a little more obvious, isn't it?
Yeah. He had a history of Ryan Tannehill in Miami. We had a history almost ruining Ryan Tannehill down here. Of course, Ryan Tannehill goes to the Tennessee Titans then and becomes a $120 million quarterback because he's got Derrick Henry at running back. So there's a team that's around him and it allows him to actually utilize his skill set instead of it just being about all of his weaknesses.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm fairly certain that. Look, I got my thought process when it comes to as you go through the entire process.
Right.
My thought process is pretty simple. The Buccaneers and everybody else have this is a 4-year project that you're bringing onto your team.
Right.
This is not a 1-year, one and done.
Right.
And the teams that are at the beginning that are making some of these picks, they're making these picks, and it's hurting them because they're looking at this as we've got 2 years. Head coaches have
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah.
And it kills them.
Yeah. I mean, bad decisions are being made because of the pressure to which they put themselves under. And the truth of the matter is, though, I mean, your teams that are picking in the top 10, your teams that are picking in the top 5, they're there. Oh,
What's that?
no, I was looking. I was make sure my phone. The teams that are picking in the top 10, they are there. They've earned the right to be there. It's
Right.
because, and except for again, we make the point with those the San Francisco 49ers. They're there because they traded up, and they traded quite a bit to get up there. And that's why when they talked about that, and I know we're going to work it back to Mac Jones, and the reason why, but you're talking about if it's Trey Lance, if you're talking about if it's Zach Wilson, if you're talking about any of the other if you're talking about, Justin Fields, it's a bit of a project. Now, will Kyle Shanahan turn them around fast?
Let's talk to Johnny Dean here. Let's
Oh,
talk
let's
to
do
the
it.
professor.
The professor's in the house.
Hey, Professor, how you doing, brother?
How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
You guys asked about does Rodgers
I can barely
affect the
hear
draft?
you. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah,
Can't hear me?
barely. Can you hear me?
No.
No. I'm not sure. All right. All right. I don't know what happened there.
I think it's the audio. It's quite loud in here. We got to pick a crowd
Very
here.
loud in here, yeah.
World famous Ferg Sports Bar.
This place is
and
cool.
Grill.
Okay, so I've never been here before. I've never been to Fergus before, guys. And I flew in from Charlotte, and I got here. Holy cow, man, this place is cool. It's big, it's cool. There's so much going on here. There's so many people, so much happening. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is the place to be.
Now that building over there, straight across the bar, that was the original gas station. This was actually a small gas station when Ferg bought it in 1991. That's 7 years before the
Yeah, it's
Rays
not
were
small
even
now.
given. No, because he's built. And if you notice around here, there's different parts from the schools. There's the train tracks that ran along Central going down to the Bayfront. It's all built and rebuilt with things that from around the community, refurbished and reused things. It wasn't just like they went out and just did all this construction just for the sake of it. If you look around, you'll recognize if you went to a specific high school or from a certain part of town that coaches used to bring in here and add on, kind of adds to the history of the place.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
That is pretty awesome.
So
we are
we're
what,
in
20 minutes now?
And we're in agreement that Mac Jones will be a 49er?
Well, we're going to talk about this.
I felt it when I said that.
Okay, so here's my thought. If San Francisco keeps saying they're debating who they're going to pick, right? They're not sure who they're going to pick. They haven't decided yet. I got to call BS. You don't trade up and give away that kind of capital and not have somebody specific in mind. You don't trade up and then go, okay, now we traded.
Now who do we want?
What do you want to do?
Hey, we're up here. What do we want to go after, right?
Right. They know full well what they're going to do. Listen, every team in the top 10, if they end up, if it's their pick, if they're on the clock and they look and go, okay, now what?
Right.
Well, that's probably why they're in the top 10.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Because you'd better know every scenario. You'd better have it all under control. You'd better have it all figured out before it ever comes to that. I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. Absolutely makes no sense.
Now, here's the thing with the Bucs, right? 3 years ago, it's Devin White. No, I'm sorry. 4 years ago, it's Vita Vea. 3 years ago, it's Devin White. Or, no, I'm sorry, 3 years. 2 years ago, it's Devin White. Last year, it's Tristan Wirfs. If you go back to 76, 77, 78, you take Leroy, you take Ricky Bell,
I don't want to
you
go
take
back
Doug
to that.
Williams. Well, no, but I'm saying, and I look back at the Buccaneers draft history, and then, of course, you go to 1995. You take Warren Sapp, then you take Derek Brooks, both in the first round. Now, on the front side was Marcus Jones, defensive end. On the back side would have been Reagan Upshaw, as far as first-round picks. Because I'm looking for, to get into this little club here, it's Buccaneers first-round picks, 3 in a row. So like I said, you have to go all the way back, and it's Leroy, Ricky Bell, Doug Williams. Then you have Warren Sapp and Derek Brooks, but you got to bookend them from 94 and 96, and it's Reagan Upshaw. And I think on the front end was an offensive lineman. I almost say Charles McRae. But the last 3 years, again with Vita Vea, Devin White, and then Tristan Wirfs, 3 best number 1 or first round picks in a row in Buccaneers team history.
Yeah.
I mean, without a doubt. And I'm not putting O.J. Howard, if he'd have panned out, it would have been 4 years, but O.J. hasn't panned out yet.
Right.
We're going to see O.J. this season. You got to jump 2 years before that, and of course, that's 8 years ago, and you got Mike Evans in the first round. So, I mean, Jason Light's had some pretty good success with that first round pick, but we've never picked at number 32, so that's why we maybe have a hard time trying to figure out if the Bucs would actually draft that position, or
Do
is
you,
it a move
do you
up
think
the
they're
back?
drafting at 32?
I think that the Bucs have owned the narrative since last March when they signed Tom and Gronk, and then we draft Tristan Wirfs, and we're dealing with the pandemic. But they've owned the news cycle. They've just rocked it for 13 months. So I will not be surprised if at number 32, as we're getting ready to wrap this show up tonight, it's the end of the first night of the draft here on April 29th, and then Jason Light, or they announce that they have their pick. And you go, okay, they owned it. They get the very last pick of the night. Let's close it down. And we can't grade out the draft for another couple of years, so you can't say it's an A, B, or C.
Right.
But that being said, because of the fact that they brought everyone back, because of the fact that the places for depth on this team are going to be light, won't be shocked if they can take that pick and make more draft capital, be it this year or for next year. But I like to say that it's good. It's a good problem to have.
Well, I'd love to be number 32 again.
Oh yeah. Yeah. How about twice?
Yeah, I'd love that opportunity. But do I think that's going to happen? I hope that's going to happen. There's that Tom Brady, and this is something, guys, I want everybody to realize this and think about this. Like, okay, Aaron Rodgers is I guess you'd call him a disgruntled employee.
Oh yeah.
Okay? Which, does that make Brady a gruntled employee? I'm not sure if that makes Tom Brady a gruntled employee, but I'm a firm believer that things have to. This team has to keep working together, and you can't let Fournette, you can't let Antonio Brown, you can't let the egos get thrown in the mix.
Right.
And that's my biggest fear, because now they've won. Now they've got it. Now they can chest thump it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to let Harry hop in here for a minute.
So anybody, thanks for joining us again for our little draft party here from Ferg's, world famous Ferg's Sports Bar and Grill, right down here on Central Avenue, just east of 16th Street. And I love the fact that we used to come down here. We used to come down and as you get Harry's beautiful shot. Hey Harry, thanks for joining me.
Super Ray.
So you've lived in the area, but you were North County. You were Tarpon Springs. You were a little bit north there.
North up.
But do you remember St. Petersburg when you couldn't come down here after 6 p.m. any day of the week, and you couldn't even get a Coke or a water? There was no stores open
Nothing.
down here. It was empty.
Nothing at all. It's ironic that you're even bringing that up, because if you remember the last time we were here when we were doing a cuppery on Sunday,
Yeah.
on the way home when we were talking to Roberto Hernandez,
Yes.
the ex-closer for the Tampa
Rays,
Bay Rays,
yeah.
and it was the one thing that he said, because I believe he was the original closer, wasn't he?
Yes.
For Tampa.
Yes.
He says that Ferg's was the only place that was around.
Only place.
That was it.
Yeah.
You wanted to go get a beer, you wanted to go watch a game, you came to Ferg's here, and he bought up everything that was around here. This is like the happening place. And what they've done around here,
The train tracks, everything.
if you haven't been here, it's extraordinary.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah. No, I love it. I've always liked to come down here. I love St. Petersburg. You've got all these new places opening down here. You got all kinds of places to come down, just have a little bit of fun. And it's just, like I said, back when I was a kid, we used to come down to the circus every year, and it was nothing going on down here. And my grandmother, boy, if she was around now, she would just love this place, because she always used to love to get involved, get mixed up in the crowd, go out and have a little bit of fun. You know what, though?
What's that?
I got to get someone over here.
No, not yet.
Yeah, Pat
Nope,
Searcy.
nope.
Pat Searcy. Yeah.
Nope, there's no Pat yet, buddy.
Yeah, there is.
Can't do Pat, because we're going to go through some of these comments really quick.
Oh.
You know what? I always love going through the comments, and then we're going to get Pat over here, because I'll tell you what, his knowledge is pretty good.
We only got so many minutes of the draft. We got 13
Let's go to Ben
minutes.
Parrish. Our team bond is so strong, I feel we're all in for 2021. LFG, you know what that means, right?
Light.
Mike Stover, I hope we take Trask. What do you think about that, Ray?
Day 3, Saturday. It'd be a nice way to enter the weekend. Kyle's still sitting on the board. Maybe late second, maybe tomorrow night. But other than that, I like Kyle Trask. The kid's been an overachiever. He's definitely done a great job at University of Florida. For a developmental quarterback, sure. But, he's going to end up having to probably clear waivers. I still think that we're going to see Blaine Gabbert here on this squad. There's a possibility. We'll find out after this weekend.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Matt Coulson says, We should trade every time. We don't need anyone. You see, I don't agree with that, Matt. I'm sorry. I know you're really, really, really knowledgeable, especially with this team. You need to keep building. You can never have enough talent, okay? And that's why, when Rick and I were talking a little bit earlier, and he alluded to the fact that he wouldn't mind to see them trade back. I wouldn't either. However, if one of the marquee players was to fall in their lap, you'd be foolish, right? Absolutely foolish not to take him.
Yeah.
You would have to.
No, you'd have to. And, of course, the first thing somebody would say is, oh, it was the best player available. No, it's just a matter of fact that specific players fall to you down there at number 32, and there's always a falling star. There's always something's going to happen, and that player's going to drop.
Mike Stover says, I think Rodgers is heading to San Francisco. I don't see that happening, and I'm going to explain why.
Go ahead.
ESPN helped me out with this. They said earlier, just maybe about a half an hour ago, that they have no intentions on getting rid of Aaron Rodgers, and they want to continue, to try to win championships with him. So I think that narrative should be put to sleep. I think that's Aaron Rodgers absolutely being frustrated, just like he was last year when they drafted who?
Jordan Love. But
you got it.
And then, I think Aaron Rodgers has earned the right to be that guy. I mean, he's a player, but you start putting your team like that. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes between the GM and the director of player personnel and stuff, but it almost starts to feel a little Tyreek Hillish.
Almost, but you even made a comment a couple of times last year, Ray, when we were watching Green Bay games, and you were saying, and I hate to use the word selfish, but he was just padding his own stats.
What, Aaron Rodgers?
Right. He's not like you're right. A little Tyreek Hill, not so much of the consummate team player.
Yeah, well, I mean, even when they, of course, he's a gamer, been doing it.
He's a great football player. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But what he did, look, the bottom line is.
Well, here's the thing. You go back to the NFC Championship game. Of course, right?
Right.
Matt LaFleur kicks the field goal, then kicks off to the Bucs. And let's be honest, they came within 3 plays of getting the Bucs 4 and out after that field goal. They get the ball back, and now they have a chance to go for the win. It didn't work out. Thankfully, the Bucs bowed up. They were able to pull it out. They leaned in. They got that victory in Green Bay, and of course, they go on to 55 to defeat those Kansas City Chiefs by the score of 31-9. But even in that post-game press conference, Aaron was second-guessing his coach. He was kind of saying how he felt. And again, I get it that he's a gamer, but there's a time when you don't disrespect or undermine authority on the team.
No, you don't. And, I kind of agree with the same thing. We're going to go on to the next comment, if you don't mind. Matt Colson, I hope he goes to Vegas. He would be great for the Raiders. I'm assuming he's talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but he's not going to go to Vegas.
No, he's not even leaving Green Bay. That's just my opinion. Mike Stover, my prediction is Atlanta takes Justin Fields.
Number 4, wow.
Wow.
Oh, okay. I mean, but they still say that Matty Ice has got a few years left in him, and it's their fault for giving him the contract they've given him. They're going to have to ride with that. They have to ride that horse.
I still think they're taking defense, and I think they're going Patrick Surtain.
Could be strong enough to go ahead and pick that Patrick Surtain, but as long... So anyway, if you guys are down in the area, please stop by down here, have a nice burger, maybe get a nice drink. Come on in, have a good time with us.
Yeah, really. Come on out to Ferg's Bar and Grill. Come say hello to the guys. Ray Kennedy's going to buy you a beer tonight if you come on by.
Yeah, good luck with that. PBR is around the block on me.
Mike DeRoche says, nice shirt, Ray. I got to agree with him.
Yeah?
Yep.
It's my Superman shirt.
The Suns are out. The Sun's out. What's up, Ray?
No out.
Come
no
on,
sun.
man. Come
no
on,
sun.
Ray. Sun's out. The guns are out. Mike DeRoche says, Trent Dilfer, Winston, all the same. They sucked, LOL. I don't know.
Different times, different Winston.
Andrew Forbear says, howdy, gents. What's up, Andrew? North of the border.
Hey, Andrew. Andrew, hey,
Matt Colson, Tom Brady just SMS'd me to join him on a draft-a-thon to raise pandemic relief.
Nice.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it is.
What kind of charity is it, you think, Rick?
Pandemic relief charity?
I don't know.
Is that what you just said?
I said what kind of charity?
I'm just here for the beer. Hey, what do I know? Hey, but I did sleep at a Holiday Inn last night. I'm no Mel Kiper, but I did sleep at a Holiday Inn.
Matt Colson, I knew we were tight. Matt Colson, I hear loud and clear.
Yeah? We're coming through?
Yeah, he's coming through.
Good.
we just had to turn the gain down just a smidge.
Yeah,
Turn the one speaker off out here in the front so that people can't hear us. Now it's not feeding back through the earphones.
that's okay. We're gonna hear it then when the draft comes in. We'll have it here over the televisions live.
Absolutely, it's going to be
It's a draft
absolutely
party.
live.
Got free gear to give away. We got to do some giveaways here.
Yes, they're going to. I hear him. Fred. The professor was louder than us two.
Oh, he was?
I guess so. I didn't even know he called. Did he call?
Yeah, he did, but I could barely hear him. Just the way we had this set up is all. Go ahead.
I wish I had something to put this
Who do you got-
microphone on.
Who do you got in the lobby there?
That looks like Joshua Cole Allen. You want to go out to him?
Yeah, let's go out to him.
All righty.
Of course, over live at the Joshua Cole Allen from Thursday nights on the Audible.
That's
also
right.
one of the best writers here at Bucs Report, but he's live at Raymond James Stadium tonight.
Yep.
Hey, Josh, how are you, my
Hey,
friend?
Josh, what's happening, my brother?
What's going on, guys? Live here at Raymond James Stadium. It's a lively event. As you can see behind me, we've got fans on the field over here soaking it in. It's a great time. We got Davey and Scott up on the pirate ship breaking down some draft talk. It's a little loud in here, but this is my best to talk loud for you. Excited to be here. Excited to represent Bucs Report here at Raymond James Stadium. Can you guys hear me? Hey,
You know,
there I am.
there you are. Look how beautiful that looks.
So beautiful
hot. Oh, no,
atmosphere
and-
right here. Let me move out of the way.
And the
Look
field
at
looks
that.
good too, Josh.
Yeah, the field does look pretty good, Josh.
But Josh did look beautiful, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, it's beautiful
Look at
out
that
here.
guy.
Perfect weather. As you can see right now, the fans are all on their field experiencing it. You got some guys playing catch out there. It's a great time, a great atmosphere. I'm excited to be here to bring you the draft coverage live. It's a wonderful time to be a Bucs fan right now for you guys. I'm really excited. Pick 32 in the draft. Looking around about 12:10 midnight to make that pick. So it's
We're
gonna be
having
a
some
long night
technical
here.
difficulties.
No, they can hear him fine. We just can't hear him. Go ahead, Josh.
Be a long night there, but I'm excited to be here and pop in occasionally to bring you live coverage. We got a little fan right here. We want to say hi.
Oh,
Look at the cute kids.
You saying hi? So there's a
There you go,
lot going on. A lot of things are
Yep.
going on here. The Tommy and Bronchi set is set up. You can run through the tunnel at the far end of the field. I don't know if you can see it where the players come out. So a lot of things going on for the fans here. And like I said, I'm excited to be here. I'm going to head up to the press box soon, start watching this draft, get it going, be ready to write some articles, pump out some good content for you guys on BucsReport.com. But until then, make sure you keep it right here at Bucs Report for the best live draft coverage going in Tampa Bay. I'll talk to you guys soon.
all right, brother. Hey, Josh, definitely check back in with us as soon as you can get set up. Keep having a good time and representing over there at Raymond James Stadium, brother.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All
Take
right,
care, my
thank
brother.
you.
You look great out there.
Yeah, it does, doesn't he?
Little breaking news. According to Mark Schlereth, just told 105.4 The Fan that Aaron Rodgers to Denver is almost a done deal even after they took Teddy Bridgewater. I cannot confirm nor deny that.
Wow.
This is just something that's coming out via 105.4
Right.
The Fan. Can you
Wow.
believe that?
No, I cannot. Go ahead, get to some more comments. Let's hear what they're saying.
Oh, Lord. If anybody can hear that out there, let us know. Please go ahead and post a comment. Matt Coulson, and yet, Ray, we need a new general manager as he's laughing.
Come on.
What in the world are you trying to say?
Matt knows better than that.
Oh, come on, Matt. Best general manager. Matt Coulson again. I used to go to the pier a lot and jump. Is that what you did, Matt?
You'd be fishing all right.
No, he's fishing, for those that don't know, with the peanut butter and everything else with the
cooking, that's right.
That's
it takes
the
the fish
cooking.
smell away from when you're cooking fish in the house.
with peanut butter.
With peanut butter.
That's disgusting.
Well, I mean, I don't think you put the peanut butter on a fish. I think it just takes the smell away. But you put it
Johnny
in the
Dean,
sauce.
me too, love fishing off the old pier. Now we're talking about fishing. This is like really good. Well, it looks like we got someone else coming in right here. I think we just let anybody on this program tonight. How you doing, Pat?
I'm good, buddy. How about yourself, man?
You're going to have to come in a little closer to this because it's not like when you and I were doing a show from before. We have to deal with a lot of the outside noise. You can hear me okay, can't
I
you?
can hear you great.
We're going to go through some of these comments, and then we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about what you think's going to happen in the first 5 picks. What do you say, Pat?
Not a problem.
Okay, Johnny Dean, all in for 2022. Oh, Lord, look at all this. Pat, who do you think's going to go top 5? What's your prediction?
You got Trevor Lawrence going 1,
A little closer.
Trevor Lawrence going 1.
Okay.
Zach Wilson going 2.
Are you sure that the New York Jets are not going to make a mistake?
Nope. I think Zach Wilson is their guy.
No, I believe that too, but do they actually know how to pull the trigger? We're talking about the Jets.
They did with Sam Darnold a couple of years ago.
And
Look how that
work
turned out.
Yeah, that didn't turn out really well.
Sorry, Jacob.
I know, really, definitely. Even he knows who Jacob is.
Number 3, I'm
Yep.
sticking with my guns. I got Mac Jones.
There's no chance that Mac Jones is going there. You've got to stop this narrative. Why do you want Mac Jones to go there so bad? Tell him the truth. Go ahead.
Because I got a steak dinner on it, and I think it's a right spot and a right fit for him with Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, my God. We're going to go back to the comments. Go ahead.
Number 4, I think Kyle Pitts goes to Atlanta unless they trade out.
So Atlanta's going to score 65 points a game just to lose by 1?
Or Atlanta could take their future quarterback right there at Trey Lance.
Hold on. Time out. What about a DB that they need so desperately?
Not that high in the draft.
Are you kidding me?
They could trade back to 10 or 11 or 12
Oh, you know they can
and
still
get their number 1 defensive player. But you cannot pass up Kyle Pitts.
No,
and I'm
he's
not
a
just saying that because I'm a Florida boy. You can't just say that. And then number 5, I think the Bengals, they either go with Penei Sue to tighten up that offensive line, or they go get Joe Burrow's boy, Jamar Chase, out of...
Hold on. What about the other tackle from Northwestern?
I think Penei Sewell is a little bit better than Rashawn Slater. I think Rashawn Slater...
See, I've heard it just the other way around.
Well, from the film I've watched on both of them within the last 2 days, I see Penei Sewell more of a Jonathan Ogden than Rashawn Slater more of a right tackle, not a top 10. I think he falls out of the top 10. I think he may end up with somewhere around 14 to 17 this year.
Wow, you think he's going to drop that far down?
I think he'll drop that far.
Pat, I want to welcome you to Ferg Sports Bar and Grill here in St. Pete, Florida on Bucs Report, where we're live doing the draft, and we're going to give you the coverage. Number 1 in Tampa Bay at Bucs Report.
Thank you guys for inviting me.
Of course, I have no issues with that at all. I'll tell you what, Pat, you'll forget more about this game, especially in college, than I'll probably ever learn. But you know what I am. I'm
You're the
gambler.
handicapper.
Yes,
You're
I
the
am.
over-under.
I am the over-under. So am I over or you're under? Get it?
Depends on how many drinks we have tonight.
No, not even happening there. I'll be over all the time. Fred Swayze Moore, can't wait to see Rodgers as a full-time Jeopardy host. Have you, I really don't want to touch this narrative for very long. Have you seen this yet?
Did you break the news
Which one?
about Aaron Rodgers?
Yes, I already talked, but he hasn't actually gone there yet.
Well, Mark Schlereth.
I just talked about it.
Yeah, I could see Aaron Rodgers as a full-time Jeopardy host in about 2 to 3 years.
Johnny Dean, exactly. Jeff says, you guys think the Bucs will be trading up today? Whoa, timeout. That's Mr. Rick Hughes who believes that. I give that literally zero chance. The reason why I'm going to say that is because there's going to be probably 2 to 3, if not 4 top picks in this draft that are going to be able to fall that far down in the first round. And I think the Buccaneers are going to be in a real conundrum on what they're going to do and whether they're going to trade back or actually take the best available player. Pat, what's your thought?
I hope they trade back. I would love to see a team 36, 37, 38 come up and say, hey, give me 32nd. I'll give you a first or second in 2022, and you can have a spot. Probably the guy that's on their board 7 or 5 to 7 picks later, and it saves them money. They don't have to pay that first-round contract.
So who do you see him taking then?
I see him looking either depth at D-line or another linebacker or potentially a corner just for depth.
But isn't this draft really weak, wouldn't you say, at the D-line position other than Kwity Paye?
This draft is not as deep as it was in years past, but there are some good quality second-round, third-round defensive linemen that the Bucs can fill at that spot, say at 35 to 40, somewhere around in that range.
What if one of those really good corners like Patrick Surtain? Who's the other kid?
You got Surtain, you got J.C. Horn, and you've got Caleb Farley.
Yeah, that's right.
The
Caleb
only
Farley.
one I see falling to 32 would be Caleb Farley.
And if he does?
I think they take him because he can sit behind.
What would happen in that defense with Todd Bowles? Oh my God!
But
Can you
Harry,
imagine developing
he
him?
would not start day one.
No, he wouldn't. But he could be a really good special teams player, and he could play the nickel.
I agree with that 100%.
Okay, he's got really good footwork. He's extremely fast. He's a thumper, and he can also cover pretty well.
I agree with you 100%, but I don't think he's going to fall. I think there's 3 top corners in this draft. You've got the number one guy in J.C. Horn, who's Joe Horn's son, former Saint.
And so Patrick Surtain Jr., which is the
his
son
father
of Patrick.
was a couple-time All-Pro. And
Well, the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree.
Farley has had issues with COVID the last couple days. He's got a shoulder injury, and he's had a few off-the-field issues. But that's not going to scare anybody like the Baltimore Ravens, who's got 2 picks between 20 and 30, who will probably take him. Or you've got Buffalo right there, who needs a corner. You've got Arizona, who needs a corner. And you've got Pittsburgh, who could possibly take a corner if they don't take one of the 2 running backs.
You know, that's a really good point. All right, the $1 million question. The Atlanta Falcons, if they do not take Kyle Pitts,
I believe they're
where do they go?
I believe they're either trading back to get a defensive player, or they're going to go ahead and grab they're going to go ahead and grab the future behind Matt Ryan. They're going to take Trey Lance or Justin Fields.
Okay,
at number 4.
Okay, I can get that. Now, who's going to go 5?
Cincinnati can go either 2 ways. They can get the tackle out of Oregon, Penei Sewell, or they can grab their Jamar Chase out of LSU to go with Burrow.
Okay.
Either one.
You know, I can go with that. I can definitely go.
And then if you want to go 6,
finish out your top 10.
If you want to go 6, I've got Waddle or Penei Sewell if he falls to Miami. It all depends on what Carolina and Denver does. They may trade out. They may trade up. If Surtain falls to Dallas at 10, I think they take him.
Okay.
So
I'll tell you what, we're going to go to a 30-second break really quick. We're going to have Mr. Rick Hughes coming back. Go ahead and stand by.
All right, guys, we are back. How you doing? Okay, top 5 picks.
like I just explained to Harry, I got Lawrence, Wilson, Mac Jones. Atlanta takes Kyle Pitts, and I think at 5, I think Cincinnati goes Jamar Chase to go with Burrow.
Let's bring Johnny Dean back in here and let's see if we can hear Johnny. Johnny, now talk. Let me see if I can hear you.
How you doing?
Good. It's barely. It's really soft. I'm not sure what's
How
going
you doing, Johnny?
All right, how you doing?
Doing good. You got any questions for us? It's just that it's really loud here.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's just loud there. Everybody in the chat can hear.
So what, you got any questions for us?
Harry was on there, and I was going to tell him that I thought he was crazy thinking that Rodgers wasn't going to go nowhere.
All right, yeah, I'm unable to hear him. Yeah. All right,
John, all right,
I'm sorry, man. I'm unable to hear you. There's
all right,
nothing
bud.
I can do about it.
Bye.
All right, I'm not sure. Let me see. Nick, let me just check and see if it was his computer. Talk. Let's see if I can hear you.
Testing.
Nope.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. All right, it's with us. Sorry about that, guys. Challenges. The good times. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on or why we cannot hear. We cannot hear. You guys might all be able to hear, but we cannot hear when someone is connecting in. And I think it's maybe because it's so loud here.
It is pretty packed. Fergs is packed tonight.
Yeah, this is great. Y'all come down here. We'll
Come on
get you
down to
camera.
Fergs, Central Avenue,
Yeah.
off of 16th Street.
We will put you on camera for sure.
Great food specials, great drink specials, and this place is packed tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we got the first pick is going to be coming up here shortly. I mean, they should be on the clock here.
We're at 8:07 right now.
Yeah, so I'm guessing Jacksonville will be on the clock here in just a moment or two.
Shouldn't take them more than a minute.
You think they're going to wait?
It could be suspense. It is the draft.
Why not?
It is the draft. It could be suspense.
The NFL's paying for commercial time.
They
so
are.
might
They are.
Are getting paid.
I think
for
I've seen the
commercial
5th Verizon commercial already tonight.
Yeah. So they may just run it out. They may drag this out as long as they can.
That they do. They do.
But yeah, we'll see how this goes down. But while the sound is great, Gene Thomas has the sound is great. We cannot hear Nick. and that's the
you
problem.
hear me?
Is not really.
Turn up the volume.
Barely. So, well, let me ask you this, since they're not on the clock yet. You talk about real quick. What do you see as? What do you think is going to be we know the Jets. I mean, we know the Jaguars. Who's going to be the first curveball thrown into this whole thing?
That's a good question. I honestly think the 49ers might throw a curveball. We've been hearing the quarterback out of Alabama, for weeks now. I think Trey Lance could be a little bit of a curveball. The Falcons, though, at 4, you got to think they're going to go Kyle
I'm sure this
Pitt.
is great insight that we can't hear.
We can't hear at all.
Yeah.
Turn up your volume, Rick here.
I'm sure that's awesome, but we can't hear a thing. Nick, I'm going to have to pull you out. I'm sorry. We just can't hear. That sucks. That sucks because I really wanted to hear from him.
Nick's pretty good. He's got good details when he talks.
Golly, man, that sucks. Yeah, but right now, okay, so any moment here, the Jaguars are going to be going on the clock.
We're waiting on the boos when Roger Goodell comes out.
Yeah, to put them on the clock. I mean, I already saw I think the national anthem. And all that,
We did see the national anthem, but we haven't heard the boos yet with Roger Goodell coming out.
Yep. So who do you think is going to be the first surprise?
I'll be honest with you, the first surprise I think it's going to be is I think Atlanta trades out. I think Atlanta trades out of 4. I think somebody's going to come up to number 4 and sweeten their deal, whether it be New England, whether it be Denver. Carolina could be still looking for a quarterback. It could be one of those 2 teams coming up and getting the fourth best. Last year,
we're good.
He
It'll
had
come back. It's back.
Tannehill, Derrick Henry.
It's back. We're good. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like I was saying about Arthur Smith being they got a rookie GM, they got a rookie head coach. Arthur Smith being with the Tennessee Titans last year, they were more run heavy. He's coming into an offense in Atlanta where it's more pass heavy.
Right.
You have a number 1 wide receiver. You got a number 2. You got 2 number 1 wide receivers there. You got Hayden Hurst. They signed Mike Davis from Carolina to be their number 1 back, and you still got Matt Ryan. But that defense is putrid. They were one of the ranked towards the bottom of the NFL last year. Pass, run, everything like that.
Right.
So I think they trade back to get their defensive guy.
Here we go, guys. I think.
It looks like Roger Goodell is making his way to the stadium.
It looks like Jaguars are about to be on the clock, guys, with what may be the least suspenseful first-round pick in recent history.
Since Andrew Luck?
Well, I don't know. I mean, even Joe Burrow, there was some kind of doubt. But, I mean, can you imagine if they went a different direction?
Can you imagine if they went Zach Wilson?
Yeah, that's what
Oh, my
I mean.
God. Jacob Chernow would roll over in his grave.
That's what I mean. Yeah, here comes Roger Goodell making his march to the podium, getting booed.
They are booing back.
Getting booed. Yeah, everybody should be booing around here. Yeah. This Jacksonville is about to be on the clock, and no one.
And you got Joe Theismann up there, got Jake Long up there,
and no one really cares.
Nope.
And okay, great. The Jacksonville Jaguars. There's like 3 people that care. Yeah. Boo! That's right. You can hear everybody in
That's
here.
their sellout on Sundays is 3 people.
Whiteboard, that's your phone, isn't it? Go ahead. That's your phone. It's not the phone. Hold on. Let's go to a quick commercial. Okay, guys. Roger Goodell's trying to make himself sound likable.
You hear the boos?
Yeah, he's trying to
I
make
haven't
himself
heard. I
sound
haven't heard that many boos since I was at an Eagles game.
Yeah. Wow. I mean,
we can't wait to have all of you back.
nobody likes Roger Goodell, but here's the thing. So, all right, next year the draft is in Vegas.
Vegas,
Can you
yeah.
imagine the reception he's going to get in Vegas?
Oh my God.
But,
Yeah, but you gotta. Cleveland fans are more passionate about the NFL than Vegas is. You know, until last year, Vegas had hockey and gambling. That's it.
well, the thing is, everybody in Vegas is a fan from Cleveland or from somewhere.
They are.
And they're the ones who have money on it, so they're going to be yelling louder. You know?
Yep.
So, I don't know.
And Cleveland, with what they did in the offseason, is going to be pretty good this year.
Yeah.
Pretty good this year.
So yeah, all right. So the Jaguars are going up on the clock, and who cares? It's Trevor Lawrence. I mean, it's Trevor.
Got to. It shouldn't take them more than 30 seconds.
I hope it only takes 30 seconds, because if they drag this out, it's
and then the Jets pick should take them 2 minutes.
yeah.
I'm going to ask Joe Thomas.
Yeah. Now I'm a firm believer, guys, that I don't think that Zach Thomas is a lock at number 2, or Zach Wilson. I mean, I don't think he's in the.
He's the second best talented quarterback.
But it's the Jets.
It is the Jets. You got a defensive coach in there. You got a pretty good offense coordinator in there, Joe Douglas.
Right.
And they got to build for the future. They got 2 first-round picks. Is it Zach Wilson? Is it Justin Fields? Is it Trey Lance? Is it Mac Jones? We don't know. We're only speculating. But we do know Trevor Lawrence is going number 1.
Well,
we don't know that. Jacksonville could come out and say, you know what? Trey Lance is our guy.
Yeah, that's probably the one thing we do know.
But I think 99% of the world thinks Trevor Lawrence is going number 1.
It's so loud in here that even with the headphones, it's loud.
It is loud.
Wow. The draft is open.
Jacksonville's on the clock.
On the clock. Let's go, fellas. Let's do this thing. Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. All right, everybody, put it in the comments. This is the easy one. This is your gimme. This is your gimme. Put it in the comments.
I think this is the only gimme of the draft.
Yeah, this is the only gimme. Who are they taking? Harry the Greek has taken the over/under on who they're taking. Right? 12,000 to 1. 12,000 to 1, I believe.
12,000 to 1.
1,200 to 1. What were the odds? But, yeah. 1,200 to 1. What were the odds here? 12,000 to 1. 12,000 to 1. Holy cow, this is loud.
It's very loud, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, guys, this is the house feed is really loud. All right, so Jacksonville's on the clock in Cleveland. They're going to drag it out 15 minutes so they can sell more commercials. But
I
Ray,
hope not.
let me do this. Can I? Do you care if I get Ray in here for a minute? Ray, come on in.
Okay, give me excitement in this place.
Holy cow, man!
My
To
God.
call that loud, it would be an understatement.
I wish I could turn the shot around to show the multitudes of the plethora of people that are in here tonight celebrating.
Yeah. I have no idea if they heard anything we were saying over that last couple of minutes.
Whatever you were saying, though, it was impassioned.
It was. I gave the meaning of life.
There you go.
Yeah.
And the lottery tickets tonight's
And the lottery ticket numbers. But, yeah.
But so it looks like they're going to be on the clock right now. So
Yeah. Well, Jacksonville is on the clock.
So who do you think Jacksonville takes number 1 overall? I mean,
Come on.
The question's still out there. It lingers.
Yeah. I know there's no question out there.
You're like my dad.
Well, yeah. Here you go. Here's the curveball. Are you ready? To try to make this interesting, folks. Well, now that Tebow is there, is he going to be quarterback? Are they going to go to him? Now it's the stretch, and we're going to try to find
there's
something.
the war room.
Yeah,
Urban
the war
Meyer.
room where they're pretending that there's mystery to this.
I'm still wearing my mask. You like that? My little chin mask.
Where they're pretending there's mystery to this.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, the first time they've selected number 1 overall in their team history. And remember though,
How is that factual? That's crazy.
Jacksonville comes into the league. It wasn't like the expansion draft the Buccaneers and Seahawks had back in 7. What the hell? Did someone just pass out the table?
I'm not sure what just happened.
Oh, I love it.
Another person messing with the
Is that Harry-
soundboard. What
is that
could go
Harry the
wrong?
Greek under the table?
Yes. What could possibly go wrong?
But talking about the expansion draft again, the Buccaneers in '76, they get the cards were stacked against them. I mean, they're bringing players in from other teams that were well beyond their playing years. Injuries, teams were dumping salaries. When Jacksonville comes into the league, completely different. Tom Coughlin and those Jaguars, within 4 years, they're competing for an AFC Championship game.
Well,
Of course, within 3 years, the Bucs were.
Okay, so Trevor Lawrence is going number 1. We all know this. Everybody, why you're not commenting on this? I should be hearing comments from you guys. So we all know Jacksonville's going number 1. All right.
Right.
But after that, after Jacksonville number 1,
right?
What do we do as far as after Jacksonville's 1? Who? Zach Wilson. I mean, it's the Jets.
Right.
It's the Jets. The Jets are going to certainly confuse things because they're the Jets.
What do you pay?
Right. Well,
they're going to go offensive line.
Yeah, you never know, right?
I mean, they got rid of Sam Darnold already, so they better have a quarterback unless they're bringing back Mark Sanchez again.
Right.
Almost didn't say Mark Sanchez.
Right.
Dirty.
Well,
hey, that's not very.
It might fit, but I don't know.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
What about talking about the dropping that?
Well, okay, so I mean, I believe now. Let me say this about Trevor Lawrence, because we have not talked much about Trevor Lawrence because we've just kind of shuffled it aside and said he's going to be the number 1 pick, whatever. Trevor Lawrence, I believe, the greatest quality Trevor Lawrence has is not his physical ability. I believe the man is a leader. Now the problem is this: he doesn't have NFL experience to lead.
Yeah.
And that's where the problem comes in. But I believe he's a leader by nature. Unlike quarterbacks that we've seen here in Tampa who try to be leaders. And the quarterback we have now that is a leader. I believe Trevor Lawrence is a leader, but he's going to a bad team and he doesn't have experience.
Right. Well, and not only that, really, Trevor Lawrence, it was over his freshman year. I mean, he's a freshman at freshman there, and he wins the Heisman, and they win a national championship. But due to the rule the NFL has, you must be 2 years removed from high school before you can be drafted into the national. So he had no place to go, and he stayed. I mean, he didn't really go down. He stayed there. But in the last 6 months, the kids took a beating. In the SI interview 2 weeks ago, he takes a beating because he's like, this doesn't define me.
Right.
I don't need this, and everybody wants to make it. Try to put the kid down and say how.
Right.
But there are a lot of people that would pose the question: you're putting a $1.5 billion franchise on a kid's shoulders. You want to make sure that they've got that they want it. It's got to be personal.
Now, physically, this is just a question, and I want you guys to answer this or talk to me about this out there in the chat group. I will be bringing up your comments. But I have a question. Physically, now, maybe it's just because of his age, but he seems, I'm going to use the word slight to me in his build. And he does not say, now look at Brady coming out of college. I get that.
Oh, yeah.
But he does not seem as I just wonder whether the physical endurance on a team that is not that good.
Right.
Look at what we saw with Joe Burrow. What happened with Joe Burrow?
Oh yeah.
What are we looking at the same kind of thing? I mean, could that become an issue? And you guys talk in chat here about this.
Glad you mentioned that though, because you talk about. Well, let's talk about Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. And of course, the thing is that Jamar Chase. Would you like to see him back with his LSU teammate? Because those cats had chemistry out the wazoo.
Right.
But yet, Cincinnati's got to go offensive line to be protection. Otherwise, you've got an Andrew Luck case in 2 or 3 years because the kid's taking a beating and ends up having to walk away from it because he's been getting beat up on the regular.
Right.
So I mean, that's you got a team like that, Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati's number 5 You got a team like that you got to think would love to get another weapon for Joe Burrow.
Right.
They got to go protection. They got to get protection.
Now, Jacksonville has a second pick in the first round, I believe, correct? I mean, you got to go offensive line, don't you?
Jacksonville? Yeah. Because they
I believe they have a second pick in the offensive line. I mean, in the first draft. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Oh, in the first round?
Yeah.
They got Miami's got 2 picks in the first round. Jacksonville does have it, like number 25.
Yeah,
I believe.
right. So, yeah, I mean, to me, it just seems like you've got to protect this kid.
Yeah.
I mean, if you bring this kid in here, what are you doing to yourself? You're killing yourself if you do.
I mean, because Urban Meyer's he's a strong-minded coach, and he's going to take control of his team.
Yeah.
And let it Joe Burrow.
Adam just made an interesting comment here.
Right.
Adam says he believes that Burrow is going to have more success in Cincinnati over the years than Lawrence with the Jags. Now, well, yeah, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, Cincinnati's, I want to say a little bit better of a team, but yeah, not a whole lot. I mean, with Joe Burrow, his rookie year, really showed out. And then we're going to have to see this year because you always hear about a sophomore slump.
Well, he did until he
got injured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can't show out when you're on your back.
Yes.
You know, and that's what I think is going to happen with them. That's what I think is about to happen is with Jacksonville. You know, I mean, if you have no line, you can have a great quarterback with no line. You're screwed.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter whether you have a great quarterback or not.
Well, that's good, sir. Thank you very much.
I don't know. Harry, you're a wonderful waiter. Your service is phenomenal. Could you please wear some shorts next time? Shorter shorts, please.
Daisy Dukes.
Right.
Well, the pick is in. The pick is in.
The pick is in. The least suspenseful pick is in.
But let's go. If they did go, Zach Wilson.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? All right, the pick is in, guys. We all know. I think it'd be. Thanks, Harry.
Hey, I wonder if there's not going to.
Harry just said the pick is in. Let us know.
Sorry?
Is there going to be any Prince jumpers?
Oh, not in Jacksonville.
No. So the question is, I mean, this is why I don't know why they waited that long just to sell a commercial too. I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
You know what about they?
Also, how does Roger Goodell mispronounce so many people's names? Like he doesn't have weeks in advance to learn this.
He literally, you have one job.
Yeah. And I'm going to mispronounce a lot of people's names.
No,
tonight.
I get that.
Right. Yeah, I promise that's going to happen. All right.
With the first pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select
Travis Etienne.
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, there you go. What a shocker.
What a shocker. Trevor Lawrence goes number 1 to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And it's official now. Thankfully, I like they're calling it the fam cam. The family cam. So yeah, he's gone. And now, at least now, there's a little mystery because you know who's on the clock now.
New York Jets.
The New York Jets, who could do anything. I mean, yes, it's supposedly Zach Wilson.
You think the Jets' phone's ringing right now? You think there's at least 3 or 4 teams that are like going, hey.
It's the Jets. I just don't know what to think. It's the Jets. That's the funny part of all of it is it's the Jets. So
they are self-deprecating, that is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're self-destructive. That's a better way to put it. They are self-destructive.
Oh, I said deprecating. It almost sounds weird.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it's we'll see what happens. But Trevor Lawrence, he's got the leadership. He's I mean, the dude's got some mobility.
No, he's a good player. And like I said, he could do nothing but go down in value after that phenomenal freshman year he has and they win a national championship. But he held his own. I mean, but like you said, looking at him right there, he doesn't have a whole lot of size. He's not.
No, that's my concern. Right, is behind that line. He doesn't have a whole lot of line. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Jacksonville better draft line. Jacksonville better draft line.
They better be right on it. In fact, you know, Jacksonville, you know, you don't finish 1-15 because, you know, you had some bad luck. I mean, you finish 1-15 because, you know, you belong at the top of the draft. And, you know, that's the beauty of the Bucs picking at number 32.
Right.
Because we're the defending Super Bowl champions, baby.
Yeah. So how long are they going to take to make their pick?
I hope Jason I hope it's sometime Friday morning. and they come out and they announce the Buccaneers have drafted.
No, I'm saying the Jets. Are they taking their full 15 minutes?
Why not at this point? What are you going to lose by letting the fans?
Well, that's exactly what I agree. Take the full 15 just in case you get a call. I mean, you lose nothing, take the 15.
In San Francisco, you know what they're doing right now? They're saying, Jets, take your time, because we still don't know who the hell we want.
If San Francisco doesn't know who they're picking, that's messed up. I mean, that's a problem, because if they trade up to that position and don't know, what'd you say, Harry?
You know, the longer that the Jets actually take,
You can't hear him. He just said the longer the Jets take, the more Jacob is having a heart attack. Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah,
that is probably true.
I gotta be honest. I'm not worrying too much about that right now.
Well, the Jets they're all fist bumping. They've made their pick. They're all fist bumping in the war room, and they're happy with their pick.
So it's Zach Wilson, the quarterback, to Brigham Young. Right?
That seems like it's the guess,
Okay.
but
there's Jacob.
but we will find out.
Everybody's looking.
Let me tell you something. There's some smoke shows in here. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. I'm just saying.
Where?
All over the place. I gotta keep you behind the table here.
Yeah.
By the way,
I gotta go.
Nice talking to you, bro. We've done this a few times, but
Never in person. I know. It's funny. It's like, oh, okay. I get to.
That was awesome. I look over. I'm like, wait, is that Rick? Because you got in the back way here. We're up in the front there setting the second shot up. I look over. I'm like, it's gotta be Rick, and you just jump right into it and start setting all this gear up, buddy.
Yeah.
Have gear, we'll travel.
Yeah.
So how was the flight? Good?
Yeah, the flight was good.
Yeah.
It was short. It's short, an hour and 25 minutes.
Yeah, by the time
like
you get all the way to your, by the time you get up to altitude, you're
coming back down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So the Jets are on the clock. They're fist bumping each other. So they probably, I'm guessing they've made their decision. Now they're just waiting. But I don't know.
Again, I'm not a Jets. I'm a Jets fan because I'm from Staten Island. I like the Jets more than Giants. But when you have Sam Darnold, you have the number 2 overall draft pick. You think about the draft capital and the team you could have built.
Yeah.
Those Carolina Panthers, they didn't blink about Sam Darnold. They said, let us have that kid. They got rid of their Teddy Bridgewater. Of course, Bridgewater's now with the Broncos. Crazy. Have you seen this kind of movement leading up to a draft in like forever?
I have not, but that doesn't mean,
Well, and they're all behind us again because the Bucs are behind the team because the Bucs are right there at number 32.
Yeah.
But it's just crazy, and I think that probably right about after the 49ers make their pick at number 3 is when this stuff's going to really start hitting the fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, but let's see. I'm Jets have a little over 2 minutes now, 2.5 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, they're gonna
pretty much to make their pick. And,
I'll bet you Frisco gets their pick in the first because of the fact that so many media outlets were questioning whether Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch were on the same page. It's Mac Jones or so they're Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence.
You know, they were not on the same page. I'll bet when Frisco's on the clock, they don't race it to the front like back in the olden days when the phone would ring and the big helmet on the desk. But of course, that's how. Remember the Booker Reese story? Booker Reese and Sean Farrell and how they
it's too early for a rant.
Yeah, we'll get started on that. We'll go later. All right,
It's early for a rant.
I've never been here live.
Because I'm about to full on rant.
No, save it. Save it. Yeah, you don't want to time it.
And after this, actually, for a moment, what I'm going to do is after this, the pick is in. After this pick, what I'd like for Lester over here to hop in here just for a moment.
Definitely.
And I'll talk to him a little bit.
And I'm going to get a second shot of this place.
Yeah.
Share with the people out there.
Yeah. That'll be fun. And you can always, we can do a video. We can do a video, send it to me, and I can But so the pick is in for the Jets. Lester, come right over here. And hold on, wait till this pick is in. We'll comment on it, and then we'll go. Wait just a minute. All right, so the Jets pick is in. San Francisco's up next. Lester, I'm going to have you come up here in a minute, okay?
Just again, for the record, I was not on board with Zach Wilson at number 2. Just going to put it out there. The Jets come in here, and and they go any other direction.
Right. Man, if they don't go Zach Wilson, wow, if they don't go Zach Wilson, and it's the Jets. Yeah, I think, you know what, here's the thing. We will see whether this new regime is going to be different or not, or whether they screw this up or not right now, because it's the Jets.
I can't imagine bringing in Robert Saleh and you say, hey, here you go, Robert. We want you to build a defensive strong team. We want to take over this AFC East. But your first pick has to be a quarterback who was in a three-way battle for a starting job and bring him on last year.
All right, here we go. Here's the pick.
Second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson.
All right.
There you go.
All right, there we go.
So far, right
I know, so far, right along script. Everything's going as expected. Does that guy look like? I saw something. He looks perfect. He looks like when he smiles, you're going to see that come off his tooth. I mean, just
his smile and Trevor Lawrence's hair.
Yeah, this guy. This guy in New York. This guy in New York. Oh my God! Yeah, this guy's going to be huge.
They would have loved Mark Sanchez.
And I believe this is the right guy. If you saw his pro day, he had a phenomenal pro day. This is the right guy to go at number 2.
Yeah, look at him right there.
Yeah,
he gets involved with everybody.
I believe this guy is like he's a marketing dream for that city and that town. So yeah, but all right.
Hey, I'm gonna step aside. I'm gonna go check on those wings, and I'm gonna go and I'll be right back. All right.
All right. Now I'm gonna bring someone on here for just a moment. Here you go. Put those on. Lester, this is my friend Lester Grimes, who I've been friends with for 30 years, who sat there and told me, man, the Bucs need to draft this guy, Derek Brooks. And I was like, no, dude, he's too small.
He sucks.
Yeah. And you very correctly said, man, this guy's going to be the real deal. And I was like, you sure? Really? And all that. Well, let me ask you this. So you're a long-time Bucs fan.
Correct.
Okay, long-time Bucs fan. John Lynch is running San Francisco now. They traded up to get to the number 3 pick. They're up. They're on the clock now. What did they trade up for?
They're definitely going up for a quarterback, in my opinion.
Okay, do you have any idea which one they're going with?
I'd say Mac from Alabama.
Really? See, okay, and a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people feel it's going to be Mac. I don't think so. I mean, but you never can tell.
I hope you're right.
Yeah.
Just to throw a wrench in
I
everybody's
think. I think Mac is probably going. I mean, I'll say. I think Lance is going now. Okay. I mean, I think Trey Lance is going now, but I don't think Mac is going until the second round, possibly. I think he's going to be the guy that drops. You know how there's always a guy that drops?
Warren Sapp.
Right.
Randy Moss.
No, I think it's going to be right. But that's who I think it's going to be. That's going to drop is Mac, because I just Alabama quarterbacks, and he's a pocket passer guy. I mean, he's not a dynamic quarterback, and people seem to want that now. I mean, we saw Joe Burrow, and this is the thing. I think Mac could go to a team like New England. Okay, he could go later and have more success than Trevor Lawrence, because he's going to a good team.
I definitely see your point from that aspect, and from the Alabama thing, you know, me and Alabama don't get along, but their quarterbacks always suck.
Right.
In my opinion, in the NFL.
No, they do. Well, they do. But Tua, the jury's out. But no, they do. Alabama's quarterbacks always suck. But John Lynch, they traded up, and then they acted like we're not sure who we're picking. And that, to me, you better know who you're picking. If you're trading up, you'd better know.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
it seems like we've been through every type of scenario in the draft as Buccaneers fans.
Right.
You know, we trade up, and then they take somebody. We go, really? That's not who I thought they were
right.
going to pick. So you never know. I mean, that's the drama.
So are they gonna? Are the Bucs trading up or trading down or standing put?
I would rather trade out.
So would I.
So to me, this is one of the best drafts that we've ever had, because I'm not stressed.
Not stressed at all.
Nothing.
I mean, there's nobody that we can draft that's going to hit the field this year, most likely, especially in week 1, but probably period. So if you're not going to have anybody starting, or probably anybody even maybe hitting the field, why not get out of this draft? Because why would you waste a number 1 draft pick on somebody that's not going to be playing.
Yeah, there's no
immediately.
reason to.
Right.
There's no reason to.
So trade out. Yeah, that's what I
Plus,
think.
do we have any money for a first round pick, anyways? I mean,
Well, yeah, you know what? They'll have money. And now my other question is this: does Rojo last till the end of the day?
I never thought about that.
Yeah. If they
But-
draft Najee Harris or Travis Etienne, does Rojo last? Yeah. It's
Wow, okay.
it's a question.
See, that's the thing with Rojo for me is there's not a major difference between Rojo and Fournette and
Right.
Vaughn. I think Vaughn's quicker than
We,
both of
yeah,
them.
yeah.
And then we got the
He supposedly can catch the ball better, but
Right.
we didn't
Yeah.
so much see that last year.
no. So
Yeah. So I don't know. I
I'm
don't know.
good if hey, if I'm gonna put anybody on the block, Rojo would be the one for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the Niners seem to pick well. I mean, Nick Bosa, that guy's a beast, but he got hurt. But I mean, he's a beast. I mean, this is a team that they are picking third, but they are not a bad team. This is a team that's on the verge of being a very, very good team, and they're 2 years from the Super Bowl, I think. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, last year was definitely a down year, obviously,
Yeah.
but they were right up there, in the Super Bowl, 2 years ago. So.
Yeah, they can be back in a heartbeat. They can be back. So we shall see. We shall see. But I don't know. We will see. The third pick is going to be in here shortly. And thank you, Harry. Harry, do you want to come on up?
I'm going to come up in a second.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay, Harry, we're going to bring Harry the Greek back up. Thanks for coming in here. Now, I've known this guy literally for 30 years. When I say longtime Bucs fan, when I say old school Bucs fan, when I say creamsicle Bucs fan, that's you. Thanks for coming out to Fergs tonight.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Drove all the way from Orlando to be here. Out here at Fergs with us. So that's pretty awesome. Although I came from Charlotte. Does that count?
Your money or your life?
All right, the pick is in. The
Your
pick
money
is-
or your life?
Well, you're-
Take my
yeah.
life.
Yeah, well, he's got his mask on, so here we go. The pick is in.
Just as long as it's not Mac Jones, I'm going to win a lot of
I
money.
know, and that's what Lester was just predicting, was that it's Mac Jones.
They made the trade. I'm sure you'll probably hear it is
We will
because
see.
they don't want to undercut
I'm
their
guessing
choice,
Trey
but then
Lance.
we'll just learn all about it.
I'd say my money, but I don't mean it literally.
Cross-section.
My money is on
Hail Mary full of grace. Hail Mary full of grace.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me see it in comments. Come on, I'll start pulling it up. Let's go. Bring it
Leave
up,
us a
guys.
comment.
Leave us comments. Who are they picking? Come on, guys. Get it in now. I'll bring it up on screen and see who you got.
This is the home run for the quarterback that gets to go to this situation.
Wow, Christopher Cole says Pitts goes here. Wow.
This team is loaded.
Pitts goes here. I don't know. And by the way, miscreants, thank you for representing, folks. Thank you, guys.
Was that Teresa?
Yes, it was.
Hi, Teresa.
Now, come on, guys. Bring it. Here we go, guys. Pick is in, and I guess Trey Lance. That's my prediction.
No Mac Jones.
Now, who do you think it's going to be?
Trey Lance.
Ray. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Okay, Ray says Mac Jones. So here we go.
In the 2021 NFL Draft,
The San
the San Francisco
49ers
49ers
select.
select Trey Lance.
Yes! 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 Yes!
All right, there we go.
Sorry.
Okay. Somebody had some money on that.
No one good.
Somebody had some money on
Say
that.
hi, Jamie.
Hi, how are you? We hope no one did.
Like I said, at Ferg's Bar and Grill, anything can happen. All I know is I got about 9 different filet mignons coming.
Nice. Very nice.
Never, ever, ever bet the Greek.
Yeah, I made it pretty clear I did not think it was going to be Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones is the guy we're going to watch fade. And by the way, Ray, I want you to hear this.
Ray,
don't be shocked. Don't be shocked if Mac Jones falls to New England.
Let's take this in.
don't be shocked if Mac Jones doesn't fall to the Patriots. So we'll see what happens. But I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah. So
All I
Trey
know
Lance.
is, let's talk about Trey Lance really quick, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
You
Go
know,
for it.
North Dakota State, same type of quarterback as a Carson Wentz, a little shorter, really good arm. I think he's got a ton of upside. I think the 49ers made an extraordinary selection on taking Trey Lance.
Okay.
Besides the fact that I'm going to eat a lot of steaks by not done taking Mac Jones, but seriously, this kid can play. He's a baller. He's got good footwork. He's going to have to be in the system for a little while. And under Shanahan, especially with that West Coast offense, you're really going to tame his legs down a little
Let me
bit.
say, the professor Johnny Dean and I have been talking about Trey Lance going back a couple of months. And this is one guy that I think, San Francisco being San Francisco, I think this is, I'm not shocked. Let's just say that.
I'm not shocked at all either.
I mean, he's a very shrewd general manager, and you're seeing it right there.
I don't normally get that excited on air, but people have been bashing me so much about
Really?
Mac Jones.
And I predicted that.
I know. They
that's
were
weird to me.
bashing me so much on Mac Jones going to the 49ers. I said that the management for the 49ers and Shanahan were not crazy enough to move up that far to get Mac Jones. I understand the hype, 70+%.
Yeah.
Okay, in completion percentage, but he doesn't have that arm. He just doesn't. I don't. I agree with you. I don't know. It's kind of good. I'm watching this young man. Look how happy he is getting drafted.
Listen, man, they're all going to be happy when they get drafted. He just made millions of dollars. I mean, that guy's happy.
He did. The only thing about Trey Lance he's going to have to work on with his mechanics, his delivery is a little bit long. It's got that wind-up motion.
Right.
Okay, so it's a little slower than normal. However, working with Shanahan in that West Coast offense, that ball's going to come out a lot quicker.
But now, if we're talking about Alabama quarterbacks not doing well, there's a history of Oregon quarterbacks struggling. So
I agree.
Yeah.
I do agree with that.
You guys want to see a quick little glimpse at what it's like here at Ferg's right now?
What do you think about that? This team went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. All right, so it is time for one of the greatest mysteries of couldn't get recruited by many Power 5 schools as a quarterback, and he decided to bet on himself and believe in himself.
All right, guys, that's a quick little glimpse here to what it's like at Ferg's tonight. Right now, okay, NFC South, the Falcons are on the clock. The Falcons are on the clock, guys. And
who are they taking?
Who are they taking?
Yep.
Well, here's the deal. They really need a wide receiver and edge rushers. Now, I said yes, they need a wide receiver because Julio Jones is pretty much done. I think they're at a point where they're needing wide receiver. They need defensive backs. They need a lot. There's just a lot that this team needs.
I'm going to go on a limb and tell you that they're going to take Patrick Surtain in this position.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to say they're going to go defense.
Okay. Well, I would not be shocked if they win defense, certainly.
No, but this is a much higher position. Okay, this is going to be a deep pick because technically he shouldn't be going. He should be falling out of the top 10. Okay. I just think that they need corner help so bad. It's not even funny.
Well,
however, the best player in the draft is still available, and that's the tight end from Florida.
Well, the thing is, there was an exodus from their secondary in the offseason, but I'm not sure that made it worse. I mean, I'm not sure if that's not addition by subtraction. I mean, this team, you can, they can put up 40 points on you, but they'll give up 45. And I don't know. We will see. But the Falcons pick is in. They did not trade out. And this was the team I thought if there was going to be a trade, this is where it was going to happen.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
did
agree.
not trade out. So everybody here in chat, give us your picks.
Don't be surprised Kyle Pitts goes here.
Let's see here. I know Pitts is phenomenal. I think Pitts could be one of the best players, but
No,
wow.
Pitts is the best player in this draft.
Right. I believe that may be true.
Not by a little. He's an automatic impact player.
Yeah.
Kyle Pitts can actually go to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not saying he's going there.
No, I understand. He's
And
the other guy.
he would
No.
start.
He's the only
No, he would start.
over Gronk.
Listen, Gronk is a shell of himself. Gronk is an extraordinary player. He can block really well. He's a decent pass receiver. He's not this young man right now.
I don't think Gronk is a shell of himself.
But then again, hold on.
We thought he was going to be.
Hold on. You can have Gronk and him on both.
No, I understand that.
You can run a 2 tight end set. I
Yeah.
shouldn't have said that. Gronk is a legend.
Yeah.
2 o'clock, sir.
I'm already there. I love the environment here. That's all I've got to say.
The environment.
I love the environment here. But yeah. So yeah, who do you? Ray? Yeah, Ray, come on in. No, take over here. Take over here.
I'll take it.
Guys.
All right, so here's we're gonna see whoever the Falcons take here at number 4. We're gonna see them twice next year. We're gonna right there in our division.
In the 2021 NFL Draft,
Wide receiver Devontae Smith.
Kyle Pitts.
Told you.
Wow, yeah, they got that tight end in. Man, look at that kid. So you got Kyle Pitts going to Atlanta at number 4.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they just took the best player in the entire draft.
Yeah. Came right to him. They get Matt Ryan at
No, seriously. Now they're going to score 60 points a game, Ray, but they're going to lose 62-60.
Yeah.
They got no defense.
No, they don't. And they got to deal with the Buccaneers defense, which is not going to be a pretty thing for Atlanta Falcons this next year.
You know what? It's a sexy pick, Ray. I don't blame them for what they did, but from a management standpoint, it was a mistake. They should have traded this pick. There could have been a half a dozen ball clubs right now that would have traded to that and gave them so much draft capital just to move back 5 or 6 slots, and they still could have got a defensive player.
Or a defensive player, like you said, is their biggest need, or even one of those top wide receivers is probably going to be on the board at 8, 9, or 10.
Without question, but they don't need the receiver yet.
Well, no, but that Julio Jones contract is something that they're.
I understand it, and there's a lot of rumor and speculation he might be going to the Bears, but I don't think that's going to happen. The Chicago Bears don't have enough cap space to go ahead and bring him in there. However, that is probably the only destination that even looks, viable. Atlanta, there's been talk that they would go ahead and eat a third, if not half of the contract, if they was to go to the Bears for literally minimal, nothing.
Yeah.
But you still don't need to draft a receiver. Atlanta's biggest needs on offense right now is a running back. They have tight ends, they have wide receivers, they have a quarterback, the offensive line is good. The defense they need to go ahead and address. And I'll tell you what, Ray.
Yeah.
They did draft the best player in this draft, but it was a mistake, in my opinion, from doing this because they could have traded back and they could have got so much capital for it.
100%.
Who's next on the list?
Next up, we have the Cincinnati Bengals picking number 5. Of course, we talk about the fact that Coach Zach Taylor's probably looking for some protection for Joe Burrow because it seemed like if he wasn't on his butt last year, he was making completions.
Okay, so he's going to get a little bit of protection. Who's he throwing the ball to? Again, here's another team that should be drafting back a couple of slots because they're going to be able to get one of the top 2 wide receivers, and they will get one of those.
You may actually see them.
Yep, and they can still get one of the tackles. They can get the kid from Northwestern or the kid from Oregon.
Yeah, and you got, of course, like I was just talking to Pat seriously, they're off air. Mark Slayer is, of course, breaking the news this afternoon, and it looks like Aaron Rodgers to Denver is almost all but a done deal. So Denver, they're picking at number 9. They're not maybe looking at that quarterback position. Maybe the Denver Broncos might consider possibly moving up to number 5 at Cincinnati and taking a defensive player if they do already have Aaron Rodgers in their back pocket, which I can't see. Again, Matt LaFleur and the Green Bay Packers to say, okay, we're going to ride our. We were in a NFC championship game where we lose to Tampa Bay this last year, but we're going to start Jordan Love as a second-year quarter or a third-year quarterback, and I just.
Let's be real here. Let's take Aaron Rodgers off this team.
Yeah.
You are now in full rebuild.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest.
Well, then you're behind Chicago, probably
behind Minnesota. Nah, I don't know. I mean, Chicago, it's. Look,
I'm on the fence about this team.
Are you throwing shade on me right now?
No, not at all, sir.
Just kidding, brother.
A little shade right here, sir.
There you go.
A little bit of shade.
It's like, hey,
You know, I am going to throw. You know,
over under.
no, I'm going to get. It's a definite over. You do know You do know that I like my steaks medium,
I
correct?
know, Pat and I owe you a steak now.
Oh
God
no.
darn it. Okay.
You, Pat,
Hey.
and about 8 other people.
Hey, Pat, let's do a double or nothing on a steak bet. Let's
No.
Oh, that the Bears trade up and get a quarterback.
No.
You want a little piece of that? You want to taste?
No, Andy Dalton's
wanna
their quarterback.
Oh, the Red Rocket is the. he's
Why, you
Chicago's
want to
starter.
bet that they're not going to go ahead and push up all the way to the top 10?
What, Chicago?
Yeah, over or under.
Let's see, where are they picking at right now? They're
20.
slotted at number 20. Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah, let me see that bad boy. Look at this, guys. The exact replica of the Buccaneers Super Bowl 55 championship ring right there. I don't know if
It's
y'all can
amazing
see
what
that.
you get out of a Cracker Jack box.
Oh, this ain't no Cracker Jack box right here. That's got some weight right there.
That's true. That's
yes.
true.
And the Bucs are going for 3, baby.
I think my
Pat,
buddy
it's
needs
stuck.
another Jameson.
It's stuck. I think I'm going to have to keep it.
Let's talk about Cincinnati.
Go ahead. Let's talk about Cincinnati. Jamar Chase.
They're talking
picked that
about
wide
Jamar
receiver
Chase
out
or
of
Penny
LSU.
Sewell. I'm also going to think defense here. Who's that big linebacker? The one that's been having problems.
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons.
Yes.
That's a possibility, but
He's a beast.
that's one of the players that I think they're going to fall down in the low 20s.
You think?
Yep.
Because of the attitude, the off the field issue.
Unfortunately.
Wow, because he is a.
But then
monster.
again, Oakland hasn't picked yet. They love problematic
They
players.
do love problem players, don't they?
Hey, do you mind if I have my water, please?
You can have
I'm
your
slightly
water.
parched.
There you go. It's a nice night out here at First Barn Grill.
Sun's out.
Guns out. Now, what'd you have to eat tonight? I saw a burger. Was that your burger?
Yeah, it was kind of. It was a good burger.
Wasn't as good as those grouper bites we had Sunday, though.
No, I had mahi bites
Oh, how
tonight
were
too.
they?
Oh my God, extraordinary.
Right here at First Barn Grill,
Yep,
huh?
yep.
Yeah, and I love it. I was walking around the parking lot, and it just brings me back. Of course, I talk about 20 years ago, 15 years ago, we used to have the Let's Talk Fishing parties out here in the original Ferg's room, which was basically that room now that's the to-go bar when you first walk in here. And then all the additions they've done on this place over the years. It's been incredible.
You have to pardon some of the noise.
Yeah.
That's my wife in the background.
Yeah. Oh, she started a fight. Oh, she's
Jesus.
fighting. Heels are off. Here we
You
go.
know, people always ask me what nationality she is.
Forget about it.
No, seriously. I always tell them she's Italian, Irish, and Jersey.
Oh, God.
There's a reason why I say that. And people out there understand what I mean when you mix Italian and Irish and then you throw the Jersey in
The
it.
side of Jersey. You know what? Lovable as a day is long. But
Loyal as the day is long.
But trouble from the get.
Yes, sir. And
Oh,
mean
definitely
as a hornet when she wants
She's
to be.
as sweet as a day is
Absolutely.
long.
Hell of a cook, too, bud.
Oh, yeah. But you're not so bad yourself.
And you know what else is even better? Her football knowledge is off the
Oh, I love
charts.
sitting with Jamie. We're talking about. She'll go, oh, look at them. They dropped it to a nickel defense, or they've got 5.
Oh my God, why are they running dime?
Yeah, why are they running a dime on 3rd and 1? And you're like, just loving it. Yeah, love
Yeah,
that
it was
stuff.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase, is that who you're taking?
Well, because of his associations with Joe Burrow, of course, they played at LSU together. Him and Joe Burrow had a cohesiveness that you see with your championship quarterbacks and your wide receivers. But again, you could have Jamar Chase there, a wide receiver, and knowing Joe Burrow and having that cohesiveness, like I said. But if he doesn't have time to get rid of that ball and he's constantly fighting for his life and getting up off the mat, I don't want to see this kid run into an Andrew Luck problem 2 or 3 years down the road.
I'm going to say Penny Sewell, and I'm going to go over on that. Penny Sewell, and you're saying Jamar Chase.
I think that Penny Sewell's like the one offensive lineman. He's a top 10 offensive lineman.
Leave us a comment out there. Who are the Cincinnati Bengals going to put? Who are they going to take? Are they going to go offensive tackle, or are they going to go wide receiver? Go ahead and put the comments in there, and just put in Cincinnati or just CIN. You can put OT or WR.
Or defense or offense, but you said tankle.
Who?
You said tankle.
I know. I had a half a beer. That's my limit.
That's your limit. I've had none yet. I haven't started yet.
Someone needs to go protect Rick. Jamie's on the loose.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, boy.
If that guy doesn't step down.
He has
walk
no
away.
clue.
He doesn't. It's like watching a bear.
Oh, boy.
It's like a bear going into a hornet's nest. You're like, I understand that the honey is there enticing you. But there's going to be a lot of stings. Oh, it was Rick that was there. Rick's in trouble. So let's see here.
Rick's in a lot of trouble.
Oh, look at that. Trevor Lawrence puts the Jets hat on for the first time. Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is putting a Jets hat on. What was that all
That
about?
wasn't Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, look who's coming up. Who's that?
Trey Lance. He goes number 3 overall to San Francisco.
You know what? Did you see the look on his face? That young man and his family is so proud. His mom and dad did such a good job. I heard his character is extraordinary.
Monopoly champion.
And an extraordinary student as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
He
definitely.
got his education.
And, here comes the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. So pick
And
number
here
5
come the picks.
of the first round. Pick is in.
With the 5th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
You were right.
No, Pat. Right. Wide
You
receiver.
were right. You're right.
They got the guys. They've been together. These two have played.
Now Joe Burrow has someone to throw to,
Yes.
but they have nobody to protect them.
But now you have the Dolphins on the clock at number 6. What's Miami even thinking about? They've got more picks in this draft. Who's true is that?
You know, I'll tell you what, Jamar Chase is coming out as a junior this year.
Might be. He's right behind you.
Jamar Chase come out as a junior this year, Ray. Solid hands. An extraordinary athlete too as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, the kid's phenomenal. Look at the size of this guy. He looks almost like Megatron. He's got this size.
And you know what? For as big as he is, his short area quickness is just off the charts.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good football.
You know, honestly, I could do without the sunglasses though.
Yeah.
I never understood, why do you wear your sunglasses at night?
So I
Get
can,
it?
so I can keep track of.
Oh boy. So who's up next? The Miami Dolphins?
Miami
Where's
Dolphins
their need?
are on.
We could say quarterback there.
Yeah, but you know they want to talk about getting a receiver, and you've got an Alabama, or you got 2 Alabama
This
receivers. Right
is
on.
where I'm going to say over and under that Miami trades out of this pick right now, and they pick up with some draft capital. This is where one of the teams from the 15th through 22 try to move up. This is my prediction. There's going to be a trade.
I predict it's going to be an Alabama wide receiver. And although I'd like to think it was going to be a Devontae Smith, of course, your Heisman Trophy winner, it may be Waddle.
Let me tell you something. Devontae Smith, that's a shame because he should have been the first receiver taken in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
That's just my opinion. You know, on the over and under last night when we were talking with it was Gary, you remember, and he was talking about Devonta Smith.
Yeah.
The guy's an extraordinary receiver.
Yes.
He is he's a playmaker. He catches and runs. That's it. He's not a catch and fall down guy.
No.
He doesn't remind me of that receiver from the New Orleans Saints.
Michael Thomas?
Yes.
Yeah.
The slant master, catch
Yeah,
fall.
Slant master.
Sorry, New Orleans fans, but we are on where? The Buck Report.
We're on a Bucs play, and so let's go ahead and work it back to this. So we play the Jets this upcoming season because we're playing the AFC East. Of course, we play the Falcons twice because they're in our division with the Buccaneers. We don't play Cincinnati, but the Dolphins we do play here at Raymond James Stadium. We're going to find out on May 12th what game that will be as far as when the Bucs host those Dolphins. They're stepbrothers from South Florida there. But on the board, you got Tua Tagliova here, quarterback. Flores is putting a great defense together for those Miami Dolphins. They've got 2 picks in the first round. Of course, they pick here at number 6. And, of course, they also pick down at, where's Miami's next pick? At number 18. So, yeah. So their needs are basically wide receiver, edge rusher, or offensive line. They could go Sewell.
They could. You know what? It'd be ridiculous for them not to, and the pick is in. I'm going to go ahead and read some of the comments real quick, okay?
For the pick, please.
Teresa Baxter, pick to Atlanta. Ethan English. Damn. Johnny Dean. I really did not want Pitts in Atlanta. Of course you did, because that's... But then again, you got nothing to worry about. They'll score 60. Tampa will beat them 62-60. They got no defense. Christopher Cole. He says they can't stop anyone. That is exactly what my point was. Rick Hughes says, great, now they can score 42 points per game but give up 45. Isn't that something that I just said?
Yes.
Rick, you got it. You can't copy me all the time now, Rick. I'm kidding you, buddy. Johnny Dean. Pitts has the highest draft grade of any player since 2014, right?
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
No, he's going to be the player of the draft. This guy, they compared him to who? The Kansas City tight end who played for Atlanta. What was his name? Antonio Gonzalez? No.
No, it was Antonio Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's it, Antonio Gonzalez.
Played also with the Falcons, of course, so they
Eugene,
know.
Eugene Thomas says, this is a great comment. Guess the trenches don't matter in Atlanta. My point exactly.
Yep.
Alan McTavish, Ray, your mic is low. Stage left mic is perfect. You know what the mic is? You got to talk into it just
it's
a little
also
bit.
turned down too. I've noticed that.
It is?
Now, if I go like this, I sound great. But if I go like this, I'm not sounding pretty good.
One moment, on the fly, we're going to actually fix this.
Here we go. So again, the Miami Dolphins on board number 6. Behind them at number 7 is Detroit Lions, another team there in the NFC Central or NFC North. And then, of course, right there. Oh, there you go. Perfect, Harry. Yeah. That's almost too much.
1 second. You want to look at this?
Yeah, we're going to go take it to commercial for a minute here so we can get some of our production notes here straight. And before we bring you that Miami Dolphins pick, it's in, but commissioner hasn't taken the podium yet. So go ahead and give us a commercial real quick, and we'll be right back.
We're going to be right back in 30. We're back.
You know, and thanks to DJ Mack out here. We get out here, he's already setting up. He's got the audio
DJ's
ran for us.
awesome.
He's bringing it in, brings Goodell in on every pick. Of course, there's the Dolphins fans starting to get a little crazy there in Cleveland.
Lynn Tabor says shorter shorts.
That's my mom.
Really?
We wear shorts.
I'm not going there. That was the Nair commercial.
Nair for short shorts?
Oh,
yeah,
my
it
God.
was.
Hey, copyright.
Oh, that's right.
Adam Padermo Rivera. Adam, how are you, my brother? Thank you for tuning in. You're the best. Pitt's going to Atlanta is pointless for the Falcons. They
Roger
need
Goodell's
defense.
going out with the pick now. The Miami Dolphins pick is in, the number 6 selection in the first round of the
so I'm
2021
wrong.
draft.
I thought they were going to drop back.
Yeah.
They're taking a tackle.
Sewell, Penny Sewell.
NFL draft. The Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle.
Who?
There you go, Jalen
The
Waddle.
other wide receiver.
Alabama wide receiver, yeah. So Devontae Smith still on the board.
What's up with all the sunglasses at night?
That's how you do it. When your future's so bright, you have to wear shades. But yeah, so far again. So let's go ahead and let's go over these picks again, if you will, real quick.
Sure.
Yeah. So hey, Jalen Waddle, big play pass catcher with drag racer acceleration and toughness at the catch point. Dangerous as a
Without
return
question.
man. I mean, this kid is strong. I mean, there's a reason why he goes down with injury. Devontae Smith steps in and wins the Heisman Trophy. Still has a great year. But I can't believe it. You know, some drafts had him projected going number 11. But of course, Miami Dolphins, they get Tua Tagovailoa, another receiver from Alabama, to come in here and play in South Florida this year. And of course, that puts the Detroit Lions now on the clock. Have yet to see a defensive player, have yet to see anyone in the trenches picked yet. So that's been a bit of a surprise.
Yep. Like I said, how many players are going to fall to the bottom of that first round?
No, I don't know.
And by
right
the
now.
way, still no Mac Jones being picked up yet. Did you guys hear me? No Mac Jones yet. Who's up?
Detroit Lions. And of course, Detroit Lions, Matt Stafford goes to the Los Angeles Rams. Jared Goff comes back across the country in Detroit under new coach, that new coach this year, Dan, what's his name, guys? Help me out in the comments here. Dan Campbell, new coach there in Detroit. So they're turning it around. Moving on from the Matt Patricia experiment, I suppose. Matt Patricia's back with New England. Bill Belichick talks about what it's like to have a cat like that back in the room, and the fact that he doesn't actually have an official coaching position. They've got him more like kind of defined as an offensive quality assistant. But I'm sure Matt Patricia, or is it defense? I'm sorry. Just filling in here. But now you got Detroit Lions. You know, Detroit's got a couple of needs here. Looks like wide receiver, linebacker, and safety. You might see Patrick Surtain II go right here at number 6 or number 7 to Detroit. They could definitely use the secondary.
You know what? I think they're going to go offense because they lost Galladay.
Yeah, Galladay now he's with New York Giants. Giants.
Well, who do they pick up?
Who, the Lions?
Yeah.
They go after Patrick Surtain II. They go after that cornerback.
But if they go offense, who would you pick?
I'd say offensive line.
There you go.
There's where your Sewell drops, hey? Let's see, Detroit Lions, last year they picked up Jeff Okudah, the cornerback in last year's draft in the first round. So you hate to see a team spending like that 2 years in a row in the secondary. especially when you still also still have some edge rush, a little interior defensive line, but those linebackers, you still have Micah Parsons on the board, you still have Quiddy Pay on the board. You know, this draft might come to the Buccaneers after all. I mean, we're sitting here in the catbird seat just waiting for the rest of the teams, the other 31 that are trying to catch the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2021. And as we're watching these draft picks starting to slot into the places and stuff, this draft's probably going to come right to Jason Light, and those Buccaneers going to make a great decision, number 32.
We're going to go back to some of the comments. Adam Padermo Rivera says, if the Giants land Devontae Smith, I'll be super stoked. You know, he's a huge Giants fan.
But the Galladay, they got the other wide receiver with Shepard still there, and you go out and get a first round like him. I don't know if Joe Judge is going to do that to this team.
Let me tell you something. I still think that Devontae Smith is the best receiver in this.
Yeah, well, I don't think.
And Adam, you should be excited if that does happen.
Well, the Carolina Panthers are on the board next.
So are they going to go defense or offense? I'm going to say they're going to go offense. They're going to go offensive tackle. They're going to go Penei Sewell here.
For Lions?
If I just keep saying Penei Sewell after every pick,
then you're going to be right one time.
I'm going to be right just one
time. Oh, at least once. I'm going to say that. I don't know about Detroit right now, but I'll tell you
Adam
what.
says, I think Detroit will pick Smith, though. Christopher Cole says, here's the first defensive player. You could be right.
Definitely ready to go defense, of course. That was one of their big bugaboos last year, and they couldn't keep Matt Stafford up, which now that they've got Jared Goff there at center, you know, it's not going to make it any better. It's not going to, if you've got problems protecting your quarterback and giving him time to throw, you know, you didn't go from Jameis Winston to Tom Brady, someone who gets rid of the ball faster. I mean, Matt Stafford had a quick release. So, I mean, the offensive line is definitely still a glaring need there in Detroit.
You know, but if they do pick Penei Sewell, another kid that's coming out in his junior year.
Yeah.
Big, 6'6", 6'5", 6'6", weighs about 3 1/4, good footwork.
Yeah.
I mean, his power is almost like a bulldozer in the run game.
Strong.
It's just extremely strong.
Yes.
I just don't know how good he's going to be in pass protection, even though all the scouts have him as very, very smooth footwork, and I didn't see that. Well, I see his feet, when I watched him, very spread out, and you can kind of get a lot of leverage up underneath him, especially with a lot of swim moves.
Right.
But then again...
But he's country strong. I mean, the kid is just big.
Yep. And where they play, you know, I mean... The one thing I'm going to honestly say, where he plays, a lot of those quarterbacks are one-read quarterbacks. So you're not really having to hold that pass protection for as long.
Yeah.
That's why I personally like the young man out of Northwestern.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
A lot more deep reads.
Looking for a name?
Well, yeah, I always look for names. My mind's a little clouded.
Johnny Jabroni.
Yeah, the Jabroni.
The Jabrones. Let's see here. I'm going to tell you who it is. You said out of Northwestern, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, it's Rashawn Slater. Detroit Lions pick is in. They're all celebrating like they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I love that.
See, look at them. They're all excited. You know what? Is it Devontae Smith? How do you celebrate? Look at the celebration going on.
Hold on. We have to bring someone in right here. Joshua, I just want you to know we can't hear you very well, but I know your draft board isn't looking so pretty, especially after pick 3, Mr. Mac Jones. I think you owe me a steak dinner too, don't you?
Ahoy, mateys! How are we?
Oh, no, just shake your head up and down. Just say I was right.
Yes, there you go. Look how good he looks. Now, he's in front of the pirate ship.
You look awesome. Are you in the pirate ship?
Right in front.
Oh, my God. Check him out, guys.
He's actually in the pirate ship.
You're in the pirate ship.
Ladies and gentlemen, where else are you going to get on draft night at Raymond James, Joshua Cole Allen from the Audible, from the Bucs Report, live and bringing it to you from the ship at Raymond James. Love it, brother.
It's unbelievable, brother. Look at that. Hey, the Lions are selecting.
Lions
Hold on.
Hold
Here
on.
we go. I'm going to say they're going to go Penei Sewell. Josh, you agree?
You would be right.
They're showing him. Look up there.
I
can't hear you.
There it is, Penei Sewell.
It is. Hey, give it to the Greek.
They get the protection. They
give
got
it to the Greek
protection.
and give it the Ray.
Yeah.
Would you like to go double or nothing on the next pick there, Mr. Josh?
No, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here at number 8. I think Rashawn Slater is in play. Also potentially a trade down. Maybe that takes up. It's going to be, this draft so far has kind of gone the way I thought it would go. I thought number 7 might be a prime spot for someone to trade, but after they didn't trade out of 7,
he's making a lot of sense.
31 game. Oh, hold on.
Josh, for some reason we're losing. Oh my God, look at that view. Josh, we're going to have to cut loose from you, bro, because we can't hear you that well here. And, man, Go ahead and check back in here in a few
It's
minutes.
lit over there. Beautiful
Josh,
shot,
you look awesome,
JCA.
brother. Deuces, my
Thanks,
brother. See you later. Are you having fun? Give me a thumbs up.
Yeah.
And you do know I like my steaks medium, right?
I got
Never gonna live that one down.
There you go.
Never gonna live that one down.
The great Joshua Cole Allen live with Bucs Report
At Raymond James Stadium. Ray J.
Not only just at Ray J, he's in the pirate ship, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua, have a great day, buddy. Hey, give me the W. Eat a W for me. Come on. There you go. I love Josh. That was awesome.
In the pirate ship, love that.
Have you ever been in the pirate ship?
Oh yeah.
I've never been in the pirate ship.
I broke in the pirate ship. Had a good time up there.
Did you really?
No, it's just
You want to tell us a story about it?
I don't know his name. It was he was a good friend of mine. He works in the club over there, and he got me up in the ship, gave me the tour.
Meanwhile, back
thanks,
at the
my boy.
ranch.
Oh, it's getting. Oh wait, is it after 10 o'clock?
It's getting hot in here.
Woo, so take off all those clothes.
Nope.
So yeah, now we got of course, the Carolina Panthers are now on the board, and they've got everything open to them. They've got Sam Darnold at quarterback now. Of course, they still have Christian McCaffrey at running back. They, linebacker is in need. Offensive line is in need.
I'm going to give a deep pick.
Go ahead.
They're
Panthers.
trading back.
You think so?
Yep. Who's still available at quarterback? Which top tier quarterbacks are still
Mac
sitting
Jones is sitting right there.
Who was that, sir?
Mac Jones.
One more time.
Mac Jones.
Okay, who else?
Justin Fields.
You got it.
Yeah, I got a couple of quarterbacks.
I think I may have mentioned, I hate to pound my chest and gloat about this. I said they weren't going in the top 5.
Yeah. No, you did. You did. So far, it's slotted out. There's really been no surprise yet. I mean, Penny Sewell still being there for the Miami Dolphins to take it number 6, or no, for the Detroit Lions take it number 7. Shores up that offensive line there in the NFC North. And of course, the Carolina Panthers. I guarantee you their phone is ringing off the hook right now. I guarantee you right now, Matt Rule they're at least taking quite a few calls.
I want to thank everybody for joining us so far. We're not going anywhere. We're just going to go on a 30-second break. We're going to go ahead and play musical chairs here. This is the way we're rolling. We're at Ferg's Bar and Grill here in St. Pete. We're doing a live draft show in 2021. That's Tampa Bay Ray, Best of the Bay. I'm Harry the Greek. Rick Hughes, we're bringing it to you live. We'll be right back in 30. We're back.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, sir.
Awesome. The pick is in for the Panthers.
Yes, it is. Hey, did you hear that I don't have to buy steaks?
Yes, I did hear.
I'm going to do that about every 5 minutes.
You're going to mention the fact that you
Absolutely.
chest thump.
No.
Is that
Yes, it's a chest thump. Can I do it just once?
Well, you said every 5 minutes. I'm messing with you.
Actually, I
Matt.
did predict that Penny Sewell was going to go in this last pick.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Very
You know
nice.
why? Because I guessed the last 3 picks: Penny Sewell. He had to go there. Okay. I mean,
You're saying 3 times in a row.
that we won't do the other.
Right. Yes, because he was about this point in the draft, if I remember correctly. So the pick is in for Carolina, and by the way, I just had some amazing mahi bites, blackened mahi.
I had
bites.
those as well. That's what I ate
Yeah,
tonight with the
that's
burger
right,
as
with
well.
the blackened.
They were just superb, not fishy or anything.
No, that was great.
And I think I seen you eat a little broccoli with that.
Nope.
What was that?
No, I just had the bites.
Oh, and by the way, you can go back to the comments. I took you out of there.
You took, okay, yeah.
Oh, I took you out of
Yeah,
right there. And I left a comment up there on the last one so that we can go ahead and reverse, so we can go through where we were at.
Okay, here we go.
You know, Rick, I honestly think that there could be a possibility, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I think Carolina's going to take this down to the deadline because I honestly
Well,
believe.
they've already got the pick in.
Yeah, that's true. I thought they might move backwards, though.
Yeah, no, it's. You know what's funny is everybody kept saying there's going to be all these trades. Yeah, guess what? Oops.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, hope you took the under on trades.
I didn't play that.
Yeah, good.
But I know one thing I didn't take.
What's that?
Mac Jones going to Frisco.
Now, my question is this. Now, I would tend to think you want to get some protection here for Sam Darnold.
Yes, and they have that big tackle from Northwestern. I'm trying to remember the young man's name. I think it's right here. Nope. Oh, hang on, the pick's in.
Let's see who they choose. 8th overall.
They might go Patrick Surtain here.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn.
Oh, they did take the cornerback, but they did. And you know what? I got to give a shout out to somebody right now.
Who's that?
Jacob Charnow.
Oh, really?
He didn't say it publicly. He was talking to me about this, that he thought that Jason Horn was the top corner in the draft when everybody had Patrick Surtain. Now, he may have had that in his mock draft. I'm not sure.
Excellent. Way to go, Jacob. That's why he's the smartest one in the group.
You know what? I would love for someone to go ahead and leave a comment. If someone can go to buckreport.com and take a look and see what Jacob Charnow, where he had J.C. Horn rated. Did he have him ahead or behind Patrick Surtain in his mock draft? That would be pretty interesting to find out. And I'll tell you what.
That's a surprise to me because, they've got a lot of, there's a lot that they need to do, and cornerback was definitely something that they needed to shore up, and they also really needed to shore up offensive tackle. And you've got your brand new quarterback. You really need to take care of that guy. And what are they? I mean, they're going to have to find a way to do that, or you're going to end up in the exact same situation that you were last year. I mean, if you can't protect the quarterback, you can't protect the quarterback.
The thing I really like about J.C. Horn, he'll stick his nose into the backfield and he'll play the run. He's a solid man-up corner. He's got extraordinary feet. He's a great athlete, and I'll tell you what.
I'm sure that makes Sam Darnold feel much better.
Well,
I mean, my point being.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, my point being, Sam Darnold is. Wait, what?
They have two really good wide receivers. They have a decent tight end, but they need a running back. And this was too early for them to draft
they need
a running back.
That's
true.
They need a tackle, and that's.
But I'll tell you what, Carolina, they just got themselves a hell of a corner in this draft.
According to Jacob Charnow, he's the guy. So,
yes, he is.
All right, way to go. Way to go. So next up is the Broncos. Now the Broncos, I think it's funny. This is an interesting pick to me, and guys, I want you guys throw into the chat who you think the Broncos are picking. I am a little thrown by that.
I'm going to say Rashawn Slater.
They need linebackers. They need cornerbacks. You think who?
Rashawn Slater.
Okay.
The tackle from Northwestern.
Okay.
I think they need a little bit of help there. However, now, and I'm going on a limb saying they're going to pick offense, especially with a defensive-minded head coach.
Well, they just got Bridgewater.
Correct.
So, I don't know. But, I mean, they need a line. They're weak at linebacker. They're weak at cornerback.
Can I take two picks here?
Can you take two?
Can I take two? I mean, Rashawn Slater and or Patrick Surtain. I'm going to say either one of those two players. If they go defense, it'll be Patrick Surtain. If they go offense, they're going to take Rashawn Slater. And I'll tell you what, a lot of people had Rashawn Slater picked ahead of Penei Sewell in this draft. It just depends on which scout you were talking to.
Okay. All right. That could be. Could be. I mean, I'm not quite as sure as you are about that. I mean, And
they still have Micah Parsons out there. That kid's a stud, but I think he's falling deep into the first round because of the character issues that he's been having.
I think this could be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I'm sure I'm saying his name wrong. Koramoah. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
I cannot pronounce his name twice.
I think that's how you say it, and I think that might be who they're going with. But let's see. I'm looking at my board. I'm looking at what I have out here. Let's see what the deal is. You guys, what do you guys think out there? Come on. What are you guys seeing?
Why don't you go ahead and go to some of the comments? They might actually say
that's
something.
What I'm looking at the comments, and nobody's talking about it.
What do you mean nobody's talking about it? We gave them a whole bunch of over and unders. What's wrong with you guys? You got to bring it.
I know. What the heck, guys? Come on.
Put the popcorn down and start typing. Let's go.
Yeah, come on. I want to know who you think is going now to Denver.
You missed it just a few minutes ago. We had Joshua Cole Allen coming on. You know where he was at?
Where?
Not only is he at the stadium,
No, the people out there can hear him. We can't hear him very well, but I was doing a really good job of this. Really?
Okay.
But no, you know what the funny thing was?
What?
He was not only at the stadium, he was in the pirate ship, and he was giving us a tour of the pirate ship.
Oh, awesome.
It was absolutely phenomenal.
That's awesome.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, he also said he's got to buy me a steak dinner
Why does he have to buy your steak dinner?
because he had Mac Jones going to San Francisco as well.
Come on.
They all did.
Come on.
Who was that played you in, what was that? Was it?
Nick Citro.
Oh, that was Nick
Fantasy
Citro.
football, yeah. It was Nick Citro in fantasy football.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Talk trash. Nick came in. Nick
Don't
tried to
play
come on
the old.
earlier.
Hey, don't play the old men.
Yeah, Nick tried to come on earlier, and I'm sorry we couldn't speak to him.
Oh, Nick did try to come on?
Yeah, he tried to come on earlier, and we couldn't hear him. So,
Oh, there's
yeah.
Tom Brady. Mark Wahlberg, Michael Strahan, Kay Adams, Deion Sanders, and Kevin Hart.
So question, guys, out here in chat. I want to know what you guys. Let's see, the Den going defiance or defense. Okay, Denver going defense. Teresa. Okay, who on defense? That's the question. Who on defense? So I mean, I'm interested in hearing this. You know, I know apparently it's a reach here. What I'm saying or my guess, based on what I'm seeing, but.
Well, your best available players right now are wide receiver Devontae Smith, quarterback Justin Fields, the cornerback Patrick Surtain, the tackle Rashawn Slater.
Well, we all know who. Now I've said, and now that I've butchered his name, I've talked to you about Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa.
Can you say that twice?
I can't say it once.
Okay, that's good.
Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa. Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa.
Okay, that's it. Folks, she's better than me.
I'll never do it right again. And I probably did it wrong both times that time. So.
Oh, wow. Denver acquired Teddy Bridgewater with a trade with the Panthers for a 6th round pick.
Yeah, it was a salary dump.
What a steal.
It was a salary dump. That's what it was. It was a salary.
I understand it's a salary dump. But you couldn't get a 3rd round pick for him?
Yeah.
The guy can still play.
Yeah.
Denver didn't trade back because the pick is in.
Yep.
Who are they taking? I'm going to say
remember
Patrick.
all the talk, there's going to be all these trades, there's going to be all these trades. You know, I don't get a lot right, but on occasion, I did say there were not going to be many trades tonight.
I didn't really say anything,
Yeah.
but I thought there would have been already 1 or 2 already.
Yeah, I got lucky, that's all. They all happened before the draft, I guess. That's kind of what it is.
Rashawn Slater's going here and or Patrick Surtain if they go defense.
You're probably right. I said Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa.
Oh, Lord.
I am certain I'm saying that name wrong.
No, you're not. You can say
let's
Jeremiah.
bring Joshua Cole Allen in here,
You
even though
can't.
we cannot hear him.
Just smile at him. Hi, Josh.
I'm here with a couple real life Buccaneers here.
Oh, my God, they got him held up, folks. Oh, he needs. Oh, you want to be held up there. I understand. All right, let's see where they are. There you go, Josh.
Awesome, Joshua.
Hey, Josh,
Very
that's what
cool.
happens when you don't pay your debts to me with my steak. You see, I sent them for you, buddy.
They got a cool little map right
Awesome.
here.
Very cool. Very cool.
The pick is in.
All
The
right.
commissioner's coming up.
Yeah, here we go with Denver's pick. We will find out shortly.
Wow, it's
Yet
getting
another
loud
one.
in here.
With the 9th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain.
I told you. I told you. There you go. I love it.
He says them 4 times in a row.
No, twice.
All right, brother.
You know what?
So Patrick Surtain.
I had Patrick Surtain. He ran a 4.440. This guy can stick his nose in the backfield. He's an extraordinary athlete. He plays the run really well, and he's really good on pass defense as well. And you know what? His father, Patrick Surtain Sr., he was a 2-time Pro Bowler. And I'm going to tell you right now, this young man has the capabilities, Rick, of actually having a better career than his father.
Wow.
And he's going to be in the right system, especially with Denver's defense.
All right. Well, kind of like a certain safety that came to Tampa last year has the bloodline and the lineage.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you're going to see the same thing here.
You could.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. He had a career high of 12
12 pass breaks up in 2020.
All right.
You know, good-looking
Very
kid too.
Very cool. I mean, you can see he's excited about it. So
Yes, he is.
good for
Yes, he
him.
is.
Good for him.
Patrick Surtain.
All right, there you go.
He
Patrick
looks happy.
Surtain. Now,
We're going to go ahead and get Ray Kennedy back in here.
all right, come on, Ray. Come on back up, brother.
You want to go to a 30?
Yeah, we'll be right back, guys. We're going to go to 30-second commercial and bring Ray back up. The banner that somebody turned on about the phone calls, since that's not working. All right, we got that out of the way here. All
So
right.
Dallas is on the clock.
Cowboys are on the clock. And, I mean, what do you think about the Surtain pick? Harry was happy.
That's a solid pick for Denver to get that help in the secondary. They've got a tough division. They got Justin Herbert's coming up. They've got the Raiders, which may get their act together at some point. Can't go wrong with that pick. I think it still leaves a question of what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Is there any truth to what Mark Schlereth was reporting that Aaron Rodgers to Denver because, you know, he got some red backside this week? I just still can't see Green Bay.
This is what Aaron Rodgers did. Aaron Rodgers said, I know how to make the Packers picks and get me some help.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw this threat out right now, and then the Packers will call him up and say, all right, we'll get you somebody.
Yeah.
That's probably what went down. He was using what leverage he had to try to get as much help as he could. So that's what I think happened. But in the meantime, we got the Cowboys up now. The Cowboys, the thing with the Cowboys is they need just about everything. I mean, they need a lot when it comes to, they need cornerback, offensive tackle, edge rusher, tight end. They still kind of need interior defensive line, offensive line.
You got
cornerback, safety. I mean,
Dak Prescott coming back from that gruesome ankle injury in 2020. Of course, last year in the first round, they take CeeDee Lamb out of Alabama, the wide receiver. He has a pretty good year there in Dallas, so, you know, it gives Andy Dalton, who was with the Cowboys last year, of course, he's with the Bears going into 2021. But, I mean, this might be where we start seeing one of our first defensive edge rushers or one of those linemen or maybe one of those linebackers because, you know, Cowboys have been trying to, of course, they always talk about they need help with the offensive line, too, which I think it's funny because the narrative on the Cowboys for a couple of years there was they got the best offensive line in the entire National Football League. Just never saw that come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. Jerry Jones has a penchant for just drafting sexy players.
Yeah.
You know, he likes the sexy position players. The quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. He likes the guys that are going to sell tickets. He's not the guy who is willing to sacrifice or use a pick just to get through it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because what was the big thing last year? It was the quarterback the Cowboys were interested in. Remember that a couple of years back when the Cowboys, Jerry Jones wanted to move on Johnny Manziel. Of course, Johnny Manziel.
What?
Oh, there's a trade.
Okay, Philadelphia
has jumped up to that 10 position.
They traded in their own division.
They
traded in their own division.
They're going to go get the quarterback.
No,
Guess who? Guess who?
Justin Fields.
Probably.
Justin Fields. I don't know that they're going to go get a quarterback.
Well, who do the Eagles have at quarterback now? Jordan Love. No, Jordan Love's at Green Bay. I'm sorry. Hurts. Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts.
So
they're not going to get a quarterback. They got Jalen Hurts.
Of course, they just moved on from Wentz.
Trade all the way to 10 and not get a quarterback.
Unless you're going after Devontae Smith.
That's who I think.
Wide receiver.
That's who I think it could be.
I mean, that's, of course, you know, the Deshaun Jackson's no longer with the Eagles. He was not the deep threat they were hoping he would come back and be for the...
Devontae Smith. That's our guess. Devontae Smith. So we'll see.
So the Eagles have another 2.5 minutes on the clock.
So Dallas received the 10th overall pick. Dallas received the 12th overall pick. So they only moved down 2 spots.
Yeah.
There's only 2 spots.
Wide receiver Devontae Smith.
That's what we just said. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where I'd go.
I think you're right.
I mean, as far as with the Eagles and the situation they're in. Now, if you're talking about right behind the Eagles now at number 11's New York Giants, now you start to go, okay, does Joe Judge go out there and get that defensive player and really start fortifying that Giants defense?
That's just crazy that they did that within their own division.
Yeah, you don't see that because, we were talking about the fact that, when we were talking about that maybe the Carolina Panthers might have that number 8 pick out there. And, we had to talk about it, even though we didn't think the Bucs would go up to number 8 because there's no player we coveted that strongly in this draft. But we're like, they wouldn't trade with us because they wouldn't give us another team in their division. So whatever the Eagles offered the Cowboys, it must have been it was sweet enough to make Jerry and Stephen Jones sit up and take notice.
Well, they moved down 2 picks, and then I didn't see it. They cut it off the screen before I could see what the other pick was.
They might have.
They picked up another pick. They moved down 2 spots.
Which, being that both teams are from the NFC least, even if you're saying, well, we'll trade you for your first-round pick next year and you can swap with us because Dallas feels like they're in a position with a healthy Dak Prescott and a Zeke Elliott and, maybe they come back and they want to have a better year and they're maybe hoping that the Philadelphia Eagles are still 2 years away, so maybe they swap first picks next year. Or first-round picks next year.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's amazing to me. I mean, that division is... Now, you got to listen close here.
Right.
It's a Fuster Club.
Okay. I'm glad you said that, not me. Because it's not even 9:30 yet. No, I'm kidding.
No, I know,
I kid with you.
But it's that's a mess.
So going back, while we're waiting here for who the Eagles are picking up here. Even in this mock draft, the Sports Illustrated mock draft, it's one of the last ones I looked at this week, and believe it or not, they had the Eagles taking Devontae Smith at number 12. But of course, now they're at number 10, having swapped picks with Dallas Cowboys. And because
who is it that they traded in front of?
At number 11 is the Giants, another NFC East team.
Who is it that they think the Giants is going to take? That would have been their guy. So the Giants need a wide receiver, so that makes sense. It's
but the Giants just signed Galladay, and they also just signed.
I think it's going to be Devontae Smith.
I think it's just like last year when Jason Light trades. They swapped 6th and 7th round picks with the 49ers so we can move up 1 spot to take Tristan Wirfs. Even though we didn't think Tristan Wirfs was on the Niners radar, we thought that their phone was ringing and the Bucs might have been
thankfully they got him.
They did it. Yeah, they moved on that, which was a great, phenomenal move this morning. Yeah, he's got the television up there. The pick is in, so.
Yeah, I'm thinking Devontae Smith, and the reason they did that is they wanted to move in front of the Giants, who also need wide receivers.
Yeah, I mean, I know a bunch of Giants fans, and they're pretty sure that wide receiver wasn't going to be the pick there. But I'll bet you there was a team or two out there that was looking to move up there. Of course, like Pat was talking about a minute ago, starting to look like that quarterback's going to fall to New England at number 15. And Bill Belichick, of course, Bill Belichick has a great relationship with Nick Saban. They're like best friends.
Daniel Jones, the real deal. We'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah, we'll see what the pick is.
Right now we've got a mess here in Philadelphia.
It's Devontae Smith.
You got a mess in Philadelphia, a mess in New York with the Giants, and a mess with Dallas. They're all colliding right now.
10, 11, and 12.
Yeah. It's kind of funny.
Here it comes. After this, we'll have down.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 10th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles.
All right, here we go. Here is the
With the 10th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith.
Yeah, it's a move.
I think the Giants, would have taken it.
You think?
Yeah, I think the Giants would take it. They got to need a wide receiver. It's one of their greater needs.
Well, there's a reason, yeah. The reason why the Eagles jumped ahead to 10 and they traded with Dallas, and Dallas moved down to 12, was because they probably figured that the Giants, or at least the Giants' phone might have been ringing for a team. Because Dallas has CeeDee Lamb. Dallas has...
Dallas is going to be able to get the guy that they want
at 12.
So,
and of course, like I said, this draft had Dallas Cowboys taking Patrick Surtain. Of course, Surtain goes to Denver now. And then the other cornerback's off the board. You know who's still up there? I see who Dallas is going after. Dallas goes after the offensive lineman Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern.
I was wondering. I mean, I'm surprised he's not gone yet.
Well, no, and then the Giants, they took Andrew Thomas out of Georgia last year. They've got Nate Sauter over on the right side, so their offensive line is not in need. So that tells me that Rashawn Slater, and of course offensive line, was one of those big needs for the Dallas Cowboys. So now you've got the New York Giants on the clock.
Okay.
And
well, it's not a Dallas Cowboy kind of thing.
No.
It's not, I mean, to draft a lineman, but that doesn't mean they're not going to do it.
No.
I mean, it's maybe Jerry Jones, maybe Jerry Jones is going to be un-Jerry Jones-like and actually do that. But right now, but the question then goes to the Giants now, because the Giants just lost the wide receiver right. They were looking for. I mean, they need a linebacker, they need edge rusher.
Joe Judge, he's a defensive-minded coach, and he's putting together a pretty good team there in New York.
Yeah. So where do you think they're going?
Well, I had him here. I had him slated here, taking Jalen Waddle, who's not on the board anymore.
That ain't happening.
You know what? It might be time to get up in that linebacker. I think that New York, they could go after a linebacker. You got Kwity Page. They need a linebacker.
Yeah.
You've got Kwity Page, the edge rusher from Michigan. You've also got, who else do you still have on the board? Oh, you still have the linebacker out of Notre Dame, Jeremiah Owasu.
Owasu Koromoa.
Yeah.
I think I said that right.
Yeah,
Koromoa.
Cornucopia. And you still have Caleb Farley. And no one's even talking about those two runbacks, Najee Harris as well as Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Still on the board there.
Travis Etienne, I think, those guys are running backs are going late. It's just not, I don't see it happening. Although what's funny is I think running back, I think they are very good running backs. I think Najee Harris is underrated.
Yeah?
Yeah, I believe Najee Harris is going to be, I think he's going to be something.
Yeah,
and that's why if he went to the Bucs, I think he's one of the few guys who actually would get playing time.
Yeah, because he also has the hands out of the backfield as well as the blocking and the running.
Yeah.
I mean, more of a complete runner.
Yeah.
Well-rounded.
Yeah. But somebody, at some point there's going to be a reach here with somebody like that. You're going to see a Najee Harris or somebody go early. It's not going to be the Giants because...
Right.
Saquon
Barkley, right? Coming back off injury this year.
It's not going to be Dallas.
No, it's got. I think I'm going to say linebacker. I'm not.
I agree, and I agree with you about Jeremiah
Owasu
The
Cornucopia.
Bears just traded up.
What?
The Bears just traded up.
Wow.
Okay.
There you
the Bears
go.
have traded up into that spot for the Giants. Okay.
And that's the reason why the Cowboys and the Eagles made that trade, because there was a team looking to move up to that spot.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Harry, why don't you come up here since it's the Bears?
Oh, here we go.
All right, guys, I'm going to go to a 30-second commercial just so Harry can hop in here. Hold on.
And of course, the irony is, you say Justin Fields, and we talked about that's exactly the type of player that they're not going to look to get. They just had Mitch Trubisky.
Yep. You know what? I don't even know what to say. The pick is in.
Chicago moves up, trade their 2022 first-round pick. They swapped with first-rounders this year. They gave them some picks. They're definitely moving on a quarterback.
This is the desperation move.
This is like me grabbing another 20 over at the horse track and trying to lay down a couple of boxes to make back the money I lost. It's a reach.
I'm going to probably say at this point, Mac Jones.
Not going to be Craig Newsome II at a cornerback out of Northwestern, which is where I had them slated going at number 50 or number 20.
Could be Mac Jones.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, why is Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace going to go after a mobile quarterback when they just had a mobile quarterback whose time in Chicago had come to an end?
So what did they actually give up for him?
They swapped picks this year, so they gave up their 20 to move to 11. They gave up their first rounder next year and their second rounder this year.
Wow. That's an awful lot of picks.
Well,
it's a desperation move, because I'm going to tell you right now, they didn't re-extend. They only extended Matt Nagy and Adam Gase.
1 more year.
1 year. That's it.
Yeah. Well,
and you ready for this? They said that neither one of these two had any input on what quarterback they were going to take this year. How about that?
Oh, I remember you said that last night. That's right.
So apparently this came from above them.
Here we go. Chicago, the pick is in. The commissioner's walking to the podium. And we're going to find out who the Chicago Bears are going to take with the traded pick. They move up to number 11.
Through this year's draftathon, the NFL is supporting
And again, another team in the NFC East. These teams are trading with each
by
other.
focusing on the critical issues of mental health, food insecurity, health disparities, and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen in communities of color, indigenous communities, and for older.
You know, I will tell you this.
Americans.
They all said that the Bears were going to try to move up to get Justin Fields. Adam Johns from the Chicago Tribune and David Hoff from the Sun-Times actually did say that was the biggest rumor that was going around. They weren't going to go ahead and try to get all the way up to 3 or 4 to do that.
Just that.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
the bottom line is one of these two quarterbacks were going to fall to them anyway. They gave up way too much for this.
Yeah, it almost.
One of the two. New England's the other team that needs a quarterback in here.
Well, you know, I'm not going to say it, but Chicago has a history of trading up when they don't need to grab a quarterback.
Tell me about it.
Bears, and it will open in 2022. Congratulations, Carlos, and please take it away with the Bears selection.
Here we go.
All these NFC East teams trading with each other is crazy.
Well, how exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Mac Jones.
the My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
There you go, Justin Fields.
Good athlete, good arm strength, very, very, very long delivery.
Tough kid.
But a very long delivery.
Yeah, but I tell you what, he's got his head on straight. He has a great pro day. Just runs that 4.4, 5.40. Just an incredibly gifted athlete. Love moving to his left, throws the ball. Kind of reminds, I hate to use the terms, but a little bit Patrick Mahomes-esque, if you will, moving pocket, quarterback throwing on the run.
I need this.
Yeah.
I definitely need this.
Wow, 2020 Bob Greasy, Drew Brees, Big Ten quarterback of the year. I didn't know Drew Brees had an award
without
named
trying to
after
sound
him
so
in the
gross,
Big
I think
Ten.
I'm going to throw up in my mouth.
For Justin Fields?
Yeah.
Who's on the clock now?
I have. Does it matter?
Yeah, number 12, it's going to be the Dallas Cowboys, who traded with the Philadelphia Eagles
I'm
to
only
move
kidding
back.
you. He's a Chicago Bear now. I'm going to support him. He's got to work with his mechanics a little bit. He's got to get a little bit of a better arm delivery. But I'll tell you one thing about this young man. Under Urban Meyer, is a hell of a winner.
Yeah.
Okay. The guy is a flat-out baller. He knows how to win football games.
Yeah, and I got to say, Dallas Cowboys probably going to go offensive line here. I definitely see offensive line. Oh, no, not really.
I just don't understand why the Chicago Bears had to move this far up to go get Justin Fields.
This might be where, I don't know. Why did they move and give up so much to do it, too? But, we're not in the room. There's a reason why the guys that are in the room, they've done their evaluations, they have their board, they know what players they covet. All season, we're trying to figure out, when they let Mitch Trubisky be Mitch Trubisky, he seemed to have a little bit more success there in Chicago. When they tried to make him be something he wasn't is when they had their struggles. They move on from Mitch Trubisky now, and they go ahead and they draft Justin Fields out of Ohio State. I mean, you got to like the kid. He's a good player.
Yeah, he is.
But
He's definitely good. Listen, his athleticism. Look, the kid can jump out the gym.
Yeah.
Okay, flat out jump out of the gym. The knock on him is his delivery with the football. That's it. I don't know why they got rid of Mitch Trubisky. two identical type of players, with the exception that Mitch has a much better delivery
Shorter
with
release.
the football.
Yeah, quicker
and
release.
a much shorter release.
Some teams make the same mistakes over and over again.
Yes, they do. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know what? Man, I don't know why I keep looking at Quiddy Page still sitting on that board, and I think about the Dallas Cowboys, that defensive line help they could use, that edge rush. Of course, Quiddy Page, the great edge rusher coming at you out of Michigan.
Yeah, that's true. Where did Rick Hughes go?
I have no idea. He probably went to find a Dallas Cowboy fan to bring on. And we got fans from every team. I saw Chicago over here. Got the Giants sitting right in front of us. I saw a bunch. You got a big Dolphins party going on the deck back here playing pool. Great night to be out here at Ferg's. Great draft night. Good night to come down here. If you guys haven't been down here lately, especially, coming out of 2020, getting to a better place, and the food down here is phenomenal. Oh God, I can't even talk about that food anymore.
I'm going to go to the comments. Rick Hughes says, wow, I'm assuming he's talking about the Fields trade.
Maybe.
The second one's going to be Christopher Cole. That's a huge mistake, Chris. I probably almost agree with you. Rick Hughes says, mortgaging the future for one of these guys. That's absolutely correct. Rick Hughes, again, if they draft defense, I would have even have words for how stupid that is here, is they gave us next year's #1 pick. Ari Moses says, Bears should have just traded for Jameis.
Oh.
I would have liked that pick better. Rick Hughes, it's going to be Fields. Yes, it was. Teresa Baxter says, Chicago picks Fields. Ari Moses says, bold strategy. Teresa, again, he's just down the road for me. I should go over. Ari Moses, Cowboys need a linebacker. And Christopher Cole says they gave up a ton. They sure did. They give up a ton every time they move up.
They did.
I think they gave up more for this than they did when they went from 3 to 2 for Trubisky.
Oh, yeah. And that was only one place. And God, people said that he still would have been on the board for them later in that round too.
David Searles, the Cowboys selected Micah Parsons.
So there they go. They go after their linebacker, like they were saying.
Yep. Now this kid is a stud, absolute stud. He should have been a top 10 pick.
Well, they haven't selected him yet, but maybe they saw something. I mean, it's not official yet, but they might have saw him talking to his family. I know they showed Steven and Jerry Jones there in the fully vaccinated Dallas Cowboy war room. And whoever they were talking to, they were happy. They got their guy. They got the guy that they swap, of course, with Philadelphia. Philadelphia jumps 2 ahead. I don't know what the deal was with that trade. And then you see the Dallas Cowboys. I just don't get it. It's crazy. We knew that.
And here comes the commissioner. It's a very tense moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the pick.
Please stand. Linebacker.
Appears to be some more fun coming up on the stage.
Through Draft-a-thon, we're partnering with Mental Health America to support resources for those.
So do you think it's going to be Micah Parsons or Quiddy Pay?
Man, I like Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is more talented. He should have went number 8, should have been top 10. To grab him now at this spot, they got a value pick on that, and it's definitely a need for them.
What about Quiddy?
Licensed social worker.
Two beasts of the same ilk, but I like Micah Parsons as far as a pure linebacker position, playing at Dallas. They got the guy Steve Lee announced his retirement this week.
Micah Parsons reminds me of a Roquan Smith, but not as fast.
Size. Yeah, he's big.
But not as fast.
He loves to make contact.
But Roquan's a little smaller. He's more of that cat.
Right? Yeah, we're not a really. Of course,
you can hear the fans.
We're going to see those Dallas Cowboys. Whoever they draft here, we're going to see. There you go.
There you go. Micah Parsons.
Linebacker. Yeah, I mean, it made the most sense for them right now.
This is also a big point for us to mention that Drew Pearson is slated to make the pick for the Bucs.
So there you have it. So you just had what? So now you had Dallas pick number 12, so that puts number 13 on the board, and that would be the Los Angeles Chargers.
This was a weak draft for the linebackers this year.
There was a couple of them up top, and then it gets falls out a bit.
And it kind of falls out, especially with linemen, but they definitely got the cream of the crop.
This guy is a beast. Loves to make contact. Loves to hit people. Of course, he opted out of the 2020 season. Yeah, and the people were talking about, the coaches were saying, if you've got two players that are of equal ability, some coaches, I forget what coach it was, they said, you go with the one that didn't opt out, which is if you're punishing a kid for being, it was a pandemic, for Christ's sake.
Without question, it sure was.
But, definitely loves to make that contact. I'm actually glad to see him in the NFC East than to see him in the NFC South, because I did not want to see, of course, some had him slated go number 8 to Carolina, and that means they would have filled those Luke Kuechly shoes, and we'd have saw that little linebacker twice a year. Instead, we'll see him once next year because the Bucs do play against the Dallas Cowboys. So
yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. And still some talk. Dak Prescott, his rehab is supposed to be on schedule. Of course, he had his second surgery to clean up that ankle injury he had last year. But
wait a minute. We have someone that's in our back room. And we're going to bring him in.
Checking in from over Raymond James Stadium is Mr. Joshua Cole Allen. JCA, how are you, buddy?
How we doing, guys?
Oh, I can hear you a little bit now.
Yeah.
Not much, but just a little bit. How about them Chicago Bears drafting up and picking up and giving all that talent away just to go get Justin Fields? I have a question for you, Joshua, and I'm going to wait for your response. They just had Mitch Trubisky, same identical player, and in all honesty, I think Mitch Trubisky was a better thrower. He had better mechanics. Not as fast, but he was plenty fast. Why? Why the reach for him when you already had the Red Rocket?
I'm not sure Andy Dalton's a long-term key, and I don't think that Justin Fields was necessarily a reach. They gave up a lot for it. I'm more upset that the Patriots didn't do that deal and move up for Justin Fields, but who knows what's going to happen. It's been a crazy draft. There's some different players selected that I didn't think were going to get taken, and some guys who are still left on the board. Rashawn Slater, if I'm the Chargers, I've already turned that pick in, and I'm ecstatic to get him here. Cornerbacks going early was shocking as well. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I love this pick by Dallas. I think their hands are tied with both cornerbacks off the field, and I think they look to eventually grab a cornerback next round.
You know what?
Look how good he looks in the press box. That's the press box, isn't it, Josh?
You're up in the press box, aren't you?
A little bit.
Yeah, boy. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, a little bit down to the right there, but yeah, that's the nice box.
Wow.
That's the Bucs Report box right there. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's where we roll.
Hey, hopefully coming to every game this season. I also made friends with the Pirates and the Pirate ship, and when the season comes around, we might have a segment or two of me firing the cannon in pregame. So,
yeah.
Never say never.
Hey, buddy, thanks for checking in,
how's
Mr. Josh.
How's it going on over there?
Rashawn Slater? Yeah, the offensive
we're
tackle.
going to say Rashawn Slater is going to be coming in here. Joshua, checking in just a little bit. Thank you for checking in from the press box. From where? Raymond James Stadium.
Boom, yes.
Take care of my brother.
Yeah, so you think that they take the offensive tackle there out of Northwestern, right?
Hey, how about if we go to a commercial? You switch
Rashawn
sides,
Slater.
and I'm going to go ahead and bring Pat up here.
Yeah,
let Pat come sit up here. We're going to give me just a few seconds, folks, and I just need to get to a 30-second commercial.
So let's talk some Buccaneers. We got a little time here. It looks like the Chargers are on the clock, right? So Chargers have Herbert at quarterback. Probably going to go. You said the offensive tackle out of.
I think Rashawn Slater right here. They need a good left tackle / right tackle.
Well, let me go ahead and switch gears real quick. So we'll wait for that pick to come in here. But let's talk some Buccaneers draft history, right? So I was talking to Harry today. You go back in 76, Leroy Selman, 77, Ricky Bell, 78, Doug Williams. That was a long time ago. You go back to 95 and you have, Warren Sappin and Derek Brooks. You could probably put a front end or on the back end Reagan Upshaw. I'm trying to look for 3 number one or 3 first-round selections for the Buccaneers as strong as what the Buccaneers have done in the last 3 years with Vita Vea, and then Devin White, and then last year with Tristan Wirfs.
Besides the one draft where they got Brooks and Sapp in the first round, we haven't had anything.
Yeah.
I can go back to the last first round pick that actually panned out was G-Mac, Gerald McCoy.
Or Mike Evans.
Mike Evans, yeah.
But yeah, but I mean, he was alone.
God, please let me forgive myself. Mike Evans is my boy.
I had to throw him in there.
Mike
No, I
Evans
know.
is my boy.
Yeah.
Him and Johnny Lynch are my 2 Bucs of all time.
Did you see the Tom Brady post from the UFC last week?
Yeah, he did. Who was he next to?
Who was next?
Mike Evans.
Mike Evans, and then you had, of course, you had Ryan Griffin
Yep.
there. But who was on the left side all the way over?
That I didn't see.
Blaine Gabbert.
Okay.
Now Blaine Gabbert's not yet signed to this team.
He will.
That's what I
He
was
will.
saying.
He will.
Yeah, because I mean, as much
He
as
will.
we like to talk about a developmental player, this team, it's not a this year or nothing. It's not. I mean, we're going for 2, but this team's also built for the long haul.
He is. Blaine Gabbert will be back, and from what I've seen from the draft so far, my 3rd round projection, Kyle Trask, may be coming true.
There's your developmental player.
Oh man, I would love to have Kyle Trask on this roster.
Now Mills out of Stanford.
I love Davis Mills,
Yes.
but you got to remember, Ray, I'm a Gator, I'm a Homer,
Yes.
and I watch every game of Florida, whether it's on the SEC Network, CBS, and Trask. Oh my God, he reminds me of a Mac Jones, but he's more mobile,
Yeah.
and he's got a bigger arm.
Yeah.
And he plays. Did you watch the SEC championship game this year?
Oh yeah.
Did you see Trask outplay Mac Jones?
Yes, I did.
If Florida had a defense, any type of defense, they would have beat Alabama in that championship game.
Yeah.
They would have beat
still
them.
may have not got him into the wouldn't have got him into the playoffs, but they would have beat Alabama.
Listen, with the COVID stuff going on and Florida coming off, they lost 11 starters in 2019.
Yes.
And now it's all going to be Kyle Trask.
Yeah.
I love that kid to death. I absolutely love him. Call me a homer. Call me what you want, but I love that
No,
kid
but
to death.
Dan Mullins, I mean, he develops.
You know, he was with
quarterbacks.
Dak Prescott
He
in
was
Mississippi
with-
State.
Yeah, and he was with Alex Smith.
Yes, he
back
was.
in Utah.
Yes, he was.
And,
Under who?
Under
Urban Meyer.
yeah.
Urban Meyer.
And of course he's with Florida with Chris Leak and
Yep.
with Tim Tebow.
Yep.
And now he's back here and he brings out
Yep.
Kyle Trask, and Kyle
And-
Trask is a gamer.
Kyle Trask is a gamer. But I'm going to give you a quarterback to watch.
Okay.
And I know we talked to last night, and Mr. Gary Ivick had brought up an Ian Book, 5th,
Yes.
6th, 7th round.
Notre Dame, right?
I'm going to throw a guy in there that played for Florida, but he now played for, I think, Arkansas. Felipe Franks.
Yeah.
Felipe Franks is a smart guy.
Yeah.
If he can get drafted 5th, 6th, 7th round, maybe come in as an undrafted free agent, he has a potential of being a good backup for about 10 years.
Yeah.
Felipe Frank.
Yeah.
He's
oh,
got
no,
a good
I
arm.
know. What was the problem at Florida? I'm not trying to throw him under the bus.
The problem at Florida, they knew what they had behind him. He got into some issues with an ex-girlfriend that accused him of assault.
That's what it was. Yeah.
So they basically said, "Hey, listen, we're going to give you the opportunity to transfer out of here, and we're not going to say anything about it."
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Trask stepped in 2020. But Felipe Franks had some good moments in 2019.
Yeah, I mean, when they moved on from him, I didn't see Kyle Trask moving into the position the way he did, but I should have realized that Mullen, he had a plan. I mean, the guy, like I say, he develops quarterbacks.
Well, when you had Kyle Pitts as your number one receiver, you had Tooney, who's probably going to go in the first round.
Yeah.
I got him going to New Orleans at 28. He's probably the best, besides Devontae Smith, he's probably the second best kick returner, punt returner in the NFL, or in this draft right now. He's got class, but not to get off top, not to keep going with Kyle Trask, but we got the Chargers picks in. Ray, who you got?
It's going to be the offensive tackle from
I got
Northwestern.
Rashawn Slater going right here.
Rashawn Slater.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater Jr.
You got that, brother. They get Herbert.
The problem is with Pouncey retiring this year.
Oh, yeah.
They let one of their other All-Pro guards go to another team, they had to fill the spot.
Yeah.
So at 13 to get Rashawn Slater, who was the second best offensive lineman in this draft, they can put him at guard, they can put him at right tackle, they can put him at left tackle. He can play multiple positions, and he played center for almost a year at Northwestern.
Yeah.
So he can play all 5 spots. I think he's 6'3". I think he's like 270, 280, close to 300 pounds. He's got long arms, like Johnny Dean talked about last night.
Right.
You know, with the long arm guys, with the stand-up edge rushers.
Right.
I think he's going to be good for the Chargers right here.
I got it. You know, as much as you like to see Jamar Chase reunite.
You know, I called that.
I know you did.
You know, I called that with Cincinnati. Everybody said Penei Sewell.
But you know, as much as you like to see them, and if you're a Bengals fan, you're like, we got that stud wide receiver.
But the problem is, Ray, this draft is deep with offensive linemen.
Yeah.
So in the second round, they're going to be at 36, 37.
Right.
They can get himself an offensive tackle there. You know, there was only projected 2 offensive linemen, maybe 3.
Yeah.
The kid out of Notre Dame that would go in the first round.
Wasu? Is that
So,
what
yeah,
that was?
Wasu. So they may get their guy in the second round, and they're 5 picks in at pick 37.
Can I get a Duval?
Duval County with Trevor Lawrence.
There you go. Man.
But I love this kid. He battled. He went ahead against Chase Young in college.
Yeah.
And he dominated Chase Young. And we know what Chase Young did against. What did he do against Tampa?
Look at that, that's him right there blocking Chase Young.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
And what did Chase Young do against Tampa in the playoffs? I think Wirfs and Donovan Smith got him a little bit.
Yeah, they did. No, they did.
But this is a great pick for the Chargers. It really is.
Yeah. No.
They've got offensive weapons with Herbert coming in a year 2. They got Keenan Allen. Yeah, they lost Hunter Henry to New England, but they also got Mike Williams. And their defense, they got Bosa. They could possibly re-sign Ingram on the other side. And if Derwin James can stay healthy, this kid's a stud.
Well, that was the big thing.
Oh, my
Derwin
God.
goes down last
Remember
year.
a couple of years ago when the Bucs said, well, we're not going to take Derwin James. We're going to go Vita Vea.
Yeah.
And everybody was, oh, my God, you left the best safety on the board. The kid's been hurt.
Yeah, well, that, and you know, the shameful thing at the time was we were still taking our learning lumps, if you will, with Jameis.
Yeah.
And there was the fear that Jameis and Derwin were tight going back to FSU.
Yep,
and
going back to
like-
FSU.
But, you know, I didn't know how much I bought it at. I think with the Vita Vea, they needed that pressure up front.
But there's where Jason Light comes into effect. He said, you know what? I've got the All-Pro.
Yep.
I've got the Little Bowl. I'm going to take the little guy up front in Vita Vea.
Yeah.
You know, nobody really knew who Vita Vea was coming out of Washington.
Just a monster.
You know, they knew he was a big Hawaiian coming out of Washington, and everybody thought that it was going to be, you know, it looks like the Jets traded up to number pick 14.
Okay, so this is where the Jets have to be going.
So where are we going here?
This is going to be...
Are we going defense, or are we going to get...
Who's still on the board? You got Waddle off the board, Devontae's off the board, Pitts is off the board. So they're going to go... Well, look at that. Quiddy Page.
We could go Quiddy Pay right here. You know, their head coach is Robert Saleh.
And you know that's what he was doing over there in 49ers, was building that defense.
He's building that defense. And their defense last year wasn't that bad. I think they were top 15 in the run. I think they do have the kid Mays in the safety position. They do have a couple good corners. I think right now it could possibly be Caleb Farley if they want to go corner. Or they could go, what'd you say?
No, I was saying, well, you know, you still have Caleb Farley, but
Caleb Farley's out there.
He's still on there, but you're talking about, I still say they could use a wide receiver.
You got Quiddy Pay right here.
Whoa, I know where they're going to go. Running back.
You think, and what do they call him, Antonine?
Oh.
Antonine right here?
No.
It won't be Najee Harris.
No?
I don't think it's going to be Najee Harris. I think with Justin Wilson, they need an all-around back. They need a guy that's going to be a 3-down back. They need a guy that's going to catch. The problem with Najee Harris is he's like Derrick Henry. He's a north and south runner.
Right.
Not east-west. He's going to run you over.
Yes, he is.
And they do have my boy out of Florida. They do have LaMichael P. Ryan.
Yes.
As their feature back right now. And then Jacob Chernow, if he's listening, Jacob, what do you think this pick is right now?
Hey, I got
comment, Jacob, and see what you think is going to be the pick.
Let's go ahead and bring this guy in real quick. I'm going to bring him in here from over at Raymond James Stadium once again.
Is that JCA?
JCA from
my boy.
Let's bring him in here. Hey,
Joshua Cole Allen.
You still there? Let's see if we can get him to say something. Let's see if we maybe butt dial this. Look at that.
He's sitting in the back room right now.
You know what? They must have opened the hors d'oeuvre table.
Man, can you imagine us being out there at Ray J right now?
Man, I'll tell you
I mean, we're having a great time at Ferg's tonight.
Yeah,
great food, great drink specials, right on Central and 16th. Can you imagine us being out there at Ray J right now?
Right now, I'll tell you.
Oh, my God.
He actually came in earlier. He was on the ship. They got him on the pirate ship.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so he was on the pirate
That's
ship.
almost as nice as me having the replica ring.
That replica ring is nice.
That thing is nice.
That's heavy.
That thing is nice.
Man, imagine that Tom has to feel when I saw on the Tom versus Time on Facebook, and there was one of them. I think it was the second. His son, his youngest, was putting on all 6 rings at the time, and it's just like, could you imagine the weight of that hand?
Well, you got to remember the first 6 he's used to blue and white.
Yes.
And a little bit of red. Now he's used to pewter and red.
What a more beautiful color.
I want them seriously next year, Ray. And you know I got season tickets, and you go to the games, and you do live on Sunday mornings. Cup of Ray, check it out.
Thank you.
I'd love to see them bring back creamsicles.
Oh, they got him.
I would love to see Tom Brady in the creamsicle
Let
orange.
me ask you this, though. We play the Dolphins at home. I'm trying to think of something. We play, of course, our divisional games. We play Dallas at home.
We play Dallas at home?
Which game do you like to see him pull out the creamsicles for? Because, the Dolphins, we go all the way back.
I'd love to see Dallas.
Yeah.
Dallas brings back their old blues and grays.
Yes.
And then we bring out the old creamsicle.
Yes.
So who do you think we play opening night? Because we're going to be Thursday night.
Opening the season.
Opening the season, that Thursday night on NBC. Who do you think we play?
See, I'm glad you asked that, because I was looking at the schedule and I was trying to figure it out, and I'm like, so we play the Rams at the Rams. We play Dallas here.
Yep.
We play Washington at Washington.
Yep.
We play Philadelphia at Philadelphia. We also play the Giants here.
Giants are here.
Oh.
You thinking maybe the Saints?
Start it right out with a divisional game.
Why not? Or Atlanta or Carolina? Carolina with a new quarterback.
We have the extra AFC game this year. Of course, we're going to be playing.
Yep, we are. That game is actually going to be on the road,
right,
in Indianapolis, Week 17.
Do you see? No, this is what I don't get. They're going to let all the AFC teams host that.
The AFC teams are going to get the home games. The NFCs are going to be on the road.
Yeah, but they're going to all play in one weekend.
Yep.
AFC.
Week 17.
I just don't get the logistics of that. I don't get that.
Well, the owners, they got to fill their pockets.
There's going to be a lot
so,
of that game.
I think they do 17 games this year with the 1 bye week. I think going into 2022, they may figure out to do 2 or 3 bye weeks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To give the guys some rest. They did cut the preseason down to 2 games.
Right.
So, and then obviously we're not going to camp. We're going to do virtual off-season.
For the most part,
until maybe, I think, May 24th. I think they're going to lift the restriction, and then I think after that,
here we go.
Pick is in. Here we go.
Pick is in. So
Ray, who you got, buddy?
I said running back. I say maybe it's Travis.
Travis Etienne?
Okay.
Etienne. Travis Etienne.
Traded the 14th pick.
I'm going to go Parsons.
All right. No, Mika's off the board.
Oh, Mika's off the board?
Pick in the 2021
What'd he pay?
NFL Draft.
What'd he pay, yeah.
The New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, guard, USC.
Okay.
He's on there.
Okay.
I mean, of course.
He was projected
to the Raiders at number 6.
Yep. He was projected a little late in the draft. This guy played 1 year at center. He played 2 years at guard. He's 6'4", 308, and he runs a 40-yard dash at 5.10. And he's another nasty Samoan.
but they get rid of the USC quarterback and Sam Darnold, send him down the road to Carolina.
He basically protected Sam Darnold a few years ago. He was a freshman at that time, and going from there. So
yeah,
I like the pick.
Elijah Vera Tucker,
and he can play. He was a captain for USC.
Right.
So he started 19 games in 2 years out of 25. He had a few injuries with his right knee.
Yes.
But nothing too serious. He had it cleaned up in the offseason.
Right.
But he's basically been, a good all-pro. I think he's going to be an all-pro guard.
Yeah.
He could make a couple Pro Bowls, but it's a good pick for the Jets.
The Jets still don't have that splash receiver, though. I mean, that splash.
Well, I mean, they got, they signed, you got Denzel Mims. You really don't have you got a tight end, but he can't stay healthy.
Yes.
And then they signed Corey Parker in the offseason. I know Jacob Turnow. Jacob. He's mentioned that in some of his podcasts, and I like Corey. But he was a number 7 overall pick about 4 or 5 years ago, and he's never really panned out. He had a great year last year because they had A.J. Brown.
Yes.
If Denzel Mims can step up and be that number 1 guy in New York, man, Corey, he could step up and be an all-pro again.
It's funny. So in this projection I had, just a couple of the projections, but this one was a Sports Illustrated projection.
Yeah.
But if the Jets would have stayed at 2023, they had them projected to possibly.
They got my guy.
Gregory
that
Rousseau.
I'm hoping to fall at 32.
The Bucs at 32.
Gregory from Miami, yeah.
He's had the concussion issue.
Yeah.
He's had some concussion. But I mean, I'm not saying that's something you can grow out of, but I mean, that was one of the reasons why it wasn't a flag, but the reason why a player of his ilk and that talent drops into.
But I don't even think he's the best edge rusher out of Miami. I think it's Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips is
and every mock draft I've done it on Pro Football Focus mock draft. I've had Jalen Phillips falling to 32.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're good at linebacker. We re-signed mentors. We got to get a guy that's going to. JPP's got 1 year.
Yeah.
I think he's got 1 year left.
Yeah.
So we got to get that guy, whether it's trade back into the second round, which will give us two second-round picks.
Right.
We've got to get that edge rusher.
You see, and that's the thing about this year going in, of course, the Bucs, again, just signing Antonio Brown yesterday.
Oh, my God. When they signed Antonio Brown,
this is New England.
I think Mac Jones is coming off the board right here. The guy I had 3.
Yeah.
We lost our steak dinners.
But I'll tell you what, this makes sense to give him Mac Jones, get him with Josh McDaniel, and get him in there.
They didn't even have to trade up or move.
Nope. Like you said, Bill Belichick said, let him come.
Bill Belichick doesn't like the trade. He spent $170 million in free agency.
And who's his best friend in the college ranks?
Nick Saban.
And Nick Saban was.
He has drafted more Alabama players the last 3 years than any team in the NFL.
Yeah.
The stage is yours to make the Patriots pick.
Including, the last time they picked in the top 10, which was, I think, 2008, they took Gerard Mayo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, number 10.
Wow.
Out of Alabama.
Here it is.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the 6-time world champion New England Patriots.
Whoa. 7-time Count Brady.
Mac Jones.
Mac
Jones, quarterback at Alabama.
Mac Jones. Yep.
Look at that.
Rick Hughes called it earlier in the show. They never had to trade up.
Hey, Cam Newton just lost his starting job. Right?
No, I think Newton will start the year. I think Matt Jones will be a bridge to it.
He looks like, I hate to say, he looks Brady-esque, but look at him walking to the stage.
You're listening to the show last night, Over the Under, Wednesday nights, 9 o'clock. Check out Harry and Ray Kennedy. Jacob Charnow brought up a point. He named 7 quarterbacks under Kyle Shanahan. And I had said, what do they all have in common? They're not mobile.
Yeah.
So what does Kyle Shanahan do tonight? He goes Trey Lance at number 3.
Mobile quarterback.
So Brady 2.0 falls to Belichick.
He was
at
the
15.
most prepared to start from day one. Does it mean he has to start from day one? I think you're right.
He won't start day one. He will start probably if Newton struggles. But they have the 2 nasty tight ends.
Oh, yeah.
Hunter Henry. They signed the kid out of Oakland, the Raiders. And they got Kendrick Bourne. Running game, we don't know yet. Is it Sony Michel? They got rid of James White. We don't know what the running back's going to be.
And here's the thing that gets me, though, is that Cam Newton's contract is heavily incentive-laden.
Do you know it's basically a 1 year, $3.5 million deal?
Yeah, and it goes up to escalates to like 14 on plans.
12 and a half.
Or, yeah, depending on.
If he plays out the season and makes the playoffs, he makes $12.5 million.
Do you think that Mac Jones, even though he starts the season behind Cam with those 2 tight ends coming from that pro set style offense at Alabama, how long can Josh McDaniel keep that kid off the field?
I give it 5 games.
And then Cam Newton does not hit his incentives.
It all depends on Cam. If Cam struggles, he's done.
10-4. I'm going to go to a commercial real quick, guys, so stay with us. We'll be right back here from Ferg's Bar and Grill with your
guys
driver.
on.
All right. So the draft is starting to come to us a little bit. We're starting to see, the Arizona's on the clock now.
Yeah, Arizona's on the clock, and Mac Jones to New England.
Belichick gets his quarterback.
Yep, I had that. I just had this feeling in my gut. And
You called it. Yeah, and I just
I
don't...
called everything else wrong so far today, but I called that one right.
Even the blind squirrel, Rick. Even the
Yeah,
blind squirrel.
exactly.
But the thing about it is that I never liked Cam in New England, and it wasn't because Tom Brady comes to the Buccaneers and of course leads the team to a Super Bowl championship, but just the kind of player was Cam Newton. Didn't make sense with Bill Belichick, of course, as Pat was just saying. He signs that 1 year deal, which is basically $3.5 million with an escalation for incentive, and
it made no sense.
No, and now they don't have to start Mac Jones from day one. Although I would pose that he was the most prepared. He may have not had the highest ceiling of the quarterbacks in the draft this season, coming off the board here in the first round of the 2021 draft, but he was the one most prepared from wheels up to be ready to play in the pro style. And Nick Saban's going to treat Nick Saban and Bill Belichick are best friends, so Nick Saban's going to push the whole book over to his buddy Bill Belichick on Mac Jones and let him know everything.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure he already knows.
Yeah. I mean, and now with Phoenix, their picks in. They apparently they knew who they wanted.
They got DeAndre Hopkins, Kyler Murray. Of course, they
signed J.J. Watt.
J.J. Watt. They still have, of course. I don't know if they've actually re-signed yet. Did they actually ever get Larry Fitzgerald?
No, Peterson and Fitzgerald, I think, are still hanging out there.
So let's look at it from this standpoint. Who's still on the board from a wide receiver? I'm not saying they have to get toys for them, but let me see what I have here.
Well, it's weird to me. Why would you sign a wide receiver?
Pat, thank you, brother. Take care, brother.
Why would you sign a wide receiver?
If you're going to draft one?
I mean, if you can have Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
What is the point of hurrying up and getting one when you still can have Larry for a year?
If Larry's going to play another year, then he's going to play with the Cardinals. Of course, I hear that they had cornerback was a need, wide receiver, in the offensive line. Isaiah Simmons is still on the board, the linebacker. And I'll tell you what, Isaiah Simmons might be somebody at this position. Oh, I'm sorry, brother.
Sorry.
Might be someone at this position right here. Pick is in, so Goodell's heading to the platform, and let's see, Isaiah Simmons was... Where did I have Isaiah Simmons coming off the board?
Well, I mean, I think you're right. This could be wide receiver,
or Caleb Farley. Caleb Farley, cornerback out of Louisville.
The Arizona Cardinals select Zaven Collins.
Yeah, like you were saying.
Like I was saying, Zaven Collins. If I saw that one a mile away. But it was a linebacker. Right. So, not even close. But you know what? We're getting one pick closer to those Buccaneers at number 32.
The thing. That's the thing. And you're starting to see players that you start looking at now and you're going, well, wait a minute. I mean, you start looking at it going, hold on, there could be something interesting at 32.
But
and there always is. And what I'm more excited about, and I want to be clear about this, I mean, while you have guys out here that are, and you've got guys that are dropping, and everybody might be thinking, okay, great, the Bucs may get may get one of these guys. One of the other teams may be willing to trade up to that spot.
Yes.
So all of a sudden that number 32 pick is looking sweeter and sweeter.
What if the
players fall.
Buccaneers are currently putting together a package to trade up for either Phillips or Rousseau out of Miami? Of course, Pat was just talking Jalen Phillips there. Some teams had him projected at 26 going to Cleveland. Edge rusher.
I'd still rather see Najee Harris or Kwity Paye.
They're both on the board, right? Kwity Paye's still there, and Najee Harris is still there.
Yeah.
And so is Travis Etienne. So.
Yeah.
Joe Tyron. Let's see, got some other names. Asante Samuel Jr., cornerback out of Florida State. Who's on?
No, Asante. Yeah, he's gone.
No, Asante. No, Patrick Surtain's gone. Is Asante gone?
I think Asante Samuel.
I'll have to check that. But of course, now you have the Oakland Raider or Oakland. See what I did there? The Las Vegas Raiders.
We should have put a bet on that to see who was going to be the first one.
Let's say Oakland.
Yeah, it would have. I would have put money on me.
You know what's nice?
What?
I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to break the streak. That 2021, we're back to it's not a virtual draft, okay?
I know.
Bill Belichick's dog is not going to be trending. Goodell brought his chair from his basement, but he's not in his basement. Hats off to the NFL. I said last year in 2020, the end of March, beginning of April, I said there's no way the NFL can still have this draft. And they did it virtually. And, of course, the NFL, like a lot of our professional sports this year, they set the standards for the COVID protocols, and that's what I wanted to say. It's nice that we've gotten basically 2 hours into a draft show, and we didn't have to say the C word,
Right.
We're getting to that better place. Vaccinations, please, everybody, do your part. If you haven't already, get them scheduled. They're still out there, and you get an opening, and continue to get us to a safe place, get that herd immunity, and so we can go ahead and enjoy full sold-out stadiums come this fall when the Buccaneers are hosting all those games. What team would you like to see the Bucs wear their throwbacks?
Oh, the
against?
throwbacks?
Yeah, because you got Miami at home. You got, of course, you got your divisional games. We're gonna play.
I think probably a divisional game. Go ahead and do it. You know what? I got it.
What do you got?
New Orleans.
You like that?
Oh yeah, because the original win, the first win.
The first win, December of 1977.
The first win was the first win. They beat them, and
and then who gets fired that week? I love this story.
What's that? Who gets fired that week?
Yeah, coach of the Saints.
Oh, nice.
Hank Stram. Yeah, he gets fired.
They're gonna run left. They're gonna run left. They're running right. Hank Stram.
Matriculating down the field. Hey, don't nobody be matriculating on this show here. Thanks for joining us again. It's the Bucs Report Watch Draft Party here from beautiful Fergs. Feel that breeze? The sun, it's great about Florida. As the sun goes down,
you can feel it now. The breeze is coming in. It's cooler.
Hey, did you catch that full moon the other night?
Yeah, that was crazy.
How did it look there for Charlotte?
Yeah, it was pretty big.
Pretty big?
I was pretty shocked, actually. Because they always say, okay, it's going to be this blue super moon pink extravaganza night that only comes once in 33,000 years. And they do this constantly. And then they do it next month for something else. But when you watch it, then you go out, you expect it to be something spectacular. And you walk out and go, yeah. But this one, I looked up and I went,
nice.
Wow.
Yeah, it looked like chi. It had a nice orange glow to it. It had the High Pro glow.
Yeah, okay.
This portion of our show is brought to you by High Pro.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get the bite to eat? I saw you eating.
Yes, I did.
A burger?
No, I had the blackened mahi bites.
They do mahi. They do fish here. Fresh off the docks, Coach was telling us the other day.
It was fantastic.
They go right to the docks and they get the fish fresh off the docks here. We had those grouper bites last weekend.
It was worth it. It was worth it. I got the mahi bites.
So we think
strongly suggested. I got some friends coming down for tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Coming from Orlando, and I will strongly suggest some mahi bites.
And their wings are fantastic here, and so are their burgers.
I didn't even cheat on my diet.
Really? Yeah, because you went with mahi.
Yeah.
See there, you kept the omega-3s heavy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't even cheat.
Talk about the hustle, this guy, right? He comes flying in, grabs it, lands at TIA, comes straight over here, just starts setting it up, brother. It's good to have you down here in Florida.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And yeah, we had some hiccups right at the beginning, but we're going okay now.
It wouldn't be a show if we didn't have hiccups. I work better under pressure. So, who are the Raiders? Of course, last year they've been drafting a lot of defense. They get the running back last year. They get their running back out of Alabama.
Well, there you go. They're showing the picks right now.
Yeah, Henry Ruggs they got last year. Josh Jacobs. They got Jonathan Abraham in 2019.
Yeah.
Cleveland Farrell out of Auburn at the defensive line. Damon Arnett. So I see cornerback, defensive end, safety, wide receiver. They really could use a defensive.
I think a defensive lineman. I think they need an interior.
This is maybe where you see your first Miami Hurricane go off the board. That would probably be Jalen Phillips.
Yeah, that's actually a very good pick. I could see that.
Yeah.
The thing is, you got You got Mayock and Gruden, and it could be anything. They could draft. They could, if Mac Jones wasn't gone, they could have drafted Mac Jones.
Which inmate's running that asylum anyway?
Watch Trask. You know?
Oh, don't.
I mean,
Derek Carr, poor kid.
really, would it shock you? Would it shock you? I mean, this team, the way the Raiders do things, you can never tell. There's who they should take, and then there's who they're going to take.
They've got Josh Jacobs at running back. They don't even need to be thinking about a Najee Harris or a Travis Etienne or Etienne.
Christian Barmore, I could see that. I actually could see that.
Yeah.
They need well, here we go. We're going to know in a moment.
Jalen Phillips or Kwity Paye. Kwity Paye out of Michigan.
Christian Barmore.
Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood.
Like we said.
Tackle, Alabama.
Leatherwood? Alex Leatherwood. Okay.
Wow. No, I saw the tape on this kid. Yeah, he's definitely got. They got a nice tackle, left tackle there, in Alex Leatherwood. Of course, he's nowhere on my sheet.
I'm digging. I'm digging.
He's got football smarts.
I've got him listed at 42. They could have gotten him in the second round easy.
Probably could have traded back, and he still would have been there.
Yeah, they could have traded him back. They could have traded back and gotten this guy.
But this guy, watch him. He's an aggressive. He stays with his blocks down the field.
But this is exactly what happens with the Raiders every freaking year.
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's just, I mean, you'd think at some point ownership would step in and go, excuse me.
Well, they may have finally found their replacement for Donald Penn at left tackle there in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Wow.
That's good stuff right there.
So I didn't see that coming.
No, not Leatherwood. So who do we got on the? We have the Raiders now. The Dolphins are back on the board again.
Okay. Dolphins are back on the board.
And the Dolphins took Waddle, right?
Yeah.
In the first.
Yes.
So boom, boom, boom. I don't know.
Let me go back to the Dolphins. Let me go back on all my info because it's all running together right now.
Yeah, it is. Now. It's starting to. But I mean, again, we're marching toward 32.
Yeah.
Still got a lot of great players on the board. A lot of players falling to them.
Yeah.
The Bucs may not have any options but to either trade out or go after a running back, even though we know that running back room is not empty over there.
This could be an edge rusher.
Yeah?
This could be an edge rusher.
Right there out of Miami.
Yep.
What if they stayed right in their backyard and brought in a Jalen Phillips from the University of Miami?
Actually, that's the pick I think it's going to be.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips.
I think that's the pick it's going to be. Jalen Phillips.
Yeah, because that was one we were talking about. Wouldn't have been a bad thing for them to fall to the Bucs there at number 32.
Alex Leatherwood. That's the what of the first round, and of course it's the Raiders.
The Raiders.
Yeah. All I can say is, as general manager, Mike Mayock was a great member of the media.
Yeah.
He was a great member of the media.
No, he was great. No, and
I'm not necessarily as a general manager.
Yeah, because I still think you put someone as strong as, because, the thing with John Gruden, and when he was here, he brings in Bruce Allen. Then we have Mark Dominic. He seems to be going after guys that will just sign off on what he wants to do there in John Gruden. Thought he learned his lesson that first time around. That's why when he goes back to Oakland.
Bruce Allen, okay, I'll go on record and say this as a Buccaneers fan. Hey, Bucs fans, tell me how you feel about this. I think Bruce Allen is the worst general manager this team has ever had.
But he still works for the Washington football team. I mean, his father, George Allen, was, a coach back in the day.
That's exactly what the deal is. And that's he's there entirely through nepotism. But I believe Bruce Allen was the worst general manager. He single-handedly dismantled so many of the players that we all think of as epic Bucs players. He's the guy that got rid of them all. And he did it without conscience, without second thought. So, all right, the Dolphins pick is in. So they had somebody in mind.
They did not wait. So number
they
18
didn't waste any
now.
time at all. Number 18, we're more than halfway. We're
almost there.
We're on the back nine.
We're on the back nine.
That's right. So
so we got we think it's Jalen Phillips here.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips. I think that's
edge rusher out of Miami, defensive end.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. I mean, I think that makes sense for it's a team need.
Yes.
It's a.
Brian Flores is putting
local boy makes good, which is always good.
And he's got they seem to be doing a lot of things right there in Miami. They could definitely get that pressure on their opposing quarterbacks.
Well, we're going to know in a moment.
All right, everybody. Here's the second pick of the night for the Dolphins.
With the 18th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips.
There you go. We knew it, right? Stays home right there in Miami. He's got to walk across the street and around the block over to the Miami Dolphin facility.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, this
everything
kid,
about that makes sense when yeah.
Look at the length and look at the length in this kid. He's got the strength, he's got the long arms, and he's got the pursuit. I mean, he just does. Watch the way he breaks it down. He almost looks like Shaq Barrett on this play. He's got that pursuit. He doesn't get fooled.
Well,
He
you're right.
contains the
That's
edge.
exactly correct. He maintained the edge. He didn't lose. He did not lose containment on the edge, and that I think is a big
Which,
deal.
by the way, isn't
and if
that-
you look, he also doesn't give up on the play. Which
No,
is
he
awesome.
doesn't. He's
That is
pursuit.
awesome.
He's nothing but a high motor. Of course, that still leaves the other defensive lineman out of Miami, Rousseau, on the board.
Yep.
Some people projected the Bucs maybe taking a dip into Rousseau at number 32, but also a lot of people were prognosticating, if you will, that for the Bucs at 32 might be looking at a Christian Barrymore, defensive tackle out of Alabama.
That's actually who I said I could see.
Yeah.
happening. I don't want them to do it. Let me be clear. I don't want them to do it. I think they're gonna. They might do it.
Well, you got Nunez Roches,
Well, I
you
want
got
them to
JP.
trade. Right.
Oh, not JP, but
Right. No, I understand. I want them to trade out.
Okay.
But
Or trade up. Go big or go home.
Right.
I'm kidding.
No. I have no. But at this point, I don't want to trade up either.
No.
So at this point, I want to trade out. But I will say confidently, whatever Jason Light decides to do, I'm good with it.
In Light we trust.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Notable Miami defensive linemen selected in the first round since 1990. Jalen Phillips, Vince Wilfork, Warren Sapp. I think you might have heard of him.
Yeah.
Russell Maryland and Cortez Kennedy. Miami definitely produces
Yeah, they're not
those
even
those D linemen.
since 1990, because you go back to 89, and of course there's Jerome Brown out of
Right.
Miami too. Just Miami, but yeah, Warren Sapp, forget it.
Yeah. So next up is the Washington football team.
So where does Washington go? So we just saw them pretty much the first wild card game of the playoffs this last year. They have a Heineken at quarterback. They've got the best defensive line, or at least the youngest and best upcoming defensive line.
Well,
in
yeah,
the
they're
National
not going
Football
D line.
League.
We know they're not going D line.
Nope. For some of the things, you know what? When I think of Washington football team, I think of Peyton Barber going there and not getting the playing time that we thought he would when he leaves the Buccaneers. I think
That's
of a
what you
team
think
that.
of?
Well, I think of a team that might be looking at running back.
Okay.
I think of a team that, now that Jay Gruden's not there coaching, they're going to get their quarterback room in order. Of course, they get rid of the kid out of Ohio. I'm trying to remember now the quarterback that he just got rid of going into his last
They
offseason.
have a running back. Who was the running back there? Oh, no, Peterson was there, but who else was there?
Well, it was
Who was Peterson running behind? They had somebody there.
They had a couple of running backs, but the fact that we can't come off the top of our head with it tells me that maybe a Travis Etienne.
Should tell you I'm old.
A what?
It should just tell you I'm old.
No, I'm just telling you my memory too. But I don't know why. I look at the Washington football team and I'm thinking, what if they'd have had something against the Bucs in the playoffs? Because they gave us enough of a hard time as it was. Let's be honest.
Well, I think they need offensive line.
Offensive line, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think if they went offensive line, linebacker,
Return of the Hogs.
Yeah.
Bring back.
Remember
Tackle. John Riggins? God, what a monster that
guy was a beast. Yeah, tackle or linebacker. That's what I'm.
Tackle or linebacker. So Kwity Paye still on the board. So you think offensive tackle? You say offensive tackle, and I say, Tevin Jenkins, the offensive tackle out of
that's a great
Oklahoma
call.
State.
That's an interesting call.
Wow, I didn't even see him. If they're going to go offensive tackle, because you remember the Bucs, they were putting. If it wouldn't have been for the fact that Heineke kid was a little bit mobile, his night would have been a lot longer against those Buccaneers in that wild card loss to the Bucs.
What about Christian Darrisaw?
I like the name.
Okay, I'm going.
That's a lot. There you go. There's a couple of tackles. Jalen Mayfield, you still have on the board. No, that's a defensive tackle. My bad. No, I'm going to stick by what I said. I like Tevin Jenkins.
Ari Moses, great comment. Ari Moses has a great comment. Let me pull it up here. It says, come on, wide receiver. So Washington football team needs an entire offense. Teresa says, who does Washington take? I'm going to go with Christian Darrisaw. Let's see here. The tackle out of Virginia Tech.
All right.
So that's who I think they're going, but, I've gotten very few right.
No, you did. You got it. Hey, you nailed the Mac Jones.
I nailed Mac Jones. That I got before the draft started because it's so New England for that to happen, and he'll drop it
Right
and end up there.
to him.
They don't
I
have to
mean,
do a thing to get him.
Of course, New England finally wins one. I mean, they had so many players opt out in 2020. They had an off year. Who the hell cares?
Did you just say finally wins one?
Well, yeah, because they've been losing since Tom Brady left.
Yeah, they've been lacking victories in New England.
No, I just mean that the AFC East is a division that's starting to really. Oh, who's this pick?
No. They're just doing replay.
This is a replay. Okay.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have been in Cleveland tonight. Now that we're getting to it.
Was that the dad in the green shirt?
Yeah, I think it was. That was
awesome.
So let's see what we got here. Who's still on the board? I'm going to go up top and see who I had moving. Oh, is Penny Sewell still on the board?
Yeah, I think he's still out there. Yeah.
Well, that's your pick right there. I think the Washington football team, not only do they bring in Sewell, well, actually, no. Yeah, I think you're right about Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah.
CD.
Yeah. I don't know. We're going to find out in a moment on that.
The Washington football team was building quite a young.
It could be Penny Sewell.
He's still on that board.
No, I think that's
No, Penny Sewell did go.
Okay, then
I think he did go. My bad.
19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky.
Like we said.
Yeah, I had that
But we talked about what the Washington football team needed.
You said linebacker or offensive tackle.
They have the defensive line, right? And a front seven makes up for a good front end makes up for a bad back end. The Bucs learned that lesson coming out of 2019. Of course, in 2020, the back end comes in with the front end, and we put together a historic Super Bowl 55 victory as the Buccaneers become Super Bowl champions. Now we're defending. That's what I like about the draft.
Okay, this is where things are getting interesting because I have this guy 45th on my board.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
But they see something else. And again, how much is that related to the lack of playing?
But
in
you can
2020?
still get him in the second round.
I know.
Even if you see something in him, you can still trade down and get him. I don't think there was a mad rush to get Jamin Davis.
When they called the name, and the first thing we're doing was trying to figure out who this cat is.
Right. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't study that far down to this.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so that's
rolling right along.
Here we go, guys. There's always people dropping.
Yeah.
So,
and now you've got look who's on the board now. No, actually Chicago pushed out of that position.
Right.
Who Chicago traded with?
Philadelphia.
Giants. Is it Philadelphia?
Yes. No, the Giants.
I'll have to wait and see. I think
it was the Giants.
I think Dallas might be. Did Dallas select already?
Oh, it was Dallas. It was Dallas.
They didn't draft anyone yet.
No,
did
it was
they?
Dallas. Yeah, Dallas drafted. They drafted 2 picks later, I think, didn't they?
Yeah, they drafted.
They traded
12,
down to 12.
and that means that Philadelphia.
I don't. You know what?
No. I'm sorry. I'm confusing you.
No, I'm just confused. You're not confusing me. I'm just confused.
I'm glad we don't have table service here because it's about beer 30 right now.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, guys,
So-
I genuinely did not see Jamin Davis going this early. It's a surprise to me. Caught me off guard. The Giants are on the clock, so it was the Giants. It was the Giants. that they
Okay. And
traded
so
them.
this is Joe Judge.
Right.
Going after a linebacker for that defense.
Right.
Maybe an edge rusher. Maybe an edge rusher.
Now Quiddy Pay could go.
Quiddy Pay's in play. Or, New York, I got this straight from the horse's mouth. A good friend of mine is a Giants fan, and he says that secondary could use a little bit of help and some depth. So maybe you still have the Caleb Farley, who some rated him as one of the, behind Surtain, but one of the top defensive backs in the entire draft. Still on the board. Of course, Caleb Farley doesn't go to the draft. Doesn't go to the draft there in Cleveland because he's currently in the COVID protocol, if you will, or he was positive for COVID. He tested, so that's
gotta
happened.
suck.
Yeah, that's got to happen. It's the biggest night for these players. But what I was alluding to back before we started getting into who the Giants are going to pick is that the draft is when it all starts, right? Because you remember back. Football used to go away for 3 months. We didn't have this continuous 365 news cycle. Which
Right.
We wouldn't trade it for the
I was
world.
like, when does football go away?
It doesn't go away. There is no more off season.
That's why we're here.
That's exactly right. And that's why the start of this 2021 season, we start with the draft. I know they're talking about making a lot of the workouts voluntary or still doing a lot of stuff. You're going to have your rookie camps. You're going to have your young player camps are coming in because these guys, bury the lead. They're hustling for a job.
Right.
And there are going to be some veterans who probably are continuing to go with that safer from home distance narrative, that virtual narrative. There's going to be teams where you're going to get a UDFA or possibly a late round draft pick who's going to have a better shot to make a team, or at least a good practice squad shot, because they're going to get the reps, the time, and the practice in these rookie camps and getting into camps and such. So yeah, I think that the New York Giants definitely going to go defense. They got Daniel Jones last year. They signed Galladay this offseason. They still have Shepard. They've got Saquon Barkley coming back healthy. Their offensive line is in great shape.
What about Azeez Ojulari?
There you go. Just because I like the name.
Okay. Well, I mean,
defensive back, right?
No, he's an edge rusher. Rusher out of Georgia. I mean, he's compared somewhat to like shades of Shaq Barrett.
Ooh. So somebody that Joe Judge would be looking for to fortify that defense and get some speed.
Right. And Georgia, he's played the SEC. He's competition tested.
Yes.
He's not coming in, after playing in East Idaho Tech where you've got to,
like Zach Wilson.
Well,
he's not coming like Zach Wilson from the WAC,
right?
Or from BYU, right there. I'm kidding, Jacob. I'm just messing with you.
We will see what happens. Now the question is, why are the Giants still sitting there? Okay, there we go. The pick is in. That makes sense.
The thing is, it's pick number 20. We are 12 picks away from finding out who the next Buccaneer is going to be.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
And then after that, we're going to streak down Central because that's the tradition after all after all of our Bucs Report draft parties. But usually we're off the rails, pretty drunk by now, so we're keeping it together.
All right, Moses, you got to be drinking, and I'm not drinking. So.
You got to be drinking.
Anyone that can figure out the draft this year must have a sports book from the future. You're right, Ari, and I'm going to go with that because it makes me sound less stupid for the picks I'm making. So.
You've had one. You've had one or two.
I had a couple.
That's all. Hey, it's like
we got Jalen Phillips together.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we said he was going to stay in Miami, and boom, Miami. Flores gets that defensive end and brings him right over there.
All right, you feel better?
I feel good. We've leveled out here. It got a little quieter. This place was crazy busy. Yeah. So how do you think about Fergs? It's pretty solid.
Fergs is crazy, yeah.
Did you look back over here?
Yeah,
I don't know
actually,
if you see it. The Axe board, Yeah, they have an Axe League here.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, we'll
I'll
talk
tell you
about
what,
that
you're
tomorrow.
Yes. Well, if you're going to play in the Axe League with your significant other, you better have a good relationship. That's all I'm saying. This couple of nights, I'm not coming. My wife's going to be throwing axes.
What do people come walking in here with custom-made axes?
Yeah.
Where do you go? I wonder if there's like an axe shop where you go and you have it like tested and they.
Well, next time I see him out here, I'll axe him. But the thing about it is that there's so many things in this day and age. You talk about political correct.
Yeah.
You can't carry a gun. You can't carry. But people are walking around carrying axes here. It's crazy. It's like an alternative universe.
Here we go. All right, the Giants pick is in. The number 20 pick.
It's going to be a defensive player.
Azeez. Bless you.
Azeez.
Bless you. Ojulari. Let's see.
What do you pay? What do you pay, Winter? 10.
In the 2021
I just like saying Azeez Ojulari.
The New York Giants select Kadarius Toney, wide receiver, Florida.
Wow. And here's my buddy. My buddy's like, we just signed Galladay from Detroit. We've got, the other receivers. We've got a young wide receiver. And they go and they draft a receiver for another Daniel
what
Jones.
They're doing is saying Daniel Jones, no more excuses.
Unlike Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers and selecting Jordan Love, they're going to bring in pieces for Daniel Jones to have, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to keep playing that because the more friction they have there in Green Bay, the better it is for the Bucs. So I'm going to say, hey, Aaron, did you hear what the Packers said about you?
Yeah, absolutely.
They said, Aaron Rodgers, what is an idiot?
Yeah, I was talking the other day to the general manager of the Packers, and he was saying how much he really didn't care about Aaron Rodgers.
Jeopardy. That guy should go do,
he was better at Jeopardy than quarterback. But.
Maybe you should go back to, think about some of the other shows from back in the day. There was the Love Connection. Remember the dating?
Okay, that's it, guys.
Okay.
In chat, I want to hear what game show do you want to see?
What Buccaneer
No, well, okay, or for Aaron Rodgers. But
Yes.
what Buccaneer do you want to see? What Buccaneer from history should be hosting a game show, and what game show?
Perfect question. I'm gonna throw one out there right now.
Okay.
It should be Warren Sapp.
Oh wow. It better be adult oriented.
No, it's got to be the weakest link. Because Warren Sapp's the kind of guy that would sit there and go, "You are the weakest link.
Yeah.
Bye bye." Just dropping it like that. But yeah, so comment out there. Let's hear it, guys and girls.
Yeah. Okay. Let me think. Former Bucs. Who's got a great fun, play? Oh, Steve DeBerg.
I just saw him 2 years ago.
Yeah, that guy's fun. He's fun. He's always got a good.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Steve DeBerg hosting.
Let's see.
The dating game. Remember Chuck Woolery?
Yeah, wow. Yeah,
Steve
that's
DeBerg
hilarious.
will be like, "Swab."
Yeah. Let's see. Or who's somebody would be hilarious to? Oh, I know. Aaron Rodgers should be on a game show where the people are actually really stupid, because his dry sense of humor, I could see
play
him
off them perfectly.
delivering lines that
So,
just completely.
Let's
cutting
make a deal.
There you go.
And I'm not saying let's make a deal, but those people always kind of made buffoons of themselves a little bit, dressing all up in the costumes.
No,
and
that'd
everything.
be hilarious.
And what was the host of Let's Make a Deal? That was
Here's a piece of trivia.
Do it.
I was once in Let's Make a Deal.
You're kidding me.
Years ago.
Did you go for what's behind door number 2?
No, I did not make it that far. I was there with somebody. I was kind of I was their plus one.
Yes.
And we dressed as.
Oh, here we go.
Crawfish.
Crawfish? That's so shellfish of you.
She's from. Wow. She was from Louisiana.
Oh,
she wanted to go.
nice.
She wanted to go there dressed as crawfish. I put the outfit on because.
Things we do.
Yeah, things we do.
Things we do, because you were hoping to let's make a deal.
I was making a deal.
So you didn't get what was behind door number 2, but
right.
and I didn't say that the contestants were stupid on that show. I was just saying the situation they're in.
Sure.
Just so you know, I wasn't throwing you under the bus.
Sure.
Are we ready for Rick's rant yet? Am I close?
No, it's no.
We'll get there.
I absolutely deserve that. No, but if I was gonna go on a rant, it's this disgruntled thing. This is my close to my rant. Would be calling somebody Aaron Rodgers. I saw that he was a disgruntled employee, and then thinking, does that make Tom Brady gruntled? I mean,
because he's the exact opposite, right?
So if you're disgruntled. So what does gruntled mean? Right. What is the opposite of disgruntled? Gruntled.
Gruntled and gruntled.
Right. So I don't know. Apparently Tom Brady is gruntled.
And Aaron Rodgers is disgruntled, which Dick Green Bay's.
Why is it? That's one of those words you only hear when it comes with the word employee. Have you ever heard disgruntled? Anything else?
Disgruntled customer?
No. It's always just a disgruntled employee. Yeah. An unhappy customer, unsatisfied customer, disgruntled employee. Yes, and listen, guys, give us a break. We're at pick 21. Come on.
And now this is the article I wrote. If you saw it on Bucs Report, I'm sure you did because you read all my stuff. Is I was posing how many of these teams, obviously, but because here's the Indianapolis Colts are on the board. That's our 17th game next year. That's our +1. Now that they've added that 17th game to the season, right? The AFC will host those games this year.
Well, I have to laugh because you said every one of our opponents is picking before us. Well, yes, we're picking 32.
Well, except for the Seahawks, they don't have a first-round draft pick.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. It was a silly narrative, but that's how I write. I look for an angle.
No, I'm laughing. I was like, well, we're 32. We won the Super Bowl. That's how it works.
Well, it's funny because every year you watch the draft, I mean, the Bucs are picking number 8 or 12 or whatever, and you go, okay, how are we going to get our team better? And I don't recall, and Rick, go back to 2003. We win the Lombardi in Super Bowl 37. We didn't have a first-round pick that next year or the following year because we gave it up for Gruden.
Right.
So we go into that first round the next year. I don't even think I watched that night. It was like, we're not even picking in this draft.
Well, we gave up the number 32 pick at that point.
Right. In hindsight, but then again, it was actually the following year the one we lost because we finished, 8-4 or 6 and whatever it was that next year. We had that Super Bowl hangover.
You're the co-host of the Over-Under.
10-4.
What's the Over-Under that we get 3 articles out of you about Mr. Irrelevant this year?
Oh, wow. Let me tell you what. I already know who Mr. Irrelevant's going to be.
Who's it going to be?
The punter from Ohio State, Chrisman.
Oh, really?
I like this kid.
Who's the special teams guy Joshua is slathering over.
The returner, the kick
yeah.
returner.
I got to get that guy's name, and hopefully
We
end
were
up
talking
getting
about
later.
him. He's the fastest kick returner.
It starts with a V. I can't think of his name now, but
Vazuzul.
yeah, I think it's his first name starts with it, but
I'm going to find it right here because he was a wide receiver and he was coming at us from do not know. But you know what? Again, Indianapolis on the board. Indianapolis, of course, we know that they now have Carson Wentz at quarterback, back with Frank Reich, who was the offensive coordinator in Philadelphia when Carson Wentz.
right. Vazuzul.
Vazuzul.
The word of the day.
Vazuzul.
No, I mean, looked it up.
It blows.
Yeah. I don't know. But, hey, Alex Bartolome said, yo. Okay, Tim Witherspoon, thank you for being out there. Teresa, thank you for hanging with us. Ari, thank you for hanging with us. All of you out there, miscreants and such, thank you for being there, guys. I appreciate every stinking one of you. You guys are out there bringing it hard.
Yes.
Ben Parrish, thank you. Christopher Cole, as always. Johnny Dean, you guys are all out there bringing it for the Bucs, and I want to hear from you guys because the draft, we're moving there, guys. We're 11 picks away now, or 12, I guess it is.
Yes.
I want to know right now, guys. Who are the Bucs going to get? Who are they going to take? We got a little more info now. We're seeing where everybody's going. We're seeing who's falling, who's not falling. We see what's coming up.
Now, who are the Colts going to take? Like I said, they just got Carson Wentz back with Frank Reich. They got probably a wide receiver, but look, definitely maybe, dare I say, a running back. You still have two phenomenal running backs on the board.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Colts play in the same division as the Tennessee Titans. So they see Derrick Henry twice a year. Could they be going after a Najee Harris?
I just don't think so.
I don't want to say luxury pick. They got a great offensive line.
No, they need a tackle.
Najee Harris, running back, Alabama.
They need a tackle.
The Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye.
Oh,
Kwity Paye, so Paye's off the board, and that's some had him projected as the top linebacker, even above Micah Parsons here, or edge rusher. Yeah.
No, this guy, I had hoped he might fall, but
you see, now this is a guy the Bucs are going to have to worry about this next year.
Yeah.
I mean, I say worry, what do the
One
Bucs
game.
do? The Bucs just beat you. But I mean, like
remember
we
that
did with
Washington
Chase
defensive line?
Jesus,
How great they were.
Chase Young,
You never heard a thing from them that whole game.
Crickets. I mean, I'm embarrassed to say this. I didn't even realize about the deuce that Antoine Winfield threw to Tyreek Hill there. I didn't even know about it real time because it was crazy. We're covering
really?
the Super Bowl.
Oh, I saw it. When I saw it, the first thing I thought was that was stupid, and then I thought, no, actually, that was kind of cool.
Every now and then you can drop one. Yeah.
And especially when you realize that the penalty really wasn't a big deal because it was after the play was over.
Yep. And of course he donates the same. I think it was $8,000 and change. He donated. He doubled it. He donated it to charity.
Yeah.
It ends up being a great story all the way around. And of course, it's become, I think, one of the most fantastic cartoon memes I've
And
ever
that
seen.
guy, I do not know why that guy did not market shirts and things
With the fingers. Yeah. And did you see that someone took the Tecmo guy? They took the, remember Tecmo?
Oh,
guy?
yeah.
And they had the.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Minnesota really regrets moving on from Antoine Winfield. And maybe that's a big deal only because right now, I was talking about the Indianapolis Colts. If they were going to go after the running back, they didn't. Of course, they take Kwity Paye, edge rusher. But now on the clock are the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
And you got to wonder what Mike Vrabel's thinking there in Tennessee. Of course, great defense. They come up shorter than they did last year as far as making it to the AFC Championship
Well, they had some
game.
injuries and things that threw them a little bit as well.
Well, Buffalo goes to the championship game against the Chiefs and not the Tennessee Titans. So you still have Derrick Henry. You've still got Ryan Tannehill. But I just, wow, is Jedrick Wills still on it?
Well, what I have down as their needs are cornerback, wide receiver, and offensive tackle.
Yeah, offensive tackle.
We keep leaving these tackles on the board. So
did you say cornerback?
Yeah.
Caleb Farley's just sitting there right out of Virginia Tech. It'd be like a little bit of a move from Virginia to Tennessee. It's not even like I'm sure he's had his eyes on this kid.
Yeah. Azeez Ojulari is still out there, and I had him ranked pretty high.
Yeah, he's right there, the edge rusher from Georgia. And like you said, he's right there.
Elijah Vera Tucker, has he been taken yet? Elijah Vera Tucker, has he been taken?
Vera Tucker, I do not believe, no.
Well,
oh, right there. Look at that. Oh, offensive tackle. Yes, he was taken. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He actually went to USC. Went to New York.
Okay.
The Jets pick him up. I'm making a joke.
Got it. I think I was eating at that point.
Yeah. Speaking of eating, I have not eaten yet.
Oh, we need to fix that.
Oh, I'm gonna fix it with an IPA here in a minute.
Yeah, there you go.
You gotta have your priorities.
Grab you want to step over there and.
This is getting something. No, I got a minute because I want to see who Tennessee takes. I still say Tennessee is going to look for Caleb Farley. That's my pick. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to go to commercial for just a second, and we will be right. I'm actually going to play the opener for this thing one more time, and we'll be back in just a moment.
What do you think about that? This team went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. All right, so it is time for one of the greatest mysteries of the NFL draft in recent years. Finally being resolved. Here's the core. Couldn't get recruited by many Power 5 schools as a quarterback, and he decided to bet on himself and believe in himself. He is a quarterback, he thought. North Dakota State agreed. He had 17 stellar starts for them, and now he's...
All right, guys. Just wanted to give you a quick rundown just to show you what it's like here at Ferg's. This place is awesome. It's packed. It's happening. People all over the place here. It's getting exciting. It's getting loud. Ray has gone to get some food because, yeah, he needed some food. It's he's been putting the time in, that's for sure. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun here tonight. Tennessee only has they got less than a minute left, so their pick will be in here any moment. But I mean, what do I think? Look, they've lost a lot on defense. They lost a lot on defense this offseason, and it just seems to me that's what makes the most sense, is that they're going to go defense. Now you never know. This is the team that thrived because of their defense. The year that they almost made it to the Super Bowl, the year San Francisco, or not San Francisco, who beat them in the playoffs? I can't remember who beat them in the playoffs right now. My mind went blank. The year San Francisco went, Baltimore beat them. Baltimore barely kept them out of the Super Bowl, and this is a very good team. It just needs a little bit of, needs a little work back on defense, especially after losing cornerbacks, linebackers, all kinds of people. So we will see in just a moment who the pick is. The pick apparently is in, and the Tennessee Titans fans are happy. Apparently everybody's happy. I don't know who the band is that's playing at the moment. It's whatever the NFL band is. But yeah, so the pick is in, and my guess, probably a linebacker, possibly a cornerback, but it's going to be defense. That's my guess, and if Ray comes back, if I'm completely wrong, I'm going to lie and tell him I was right. So we shall see. So right now, there you go.
Stop.
All right, the pick is in. Whoa.
Oh, sorry, brother.
Watch yourself.
Oh, crap. It's not a party till somebody spills something.
That's right.
God, what a nice staff they have here. Just all over the top, trying to help you out. Whatever you need, they're here for you, and I just love it. I want to thank Coach again, Mark Ferguson, one of St. Petersburg's best. Been here since '91. He buys this place 7 years before the Rays were even incepted to the team, to the Bay. And of course, as the team grew over the years, so did Fergs. And let's get a deal done. Let's build a new stadium for the Rays right here in St. Petersburg. Let's keep this professional baseball team where they should be. We'll figure out the attendance thing afterwards.
Yeah, well, as I drove up tonight.
Oh, did you want one of these?
No.
Okay. So it's Caleb Farley, right? Cornerback, Virginia?
Cornerback, I can see that, yes.
That was good.
Let's see.
With the 26th
It's going to be defense.
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley.
There you go.
Hey, I got one.
You got one.
That's a couple I've had today. Yeah, we got lucky, but you saw that one. It was a need.
That was a very good call.
Very, very big need for them. So, I have no idea who's on the clock.
After Tennessee?
But I know it was going to be the New York Jets, but I know they traded up, and of course they go up and they get that offensive lineman out of
It's hard
USC.
to keep track of that when we're here. So, let's see here. So the Saints, by the way, exercised their 5th-year option on Marcus Davenport. I just saw that. I did not. I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
But that's
big player for them.
Let's see here. All right. No, I don't know. I have no idea. We'll know in a moment.
I don't know. I don't know. You know? I know. You don't know?
Caleb Farley, that was a good call. I think that makes sense. They lost. There was a giant exodus on defense, and that was the bread and butter.
Yeah, and fortify that defense. Mike Vrabel has that defense going through walls for him, and again,
he did. They all left.
Well, remember when Mike Smith had those Falcons going through a wall for him like a decade ago, and then overnight, all of a sudden, he was like, something happened there. Still never found out what it was.
I get the feeling Mike Smith just lost any desire to coach. It just seems like he just kind of moved on to writing books and doing other things, and that's more where his passion was.
I hate to admit it, but I liked the passion his players had for playing for him. I liked that they would run through a wall. I didn't like that it was in the same division as the Bucs. I didn't like the fact that it was the Atlanta Falcons. I'd give you 28 reasons why.
Yeah.
But
I'll give you 3 of it.
I'll give you 3. But he lost that locker room overnight, and then he comes here to the Buccaneers again as a defensive coordinator under Dirk Cotter, and that was a dumpster fire. Yeah. I mean, it was bad.
Yeah.
God, Bucs fans, where are we?
Well, the thing is this. Now, but what we have to realize right now, if you look at this year's draft, the best player in the draft went to the Falcons.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts.
I mean, that's probably the top guy in the draft. That guy's going to be. We're going to have to deal with him for years to come.
Yes.
I mean, get used to the name. Start hating him now, folks. Start hating Kyle Pitts now. You might have loved him in Florida, but start hating him now.
Yeah, Florida moves him, or Atlanta Falcons move him just a little bit north up 75 there.
Yep.
And fortunately, the Buccaneers have some linebackers that can cover a tight end. Of course, you still saw Craig Olsen.
Have I mentioned that I hate the Falcons?
No, but go ahead.
I mean, I hate the Falcons. I just want to say I hate the Falcons.
But you do like Megatron's butthole.
Megatron's has a beautiful butthole.
It's a beautiful butthole. I give him that.
Yeah, that is a beautiful stadium. That is an amazing stadium. The Falcons have, I think, they've got the best stadium I've ever been in. Having said that, I hate the Falcons.
Did you hear, talking about the stadium, because the Mercedes-Benz Dome is the Atlanta Falcons' home, as well as it was where the New Orleans Saints play. They're in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. But did you know that the naming rights for Mercedes-Benz and the Saints Stadium ran out this year, and so they're contemplating going back and just calling it the Louisiana Superdome.
Really?
Yeah, because the naming rights with Mercedes ran out this year.
I did not know that.
So yeah, I thought that was funny. They had Mercedes buys the second sponsorship with the stadium in Atlanta, and they also already had it down there in Louisiana.
Yeah.
So I like that, Louisiana Superdome. But
hey, everybody, do me a favor.
Do it. Oh, hit like and share.
Yeah, hit like and share, and do me a favor. Sorry, there's sort of a bet going on here.
Oh, let me hear it.
Go to Rooms to Go University in Charlotte, North Carolina, and leave Billy a positive review on Google.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do it right now.
All right.
Is it Billy with a Y or with an
Billy
I?
with a Y.
You got
Rooms
it.
to go, Charlotte University. Everybody do this. I'm not kidding. Rooms to go, Charlotte University. I want you to go there and leave a positive Google review for Billy. Talk about how Billy was so great to you.
Now, what does he get for this? Is there a quid pro quo going on
He
here?
just he basically
he just asked for
he just
for love?
he said prove you're live and
Hey,
tell him to give me a
if you don't
positive review.
ask,
So
if
there
you don't
go.
ask.
You don't know. Hey, Billy is like, good job, man. Well, I'll try for you. I'll give it a shot.
Billy at Rooms to Go University there in Charlotte.
Yeah. Everybody, I'm not kidding. Bucs fans, do that. Ari, Teresa, you guys, Tim Witherspoon, do that. Billy with Billy and Rooms to Go University Charlotte. Just say Billy was a great salesman.
He closed the deal.
Yeah, Billy was a lot of help.
A lot of help.
Awesome. That'd be hilarious. They're going to go into work tomorrow. There's going to be like 20 reviews for the guy.
Who sold
what the heck just happened?
What did you have a run on furniture sales to people in Tampa Bay or
Yeah.
Oklahoma? So yeah, the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock again. Minnesota
Pick
passed
us
up
in
on.
already, actually.
Oh, the pick is in? Yeah, so Minnesota, let me just tell you right now, Minnesota's needs. Minnesota has several needs. One of their big needs would be, if I could even find them on
I'm
here.
doing the same thing. I'm scrambling as fast as I can.
I can't even find Minnesota on my board. Tennessee just picked it. It's supposed to be the Jets. The Jets traded with the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings.
Okay, Vikings. Interior offensive line, edge rusher, and offensive tackle. But I don't know why they said interior offensive. So basically, O-line or edge rusher.
They find a steal in wide receiver Justin Jefferson last year in the first round. They also drafted Jeff Gladney, cornerback.
Yeah, good talk.
So, you know what? What's Mike Zimmer looking for with that Minnesota Vikings team? You said offensive line was one of their needs?
Yes.
Okay, then that's when we're going to be looking at this Barrymore kid.
Yeah.
Not Barrymore.
Barmore? No, he's D, isn't he?
He's D-line.
I want to show you guys something that's hilarious.
Oh, God.
Here's the Vikings pick. Good talk.
With the 23rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings
Running back.
select Christian Darrisaw.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Virginia
Yeah.
Tech.
Christian
Christian
Darrisaw.
Darrisaw is a pure left tackle. He can latch him.
Yeah, I think that's a decent pick.
That was funny.
Yeah, I think that's
You haven't
a
put that in the show yet. No, Darrisaw, latch and control, good angles, average foot quicks.
Yeah, now I want to show you guys
My
a little something
gosh.
here. Just took me a second. Yeah, I think he's a good pick. I mean, it's going to take some work, but who doesn't? I mean, really. All right, I want to show you guys something. For everybody wondering about Mac Jones and why this would shoot, hold on here.
Does Mac Jones have any comparables, Rick? Is there anyone that we can maybe compare him to
Well,
in the league?
I'm trying here.
Maybe somebody he reminds us of? Or
Yeah, hold on.
Getting all the feels. So,
Go ahead. Hold on, talk for a second.
the Minnesota Vikings just went off the board, and that puts the Pittsburgh Steelers on the board, and Pittsburgh definitely goes running back. They have to go running back. They lose Connor this offseason. You got Ben Roethlisberger. He's like, 72 years old. Guy's been in the league since 1770. Played on a team when he first got drafted into the league. Played on a team called the Patriots. I'm kidding. That was not even funny. But yeah, Pittsburgh Steelers. I think they're going to go Najee Harris, running back out of Alabama right here. Pittsburgh Steelers, number 24.
I hope you're wrong, but we will see.
Pick is in already.
They like whoever it is. By the way, does Mac Jones have any anybody that
Yeah, I mean, is anybody out there you can think of back in NFL history and go, man, that Mac Jones reminds me of somebody? Oh, yeah, he does. Oh, God. Is he smoking a cigar there?
Yep.
I love that picture.
Yep.
There's your boy right there. So Pittsburgh Steelers, again, they lose Connor, the running back. They've got to get a relief valve. You saw that Pittsburgh Steelers team last year, 13-0 at one point, and then they just hit a wall. It was 12-0. Then they hit a wall. You get a running back like Najee Harris there out of Alabama,
And now you're taking some of that load off of Ben Roethlisberger. You're opening up another dimension. You're not losing anything with the loss of Connor this offseason at running back. Connor goes out and gets some money, which is great. He wanted to get out of Pittsburgh. So see if Mike Tomlin goes out there. Mike Tomlin just gets the extension in Pittsburgh through 2026. Good stuff. And why wouldn't you keep Mike Tomlin as your coach? I mean, the guy's been the best coach, I think, record-wise in the last 2 decades.
Oh, yeah, he's been phenomenal.
I mean, right there with Belichick, of course.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you got Pittsburgh on the clock. Gosh, it's going to have to be a running back.
Yeah, I hope not, but I think you might be right.
Maybe linebacker, too. But, of course, they take the other kid last year. They take the running back there.
So I'm going to take a shot. Zaven Collins.
Yeah, he's a defensive back, isn't he?
No, he's a linebacker.
Okay.
Out of Tulsa.
Ooh, Tulsa.
Take a shot.
He'll have it. He turns it up back there. Yes, sir. Wait to hear Pittsburgh's pick?
All right, here we go with the Steelers pick.
With the 24th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Najee Harris.
the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, give that phenomenal running back. He's a power rusher.
But he has some moves. No, he's got everything. He's the most complete back I think to come out in years. I think this guy is going to be everything Saquon Barkley could have been. I think this is a huge pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is a huge pick. I mean, if the Bucs were going to pick in the first round, that's who I wanted, to be honest. So
yeah.
Now I certainly hope they trade out.
Yeah. I don't know, though. I'm trying to look at some of the other players that are falling down the board. Don't see. Man. So, yeah, you got Pittsburgh makes that selection. Najee Harris, running back out of Alabama. And, of course,
Barmore is still the guy that I think they may take. I told you I think they might
that
take
defensive tackle, right?
Yeah, he's an edge rusher.
Oh, is he edge?
No. He's interior defensive lineman. You're
Defensive
correct,
tackle out of Bama, yeah.
So, yeah, I think right now we're leaning towards him. I don't know. I mean, it's crazy to things are getting weird, guys. What do you think?
Let's get the best seat in the house up here, don't we?
Yeah, we do. All right, come on, guys. You guys are getting quiet. Come on, guys. You're getting quiet out here. I want to hear.
We need to get some comments in there. Hit the share button. Hey, you, Tim, hit the share button. I see you. Rascal.
Tim Witherspoon.
Tim Witherspoon.
All right, Trent Daniel Mullinax says, champs return. All 22 starters for Tampa Bay Buccaneers are returning next season.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, there you go. If I could get a Diet Coke around here, I would drink to that.
I'll get you one. Keep reading comments.
Here, just try to get her attention.
Diet Pepsi? I'm sorry.
There we go, perfect.
Just for him, just one. Thank you.
All right, awesome.
She's a sweetheart.
Yes, she is. Everybody here has been like incredible.
Yeah, the coach has got the best. The
food is phenomenal.
The
staff
food
is good. This place
the company's good.
This place is huge. When I say huge, guys,
huge.
I'm shocked.
And you haven't seen the whole place.
No,
I
I
could
know.
take you on a tour of this place.
No, I'm shocked. I had no idea it was this big.
Yeah, it's
That's what she said.
Hello. How did we go from Megatron's butthole to that one?
I don't know. It's 11:15. So.
Okay, then we're good. Well, after 10, and we still kept it MA. Still kept it PG-13.
Yeah, how about that?
Which would mean.
Najee Harris, I think is. I think this guy's the real deal. I do think he's. I think that's the only. If we're going to draft somebody, I wanted it to be him. Other than that, I'm kind of disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I just.
Yeah.
So, Jacksonville Jaguars back on the clock. They get their Trevor Lawrence at number 1 overall. Starting to put it together.
Offensive line.
Got to get the protection for the kid. Of course.
You know, if Tebow turns out to be decent at tight end, or playing the role of Taysom Hill,
yeah,
is that a waste of years? How many years for him?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you? It's funny because then when you look back and you look at Tebow's career, how do you judge that? I mean, if he does well when he comes in, how do you judge that?
I don't know, but you know something, Rick? I got to tell you guys, I'd be remiss if I didn't share this with me. I was the first person to try to be critical of Trevor Lawrence. Didn't like some of the things. Not that he's not a phenomenally gifted quarterback, talented, just physical specimen.
What is it that you don't like about him?
Well, I was always throwing the argument that, he was surrounded by such incredible talent there at Clemson, and they do. They have some talent. But I'm looking up and down this draft board right here that I had done up, and a couple of them, and you don't see one Clemson
No,
player.
that's what I was like. I don't know about that. Yeah, Alabama's
you don't
got all the
see-
talent.
Alabama's got
Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
LSU has a Jamar Chase
Yeah.
goes to
No,
back with Joe Burrow.
Yeah, no, but to me, what's funny is Clemson seems like an maybe it's just to me. Clemson seems like an SEC team that got lost.
Yeah.
They feel like an SEC team.
Dabo Sweeney, I just love this guy.
Yeah.
I'd go through a wall for this guy.
Yeah, same with me.
But yeah, I'm looking at. I don't see a bunch of receivers or running backs or no offensive line. So you're talking about the work that Trevor Lawrence still put in consistently over 3 seasons. And look at Alabama.
And by the way, to Nick Citro, Nick, you're going to be at Clemson soon, buddy.
Yeah,
you're going to be at Clemson.
Nick's going to Clemson, huh?
Yeah, about an hour south of me. So
Dr. Citro.
Yeah,
he's going to be on tomorrow.
Yeah,
we're going to get that audio
we'll
issue
get it
worked
all
out. Yeah, we'll get it worked out.
Yeah, I'll be
It
here
was me.
tomorrow, and I'll make sure we get that worked out. I won't sleep.
I know you won't. You'll be back at the hotel tonight trying to hook that up.
That's exactly what's
2 a.m.
gonna-
You're calling me. I'm like, Rick, I don't know.
What
I ain't doing it right now. You call the dude for that. That's what the dude does.
Yep. I don't know. Anyway.
I wonder what Joshua's doing right now. He's probably over there. Knowing Joshua, he's sitting down at a table with Brian Cook. Probably sitting down with Jason Light.
So Harry's out here saying yes, he went to the Bears. Harry's busy talking about
The Bears. Oh, the Bears.
What about that pick? What about the Bears?
It killed him. Justin Fields. They just got rid of Mitch Trubisky. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to use a Buccaneer comparable. It's like getting rid of Josh Freeman, but bringing in.
No, it's Arizona. It's the Arizona Cardinals. It's like, let's just draft a quarterback first every year.
Yeah, and now let's go find. You know what they
Gosh,
need to
why
do?
does our team suck?
They need to go find a coach that can coach that quarterback.
You realize how many first-round picks now they've had on quarterbacks?
And they
including
traded
next
up.
year.
Yes, they gave up their next year's first-round pick to go up 3 spots.
Right.
To get Justin Fields.
So they've used, with Trubisky,
They threw $25 million at Foles.
Right.
They can't figure it out.
No, this is why the Bears are where they are these days. It's just. I love you, Harry. I love you, Harry, but dude.
Wait, what's Harry saying?
You got some years in front of you that you're not going to be thrilled about.
See, I told you my Giants friend, Dirty Birds did us dirty again. He says the Giants. He said something about.
Who do you guys? Okay, Hunter Miller says, who do you guys see the Bucs picking? I say it's the running back from Clemson.
Etienne,
yeah.
Etienne. He actually said he came out. They got for some reason on a no news cycle Tuesday. He came out and goes, "My name is Travis Etienne," and I'm like, I took French. That looks like Etienne.
Yeah.
But it's just like I tried for 25 years. It's not Favre. It's Favre. It's Favre.
Yeah,
Favre.
It
wasn't Favre. I mean, you can't. If the
I
R's
know.
in back of the
I
R's
know.
in back of the V, how's
I
it?
know. Favre. Yeah.
Favre. Joe Theismann.
All right, the pick is in.
It was Joe Theismann, but they changed the Theismann for the Heisman race at back
And
at
it's stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go, guys. The pick is in for Jacksonville. Pick number 25 is in.
Joe Theismann always had a leg up on a competition.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
snap.
sometimes he had a leg down.
Was it too soon?
Sometimes it was down.
Lawrence Taylor said down leg.
Yeah. You didn't have a leg up on that competition.
Oh, man. Okay, so Jacksonville, you say offensive line, got to get the protection for the rookie quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. So we're looking at offensive. Oh, I got it right here. I know what it is.
What do you got?
Elijah Bear Tucker. No, he's already gone.
With the 25th
This is Tevin Jenkins.
in the 2021
Tevin Jenkins out of
NFL
Oklahoma
Draft,
State.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne, running back.
It's ATM. See, I told you. It's ATM. So Jacksonville gets the running back, which is only fair. I mean, we got Leonard Fournette. Let them have a running back too.
Now we got to talk Bucs.
Let's do it. We're getting there.
Now we got to talk Bucs because I mean, guys, these were the folks everybody was leaning towards. And I'm thinking, I said it before, I'm going to stand by it.
Right.
Barmore.
Barmore.
I think Christian Barmore is what they're going with. Yeah.
Or look who's still on the board.
Who you got there? Oh, wow. Gregory Rousseau.
Defensive end out of Miami.
Okay. All right, so guys, we got a couple of options here. We will see what's going to happen. I'm interested, that's for sure.
Woo.
Yeah.
Cough syrup.
This is going to be interesting.
So
it's
Jacksonville.
This guys, if Barmore falls, I could see that being the pick.
That would be a nice defensive tackle. Behind Nunez Roches has a nice year behind with Vita Vea. Of course, the Bucs come through last year with the injury to Vita Vea.
Sue's getting old. Sue's getting. I mean,
yes.
He'd be behind Sue, is what you're doing. You're drafting the guy behind Sue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're sort of drafting Sue's heir apparent after a year or two.
And if not, you're looking to go one step further outside to get JPP's heir apparent. But either way,
Correct.
I think defensive line's where we're looking.
Well, I think that's where we're going. And I'm fine with this, guys. And I said this yesterday, or whenever I was on a show last. It all runs together.
What day is it?
This show's been going on for like 12 hours, hasn't it? But I think that if you think about it, I said this. I said the Bucs. I want to see them go defense because right now is not the time to ease up. You beat the Chiefs 31-9.
Right.
Press harder.
Yes.
Press harder. Make it worse on them. Don't lighten up and say, okay, we got this. No. Put your boot on them a little bit more.
Yes.
Press a little harder, make life a little more difficult, make it hell that much more for Pat Mahomes and company.
Yes.
So,
because that's what the good teams do. You're not satisfied with Super Bowl championship, and Tom's not going to let him be satisfied.
No.
In fact, Tom may start coaching the defensive side of the ball. Now, I got to tell you, looking at my schematics right here.
What do you mean start coaching the defensive side?
I know, he's coaching everybody. But looking at the defense, so last year, Cleveland Browns, talking about just total overall offense, scoring offense, they were 14th. Scoring defense, they were 21st. That tells me that the Cleveland Browns, they're definitely wanting to go defense on this side this time. Of course, they're talking about putting the 50-year option on Baker Mayfield. They make the playoffs. They get their first playoff victory since 1994. And, of course, I would pose that Rousseau, that defensive end from Miami, is probably looking pretty good right now.
I've got a thought about Baker Mayfield. Now, Matt's favorite boy, Baker Mayfield, Matt from Oklahoma. Baker Mayfield, I think Baker Mayfield is not ever going to be the reason Cleveland doesn't win. I think he's good enough to win the big game.
Yeah, makes sense. And
I don't think he's the all-knowing hero, incredible, career-changing, generational talent. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
But he's good enough to win a Super Bowl.
And he'll play out there on the fringe. I mean, he goes out there and wears his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah.
But yet he doesn't make the stupid mistake. Seems like he does it within confines, within the construction of the team.
And as a Buccaneers fan, I bet you every Bucs fan feels this way. Teams like Detroit or Cleveland, if they won a Super Bowl, if they won a Super Bowl, you'd feel good for it. You'd feel
Detroit. I felt good for the Eagles. I hate to say that.
No, I didn't. Sorry, screw them.
Well, how about? And this one hurts to say. I felt good when the Red Sox won the World Series.
Yeah, I don't care about that. It's baseball. I don't know. Sure. Yes, and the Cubs. Sure.
And the Cubs. Oh, no, the Cubs, right? The curse of the Cubs.
Right. But I mean, it's. Yeah. Do I think that's the case here? I mean, I would. Those teams, Minnesota, the Chargers, those teams that have never won one.
Yeah.
I'm kind of happy if they do.
In a couple of years, when we're done with our run.
Not the Falcons.
Not the Falcons. No. Okay. I'm down with that.
Not the Falcons. Sorry.
I gotta say the team I hate the most in our division.
Yeah. Is the Saints?
Probably the Dirty Birds. No, it's probably the Falcons.
Oh yeah, it is for me.
All right, so this is Cleveland. I still say we're going defensive line. They're going to get that 21 ranked scoring defense up a little bit, try to get Baker Mayfield a little help on that side of the ball. Would not be surprised if it was Rousseau out of Miami.
Of the digital divide for underserved students across the country. We have partnered with the Education Trust as part of Draft-a-thon to bridge the divide. Maya Tomoto and her class at Shaw High School here in Cleveland have faced this challenge during remote learning.
God.
She has worked overtime to assist other students.
Teachers worked their butts off this year. Hats off to the teachers. Hats off to all of our frontline staff. People that helped work through the pandemic.
Yeah.
Our doctors, our nurses.
Our servers.
Our servers.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, the pick is in.
What's up, Cleveland? Are you ready for this? All right.
Rousseau, Miami, defensive end. Edge.
Hey, now this girl's doing a better job at announcing picks than
he did.
For the Cleveland Browns, we have Gregory Newsome II.
You called it.
Wow.
Gregory Rousseau. You said it.
Is it? No, Greg Newsome.
Oh, and they said Rousseau.
That's, you know whose son that is?
Oh.
It's not Ozzie Newsome, is it?
Really?
No, because that'd be Ozzie Newsome II, right?
Right.
But I will tell you this. Did you hear who's calling the Bucs picks for tomorrow and Saturday into the weekend?
I did, and now I can't remember. Former Buck.
Former Buck?
I did hear this, and it was...
I'm going to swing you until you get it. He's a former tight end.
It's not... Jimmy Giles.
Jimmy Giles.
Yes,
Jimmy J.
Giles. Yeah.
Jimmy G.
Thank you. It took me a second. Sorry.
Jimmy Giles. I'll tell you what. No, I didn't even realize what a tight end was back then, but Jimmy Giles, he was our wide receiver.
Okay.
He was our tight end.
So, all right. You and I are both old school Bucs fans.
Okay, old school. I'm glad you put it that way.
I was not a huge Jimmy Giles guy.
No?
No, I watched that guy in the end zone with like wide open, fading back, balls set right in his gut, go right through his arms multiple times.
A couple times. But on the run, he was tight.
Yeah.
But then, Joe Hagan.
I know it's like sacrilege for me to say this, and everybody's going to be mad at me and think I hate
He's
Jimmy
in the Ring
Giles.
of Honor, Rick.
I know. I know.
But Joe Haig probably's caught that touchdown 100 times in practice.
Okay, so do you know the
story
story behind this? Did Harry tell you the story since you're part of Over Under?
of Jimmy Giles?
So, no, of Haig?
No, Joe Haig,
Okay,
no.
so I put one bet in. One bet.
Are you kidding me? For him to get
No.
Super Bowl?
I put one bet in, and it was Tom Brady would throw 4 touchdown passes.
Oh.
He had thrown 3. Right before the first half, he threw 4. He threw his 4th one right into Joe Haig's hands, and he dropped it, and he never threw another one.
I watch.
So I lost the prop bet because he dropped that pass.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
But you go to the NFL Network, and you hit on our, I'm sure it's the same wherever, but on ours here, Spectrum Cable, you hit the in demand, and a couple of things pop up. Thank the Lord that they've kept the sound, what do you call it?
Super Bowl?
Yeah, the Super Bowl. Mic'd up.
Yeah.
They've kept it on there.
Oh,
and
that's
I've
cool.
watched it so many times.
Yeah.
But that catch, Gene Deckerhoff called it.
Did he?
He said, "Touchdown, Buccaneer!" Whoa, wait, Joel Haig dropped that. I was like, yes, because it was right there.
I know.
But yeah, I didn't know you'd lost that prop bet on that one.
On that play, I lost
God, I
the
bet
prop
that
bet.
would have been like a 5-1 or a 10-1. You probably could have gotten a couple of bucks, couple of shekels.
Yeah. Oh well. What are you gonna
Gene
do?
Deckerhoff. Love it. And let's talk about John Lynch going into the Hall of Fame. We got a couple of months to go.
He's kind of a favorite Buccaneer of mine. Him and Mike Allstott, I think, are probably my favorite Bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Played with the same reckless abandon.
Yeah.
Any guy that could go home to his wife after he put her brother into the concussion protocol. And he never caught flag for that we know of. But
I'm sure his brother did.
Oh, and
I don't think he caught. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember his brother's name now.
Yeah.
It's right there, the tight end from Chicago.
Yeah, he didn't catch flack, but I bet you when he went back in the...
Guys are going to family dinner at Christmas.
Oh my gosh, he probably paid the price for getting... Oh my
You
gosh.
son of a...
Yeah. But I think it was probably more like, you going to trash talk me now?
Yeah.
I put you in the hospital.
What, you got
practically
something
last
for me?
time. Yeah.
God, think about this now. And we've talked about this. And maybe I'm wrong.
By the way, Baltimore's pick is in. We haven't even talked about this. Baltimore's pick is in.
Okay, so let's
and
talk
I gotta
about this.
say this real fast.
Yes.
Baltimore. I don't know if Lamar Jackson is long for Baltimore.
Really?
Yes. They said, and their quote is, "We're going to be like the army of the NFL," meaning.
I saw that where we draft and turnover.
Yes.
Because, they get him, they get Lamar Jackson, the 32nd pick. I mean, literally, you get that kid on a rookie deal.
So let's see. I mean, they're not drafting a quarterback here. There are no quarterbacks that are on the verge of this, but I could see them going for something later.
Yeah, I was going to say, so but both Najee Harris and Travis Etienne are off the board.
Khalif Young and you just asked, who are we taking? That's the question, isn't it, Khalif? Yeah, how about tell me who you think?
Look at that, Baltimore Ravens. Their number one need is edge, offensive line, defensive line.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there. Rousseau, out of Miami. He's got the concussion. I've had a couple of concussions, so there was a little red flag there. But you're talking about the play of this kid, the pursuit, the solidity of that defensive line, the edge.
Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion that we are at the end of the. You know how Baltimore has been good for years.
Yeah.
I get the feeling we're coming to the end of that.
Because they were let's be honest, a defense going back to Brian. The old guy, the coach.
Yeah, Billick.
Was it?
We're talking Brian Billick back in the day?
Brian Billick, right? Yeah, not Belichick.
No, Billick.
Brian Billick. Yeah, he's now on the NFL Network.
Yeah.
And I mean, the defense he had with Ray Lewis and the defense they put together. And
No,
of
that's
course,
when they were. That's what I'm. I just get the feeling it's all starting to unwind now. It's they don't have the new guys coming up. They're not reloading. And I don't think Lamar Jackson is the answer. I just don't think
I have not seen that kid grow into that role.
I don't think it's his fault.
I think it's part of the system.
Well, and you're going to get the crap beat out of you.
Yeah, because it's the same thing what's going on in Seattle with Russell Wilson.
Right.
They're like, we're paying you $40 million a year for the fact that you're smell that? Verbal lessons? That's St. Pete right there. I just want to go and, because I'm going to be popping up here tomorrow night for the Friday Night Madness, but we're going to be down here for the live draft show. I'm going to be joining you a little bit later tomorrow night, but same thing going on with Seattle Seahawks out there in Seattle. Yeah. That's St. Pete, baby. And that's our police officers. But so Russell Wilson, you're paying this guy for the fact that he's a mobile quarterback and get himself out of trouble. Here we go. Ravens pick us in. So we're thinking offensive line, you said?
You said Rousseau, you thought?
Oh, defensive line, Rousseau out of Miami. I've been saying that for the last 8 years, so I'm going to be right eventually.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, Minnesota.
Like I said, Minnesota wide receiver. This kid.
Well, they have nobody.
Yeah, and this guy actually, the Bucs draft Tyler Johnson last year out of Minnesota. But, talk about the work that PJ Fleck's doing there in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Of course, he was a former Buccaneer wide receivers coach. And taking a wide receiver.
Have you seen this guy's highlights? Watch this guy's highlights. This guy has some insane highlights. You watch this guy. Some of the catches this guy's made are ridiculous.
You get separation like nobody's business.
He leaves you saying "Holy cow" a bunch of times on some of his receptions.
Wow.
Yeah.
And again, like I was saying, PJ Fleck, he's developing some wide receivers, and that's why.
Look at this. Yeah, I mean,
over the shoulder, outstretched.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Tifton, Georgia.
Yep.
Every time we go to Carolina, you cross the state line, the first thing you hit there is Valdosta, and then you hit Tifton. Tifton, Georgia. Coming back to Carolina, I hit Tifton. I know I'm 5.5 hours away from the house.
Yeah, it's got a water tower. It's the whole thing.
Tifton, Georgia. The big Tifton with a flower on it.
Yep.
It's a gardenia.
Yep.
In fact, yeah. Or maybe it's a peach lily.
I don't know what
sure.
it is. Probably peach. Who knows? Cotton.
It's when we're driving by those damn Falcons.
Yeah, cotton.
Cotton, yeah.
That is the area.
That's it, yeah. So. I love it. Every time I drive through, my poor kids, we drive through Plains, Georgia. Yeah. And I'll say,
every time.
My name's Jimmy Carter. My kids are like, who's Jimmy Carter?
Jimmy who?
You guys are not woke.
Right. Oh, man.
So who do we got on the board now? Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Saints are up.
So now stuff just got real. Because now it's the New Orleans Saints. Saints are on the board. Of course, Saints are the Buccaneers' NFC South rival.
Okay.
We dropped them this last year.
They need offense.
Yeah, they need some help.
They need offense.
They need a quarterback. I'm kidding. But they, of course, last year they take Cesar Ruiz, the center out of Michigan, to fortify that offensive line.
It's funny because of who is gone from them, and I wasn't thinking about this. Cornerback, wide receiver, edge rusher, and a linebacker. They've got a lot of needs. Yeah.
Yes.
So it could be defense. This could. I have no idea where this is going.
I have no idea who's still on the board.
I have no clue.
I'll tell you what, though. Give me one more beer. I swear I'll get better.
Tomorrow. We'll go home. You know what it's going to be is tomorrow morning we're going to be scratching everybody off and figuring out, starting all over. Like,
well, that's what we do. That's what you do. Your draft boards.
Figure out. You do the aftermath. Whoops, he's gone. I didn't know. Whoops, I missed. Yeah.
It's like you're doing a morning battle check. Like you're in a tent down on the front line. You're like, okay, we lost here, we won here, we lost here. We're gonna attack here. But okay, I just saw it. There it is. Trayvon Mooring, safety out of Texas Christian TCM.
Really?
TCU. I don't know why that name jumped at me, but the Saints are always doing stuff like that. They're going to tell you they don't need a wide receiver. We've got Joe Thomas. They're going to tell you we don't need a running back. We've got Alvin Kamara. We don't need a quarterback. We've got Jameis. I don't know what's going on with the quarterback position there under Sean Payton. But, and of course, they just lost a defensive back, too. Didn't they just lose a safety and
cornerback?
Cornerback, and that was what's-his-face?
Well, let me ask you this. Wide receiver-wise, who's out there?
Wide receiver, so we've got the two Bama wide receivers off the board.
Elijah Moore is I think the top one I have out there.
Elijah Moore, they just took the one off of...
yeah, I think he's the top rated still left out there, and I don't know.
I'm always wondering, okay, so when it comes time for the Bucs to play the Saints,
What do you not want to see?
I don't want to see a stud linebacker. I was glad to see Kwity Paye go elsewhere. I was glad to see some of the linebackers move earlier. I didn't want to see him come down here. I wanted to see Amika Parsons, of course, doesn't come down here to the south. This mock I had Carolina Panthers looking at Mika Parsons, and I'm like, no, don't fortify that defense. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Jalen Mayfield, offensive tackle out of Michigan.
Okay.
That's the call. Because here's the thing: whether it's Taysom trying to run an RPO or it's Jameis actually doing a pro style offense with drop back passing, you're going to have to get that offensive line.
I'm going to say Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore, linebacker, right?
No, wide receiver at Ole Miss.
Oh, that would be good. The pick is in. We're at number 28. We're almost actually near the end here. Wow.
What's that?
Next on the board is Green Bay, then Buffalo, then Kansas City, then the Buccaneers.
It's coming, folks.
We will know in the next 25 minutes, just after midnight, like we thought.
Johnny is saying we're talking about the Ravens' defense. Yes, they were ranked second in the league last year, but they lost a lot of people, Johnny.
Right.
You're correct. They were good, but they lost people. So, yeah, you have needs when you lose, folks. It doesn't matter just how good you were last year. You know that.
Johnny knows. Hey, Johnny, you know better than most people.
Yeah, the listed as their greatest needs are cornerback, wide receiver, edge rusher, and linebacker. So if three of those are defense, something's up.
So yeah, I was talking about this the other day. I was on this very stage right here, 2019. The Bucs come up. They select Devin White, linebacker out of LSU, and everybody in the bar. Like, it was like, I'm trying to remember who was even on the board then. They're like, and we were like, whoa. First of all, it was a need. And of course, the only knock on Devin White was he came out. It wasn't a sexy pick. Well, and he was coming out talking about, wait until I get to my second contract. Right. So you're like, but I mean, look at what he's filled in on his defense with him and Lavonte David.
Yep.
And brings out.
With the 28th
And
pick
breathe out.
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
Well, they went after defensive end.
Wow, this is somebody who got a lot of push toward the end of the process here.
That's a reach.
Yeah, it is.
That's a bit of a reach, but you take a player that's right there, with the talent, the speed, and you let them have a chip on their shoulder, or you give them the incentive to say, well, a lot of teams are going to tell us that you were a reach. Prove them wrong. And that can be motivation. That can be the reason why a player puts in the extra reps, runs the extra gassers, puts in the extra time, studying film, because he wants to prove to the rest of the NFL. Where'd you have him going?
53.
Wow, that is a big reach. I don't know.
I mean, this is what I have on him. He's got a pro-ready frame, pass rushing talent, relentless motor. He's burly. Yeah. Ascending pass rusher prospect with an explosive first step, good power, rare length. But, yeah, okay.
All right. I got burly. Burly from that.
He's burly.
So now we have Green Bay Packers. Now, okay, guys and girls.
Aaron Rodgers is sitting at home right now.
What are the chances Green Bay drafts a quarterback? Because it was like in 25 or 26, right? So they take Jordan Love.
Yeah. Watch him draft.
Wouldn't that just make his head explode?
What's his name out of Florida?
What is the thing that killed Aaron Rodgers? Oh, God bless. I love Jeopardy, and it was a shame what happened to Alex Trebek this last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Jeopardy, and Aaron Rodgers. What a great job he did filling in on Jeopardy, though. I would have never thought. I mean, I didn't think Aaron Rodgers was a one-trick pony.
Well, he's very dry, and that's the right atmosphere for dry.
Yes.
It just fits his dry. Yeah.
But he throws up when one of the contestants answers, they didn't have the answer to what the final Jeopardy was, so they wrote, "What is coach should have went for?"
No, why did you? Yeah. Who thought you should?
You should have kicked the field goal or something like that, right?
You should kick the field goal or whatever.
Exactly, going back to what Matt LaFleur does, makes the decision to go for 3.
Yeah.
And again, I mentioned this earlier, but you and Harry were kind of things crazy, but that almost worked. Let's be honest. I mean, they almost stopped his 3 and out after that field goal, which would have put the ball back in their hands. I hate to admit it, but that was actually ended up being a decent call. But of course, they didn't stop us.
Listen, either way, it could have worked. I mean, either way.
Yes.
Either way, you had to stop them in 3. And it was just a matter of, are you going to risk it all now, or are you going to go ahead and take the 3 and then take the... I get what they did. I understand why they did what they did.
You understood why they did it. It was totally like a move that back in the day, who would have did it? Who was the coach of the Broncos back in the day? Under
not Phillips.
Dan.
Oh, yeah. Dan. Falcons guy.
Yeah, it was the coach of the Broncos. Dan.
Yeah, Dan... Crap.
I'm just throwing it out here, but that's a total move that he would have done.
Yeah, Falcons guy and Denver guy, Dan Reeves.
Dan Reeves.
Yeah.
He would have made that decision because it was the smart thing to do.
Yep.
Is to give your team a chance to get the 3, and then when you get the touchdown to go up by 7, and the defense almost stopped us. Of course, the better team won that game.
The number 29 pick is in. We've been waiting all the live long night, so y'all hung with us the whole freaking night.
Packers.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
So let's think back to the NFC Championship game. The Bucs beat the Packers quite handily. What were they lacking they could have used in that game against our Buccaneers?
Anything on offense other than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've got
a
wide receiver. They have a wide receiver.
Bakhtari comes back this year. They're talking about how fast he heals, but the offensive line could be something they're looking at.
By the way, Johnny Dean just said, Ray, the Chiefs had a trade last week that gave
the Baltimore Ravens. They get Orlando Brown Jr. That's right. So the Ravens are the ones selecting at number 31.
Correct. So we got somebody
knocking at the door. Somebody ringing the bell. Jamon Davis, linebacker out of Kentucky. He's off the board already, but I had the linebacker going to Green Bay. So is there a linebacker still out there?
Let me take a look here.
Because let's be honest, if they would have had a better linebacker, they may have been able to give the Bucs a little bit of trouble, but I don't think so because the Bucs are the best team in the National Football League, and that's...
Yeah, they got to score a touchdown.
Drop. No. Yeah, they do have to score a touchdown.
With the 29th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Survey
the Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, defensive back, Georgia.
Wow, not a sexy pick,
All right, they decided to go and do.
No for Aaron Rodgers.
yeah, I didn't get him any tools. Didn't get him any help. And who did the Broncos?
Aaron Rodgers is so pissed right now.
Oh, he's somewhere going
Picture everybody right now. Picture Aaron Rodgers right now. Right at this moment. What is Aaron Rodgers doing right now?
I will say this, though. He's going crazy, but you can look right here at my sheet. I've got, for the Packers, cornerback was the number one need.
Well, they're throwing stuff at the Aaron Rodgers is throwing stuff at the TV. He's so mad.
He's so mad. He's already on a flight to Denver. He's trying to figure out what way is up.
Please let me get out of here.
Matt
Please.
LaFleur. What a job.
You know what's really funny though is you gotta love it when somebody flexes, like, they play their cards, they play their hand, and the other guy just doesn't flinch.
And you're like, well, you gave it a shot. And that's what Green Bay did. They were like, they even let Mark Schlereth, they let that tweet run. They didn't have a response to it. They didn't, just like with Kevin Kiermaier the other night, as of course it's a baseball reference. It was a play.
You're not. They're like, you're not going.
No.
Yeah.
Let him think it.
Yeah.
So the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Sean McDermott, that defensive style of the Bills finished 13-3 in 2020.
So are the Bills for real, or was that a 1 year kind of
no,
thing?
Sean McDermott's got that defensive play in, and of course they got Josh Allen at quarterback. They ended up bringing over the wide receiver from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Right? It's getting late. It's been a long night, but the wide receiver from Minnesota was.
I want to say
Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, that's it.
So they're putting a team together. So I have on my sheet here that they're looking at probably edge, if not quarterback or tight end.
Everybody has edge listed.
Everyone, because
every single team has edge.
Well, the Buccaneers are showing you. I mean, the reason why Shaq Barrett gets paid the way he does, and the reason why the Bucs are having the success, one of the reasons, is because, like you said earlier, Shaq can contain the edge.
Yeah.
He cuts that
Just
edge
laughing.
off.
Okay, so guys, we're sitting here. We do our best. We take notes. We study. We do all of this, and I'm looking at every team when it comes to needs. Every team it says edge rushers.
And what's funny is just a couple of years, you didn't even use the term edge. You were actually a defensive line or defensive DE.
Yeah, you were actually
or a defensive end or linebacker.
Defensive end.
And now it's edge.
Yeah.
Makes it sound special.
Yeah. He's an edge rusher. But yeah, everybody's got, let's see here. 1, 2, 3.
So, the three teams that did not have a first-round pick this year, you ready?
Yeah.
We knew about the Seattle Seahawks, the Houston Texans, because of Larry Tunsil,
right,
and the Los Angeles Rams. You haven't seen the Rams tonight. Les Snead, Sean McVay. Of course, they've had a pretty good offseason. I was doing some research on the Rams today, and that is a team that in 2021 is probably going to give the Buccaneers a really good run.
Right. Oh, yeah, they could be.
If Matt Stafford gets up to speed fast enough because of the fact that
26 of the teams have edge listed as a need.
You just counted? Yeah. Well, edge, especially in this draft this year, edge was a bit. And you know who's still on the board? Miami.
No,
Rousseau.
I know. Rousseau and I still want
Leather.
I want Barmore.
Barmore,
for
yeah.
Tampa. That's if Tampa picks, I don't want them to pick. I want them to trade.
Well, let's just say, guys, girls, whoever they pick, we're gonna love you.
Oh yeah.
But
for sure.
If you get some more draft capital for next year, we don't have a problem with that either.
Hey, what kickers are available?
Oh, God. Is there an Aguayo brother out there? I'm telling you, Mr. Irrelevant, and I love the fact that Ryan Suckup was Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
I love the fact that he's the most successful Mr. Irrelevant of all time.
Yeah. That is awesome.
Ooh.
All right. What?
Jason Owen. Is it Owen? From edge rusher from Penn State.
That's who you've got going? Going, Owen?
Man, going. I got him going, but
Owen going?
Owen could be going to Buffalo. I remember back when Khalil Mack was coming out of the University of Buffalo. And I thought to myself, and that was Sean McDermott's first year as coach, and he's such a defensive-minded coach. Of course, he played defense in the NFL, and I'm like, oh, Buffalo's got to be looking at Khalil Mack. No, Khalil Mack ends up slipping to Chicago.
Jason Owen is
that's a good
call.
What's that?
That's a good call.
You like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
fitting in right with what Buffalo's continuing, what Sean McDermott's trying to do is get that edge rusher.
Yep.
Plus, he saw what a good edge rusher could do to Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, didn't he?
Who showed him that?
Mr. Todd Bowles.
Yes.
Yeah. But then that still leaves Rousseau on the, and that Rousseau, his name was one of the first ones I heard tied to the Bucs.
Yeah.
As far as an edge, but then also I like like you said, Christian Barmore, defensive tackle out of Bama. That's
coming, guys.
probably the biggest. I hate to say biggest need because it's not a big need.
Yeah.
But definitely a need.
It's coming, guys. All right, here we go, guys. Hold on. Let's hop in here real quick before the pick comes in. So Joshua Cole Allen.
Look at him
Going
still
on,
there,
guys?
glad facing on
Smiling
the stadium.
still, yeah.
Love this
All
kid.
proud of himself, sitting there on the
Looking
ship.
good.
Guys, this is a great board left available for us, not only for potential trade down, but you have players
I don't know
like
if you guys
Christian
can hear him or
Barmore.
not.
You have guys like
Yeah.
Christian Barmore. You have guys like Aziz Ujulari, Jason Owe. There are plenty of
hold
players
on.
that
Hold on, Josh. Hold on 1 second, brother.
Hold on.
We'll be right back with you.
All right. Actually, I could have given some time because if this guy's walking up, it might take a while.
I think he's just standing up. I think he's just standing up.
NFL draft.
That might take a while.
The Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau.
There you go.
There's our edge rusher out of Miami. God bless. He got 2 away.
I don't think.
There's Gregory Rousseau. I don't think he was a
Josh.
target. I don't think he was a target in the first place. I think you're looking more for maybe Aziz Ujulari, a Joe Tryon, Christian Barmore. The thing is, they're in a perfect spot right now with the players on the board to be able to get that's a good trade offer to move down and still be able to land from an impactful player. So, Rick, your wish might come true tonight.
All right, Joshua. Thank you. Thank you. What do you think about Barmore?
I think Barmore at 32 is great value. He's still got a lot of learning to do. He's still a raw player, but I think that he can come in and at least make an impact as a sub pass rusher. He needs to work on his running game a little bit, but as a pass rusher, he's one of the best in the class, in the weak class for defensive linemen.
Awesome.
I still think another
you know
guy.
what? You definitely win with the best shot of the day.
I'll go to this so you can see the Buccaneers. Another guy available is still Kevin Jenkins, offensive lineman out of Oklahoma State. This is a guy who had multiple meetings with the Buccaneers. He could be a fit. You can never have enough offensive linemen. You look at what happened with the Chiefs last year, and that could be a pick. But I still think if they stick with this pick, edge rusher is the pick, and it's most likely Aziz Ujulari or Joe Tryon.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, man.
All right,
Thank you.
I'll stick around for some reactions after the pick.
Yeah,
Or
you'll
trade.
be here for the pick? Yeah, we'll come back to you
will.
for the pick.
Sounds good. Great show so far, guys.
Yeah. All right. Awesome.
So now, Buffalo takes Rousseau, edge
Right.
rusher.
Right. So I'm telling you, Barmore.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. It says.
So we've got Baltimore than us, right?
Yeah, Baltimore than us. No, Buffalo. Baltimore than us.
Right.
Oh no, Buffalo took Rousseau.
Buffalo, Baltimore, now it's us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Green Bay before that.
Baltimore than us. Yeah. So
And I've got the I got nothing. I had the Kansas City Chiefs
I got
taking
nothing.
Jalen Mayfield,
All right,
offensive
thanks.
tackle
I'll
out of
pick it up from
Michigan.
there.
You pick it up from there. I dropped
Offensive
it.
tackle, safety, or wide receiver.
That's why I had them picking Jalen. Oh no, the Ravens, right?
Yeah.
Of course, they trade Orlando Brown Jr. to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs are trying to take care of that problem they had in the Super Bowl, especially in the Super Bowl with the injuries to both tackles. So they signed the Orlando Brown Jr., who looks to he's on the last year of his rookie deal, but they're saying that he wants to stay there in Kansas City. So we'll see if maybe Tyreek takes a pay cut or does some option years at the end of this year and allows him to go ahead and sign that offensive tackle.
It is possible they will draft Carlos Basham Jr., an edge rusher out of Wake Forest.
Oh.
That is something that could happen because, hey, guess what? Baltimore wants an edge rusher.
You don't see that these days.
Yeah.
And of course, that would leave right there, like you've got it. I'm going to circle it now. That would leave Christian Barmore right on the board, defensive tackle out of Alabama.
Yeah.
Kid's got some pedigree.
This also could be Terrence Marshall. Terrence Marshall Jr., wide receiver out of LSU.
Oh.
I could see it being either of those. So let's see what happens.
So yeah, how about Josh? Oh, he's got his mask on now. Look at that kid. He's so good.
Yep, he's behaving.
He took the mask off. You're really talking about him.
But yeah, look, you know what, Joshua. Let me put you full screen. Who do you have going now?
At this point, for the Ravens, they took a wide receiver with their first pick, Rashad Bateman. I could definitely see them taking one of these edge rushers off the board here. Joe Tryon, Aziz Ujulari. They do have Blake Campbell on the defensive line, but he's getting a little bit older. They could take a guy like Christian Barmore here as well. Also a tackle, they just traded Orlando Brown to the Chiefs. Kevin Jenkins still sitting here. Blows my mind. I think he's great value right here. So I'm looking at either Kevin Jenkins here, Christian Barmore, or one of the edge rushers, Aziz Ujulari, or Joe Tryon. One of those four guys here makes the most sense to them.
Okay, I'm hoping not Barmore.
Coincidentally enough, it makes the most sense for the Buccaneers too at the next pick if they decide to stick with it. I hope they trade down.
You know, I told you that I hope they pick that I hope the Bucs pick Barmore. So we're getting close. We're getting close. We'll see. All right, we'll come back to you.
In my last mock, I had them take Joe Tryon, edge rusher out of Washington. I think that's a real capability. I heard you guys mention Carlos Boogie Basham. I like the player. If in a trade down scenario, that might be the guy. But I think it's too early. But hell, I thought Peyton Turner was too early. Prospect I love with, and he went to the Saints. So we'll see what happens. Back to you.
All right, we'll see. We'll come back to you.
Yeah, Joe Tryon, edge rusher out of Washington, and that would be another Husky coming in here, just like another Husky we were talking about earlier, Mr. Vita Vea over there in nose tackle. So, I wonder how many platforms are bringing a live draft show from a place like Ferg's Sports Bar, world famous Ferg's Sports Bar and Grill, and then also have somebody live at Raymond James Stadium bring it to you live
ship.
from the ship. I mean,
Yeah.
just, hats off to us.
Yeah. Joshua and Joshua, way to go, brother.
Josh, he's a hustler.
Yeah.
He's the hustler. I wouldn't
Boom.
see that. I wouldn't see that.
Hold on. Show that. Let
me see that pretty face.
Hold that thing up there. There you go. There you go.
Wait, did that say media?
It said media.
It said media credentials. So Joe Tryon, he was still on the board, the edge rusher out of Washington. So I think let's go with say Tryon or Barmore. It's one of those two for the Bucs.
Okay, so going back to my show a couple of nights, or the podcast we did,
right?
A couple of nights ago, I did while you guys were doing your or you were doing anything.
You, Jacob, and Josh.
I told them on that point I wanted Barmore.
Yeah,
and I talked to Joshua about it right at that point, and we had a discussion about it. If I got it right back then, that's going to be crazy.
This has been called tonight. Yeah, because you called it 3 days ago.
Yeah,
or 2 days ago.
Yeah, I called that 3 days ago, and then I called Mac Jones going to the Patriots. That'll be my two that I got. Now let's keep in mind how many times I've mispronounced names. How many times I've gotten everything wrong. Yeah, I know. It's fine. We're having a good time with it.
I have this one sheet I'm relying on. I got a couple of sheets.
Yeah.
I got some Buccaneer draft history, but you know what? That's what tomorrow night's for. I'll get down here. You guys will have a show going. I'll jump in here with the
Joshua
second
is trying
shot.
to get my attention here. Were you trying to get my attention, Joshua?
Yeah, I just got word who the pick is for the Ravens. If you want, I can give it to you guys now, or we can wait till the announcement.
No,
I'll let you make
you know
that
who the
decision.
pick is? Let's hear it.
The Ravens are selecting edge rusher Jason Owea out of Pittsburgh, Penn State. Owea is gone.
The Ravens are?
The Ravens are, yes. Out
Oh,
of
the
Penn,
Ravens. I thought you were giving us the Bucs pick.
That would
I was like,
my bad. No.
yeah, no.
The
Okay.
Ravens, the Ravens.
No, that works. That's good. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Jason
Thank
Owea,
you.
Penn State.
You got it. Awesome.
Penn State.
Edge rusher out of Penn State. Thank you, Joshua.
One
All
more
right,
pick,
this is-
baby. We're on the
One more.
clock.
This is it. We're up.
Pick us in.
We're up. All right. Awesome.
Do not
This
have
is-
that cat.
This is how you.
That's how you go live.
Yeah. No joke. Holy cow, man.
The Baltimore Ravens.
We're beating the NFL Network.
Yeah, we are.
We get to pick.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, Ian Rappaport, take that, brother.
Yeah.
We got a mole. We got a mole inside the ship. We got a mole in the ship.
Yeah, he better be right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's Josh, but we've got a mole inside. How many NFL media outlets are coming at you tonight with a mole inside the pirate
that's
ship
right.
over at Raymond James Stadium?
That's
I
right.
love it.
We got our ship rat.
And of course, Josh is going to be here tomorrow night.
Yeah,
for our
Joshua
second night
will
of our
be
draft
here.
coverage.
Yeah, he'll be
on
sitting
Bucs
here
Report.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to that, by the way, Joshua. I love you out there with that background, and that is freaking awesome. But I'm looking forward to having you here tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be good to have you here, meet you in person.
Yeah, he's good people.
I got to meet him tonight.
Yeah, right?
I'm all choked up, apparently.
Yeah, I'm sure it was that. It was
Yeah.
Go Bucs.
Yeah. So there you go. There he is. Hey, Joshua was right.
There you go, Jason Owa, Penn
Jason
State.
Owa was the pick.
So, Josh, let us know when you know who the
All
Bucs
right,
are
he's
taking
saying,
at
come on
32.
back. Hold on. He's saying, come on back. Hold on. Now he's getting cocky, you know. Now he's getting cocky. Yes, sir.
So I just want to say I'm excited to go to the Fergs tomorrow and meet you guys, meet you, Rick, for the first time, hang out with Ray and Harry the Greek. But also make sure you guys come out and visit us because we'll be giving away a signed Levante David jersey. Signed autograph Levante David jersey. Giving it away tomorrow. If you were there
it's
tonight,
gonna be
make sure
awesome.
you come back
Levante
tomorrow night.
David.
It's going to be awesome. Bucs are on the clock. Let's see what they do here. Let's go.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, guys. Now let's hear from you guys. I want to hear from the fans.
Who's the pick? Who's the Bucs? Who are the Bucs
pick?
taking
Come
at
on,
32?
guys. Now's the time. We've been waiting all night. We got a big group of you in here.
Is there a kicker on
Come
the board?
on, man. Start talking. Let me hear.
Come on.
You guys, come on.
Last comments and get
Start
right
yapping.
first.
Start
there's
yapping.
one.
Who's your pick? Nick Bolton. Okay, we got Spencer Johnson says Nick Bolton.
Oh, no, it's not going to be Broderick Thomas. Sandman.
Okay, who you got?
It's going to be Barmore.
Trade back from Teresa. You think it's Barmore? So do I.
Barmore.
I think it's Barmore. But I've been saying that, so I got to stick with it.
You got it this way. Yeah, no, you're committed to that one.
All right, here we go, guys. You guys ready for the picks? Here it is. Bring it, Joshua.
The Bucs are keeping the pick. They're not trading out of it.
The Bucs are keeping their pick.
Look at the lights going off in there.
The lights
Who is
are all
it?
going off. We're on the clock. The pick is in. It is an edge rusher.
Edge
Joe
rusher.
Tryon. Washington.
Joe Tryon.
Wait, he already went.
No, he didn't.
Didn't Joe Tryon just
No,
go?
he was predicting him to go.
Nice.
He just
The Bucs
went
got
with
Joe
the Buccaneers.
Tryon.
Edge rusher out of Washington.
Yeah, the edge
Husky.
rusher out of
Edge rusher
Washington
out of
is
Washington.
now a Buccaneer, folks.
There you go. You get it
He's now
before
a
the
Buccaneer.
NFL Network.
Yeah, we got it
Right there
before the
at that
NFL
spot.
Network, thanks to Joshua.
Joshua Cole Allen. That right there
That
is
is beautiful, Joshua.
That was
They
nice.
got the lights all dimmed red here.
Yeah, your shot looks awesome. Your shot looks awesome, brother.
Oh, the Canes
There you go.
right in his ear.
Joe Tryon, linebacker.
They didn't warn me about that. They didn't warn me about that. That scared the heck out of me.
Brings us to the
Joe
conclusion.
Tryon to the Bucs. Great pick. I had him in my last mock of the season. He was in a lot of mocks around the league. Joe Tryon is a great player. He's got an athletic motor. He can really get after the quarterback. He's still raw, only 1 year production as a 1 year starter with the Washington Huskies. But this is a guy with some good coaching, can come in right away. He's a developmental guy, right behind JPP Jack, and still can contribute into the rotation as well. He opted out last year, so they didn't have tape on him. One of the things that Jason Light said was they had to look at a lot of 2019 tape to measure apples to apples to see if these players were like. Joe Tryon is a guy they obviously liked a lot of his 2019 tape. He's a good versatile player. He's got fluid enough hips to drop back in coverage. I really think that this guy's going to be a good player for the Buccaneers going forward.
Well, Joshua, that was awesome. That's you know it gets no better than that, brother. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow,
Scared the heck
brother.
out of me.
Good job, Josh. Good job, brother. Good job. Good job, brother.
That was awesome. See you tomorrow, brother.
See you guys.
All right.
So, yeah, I mean, we're sitting here getting the draft pick from Joshua, who's over at Raymond James, probably sitting right next to Brian Cook.
Right.
And then, like a minute later, the NFL Network comes out with it. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That was breaking news
Joshua
right
breaking
there.
it before the NFL Network
Love
tells
that
us.
narrative.
That, by the way, guys, that's how you get it done.
It is.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
It makes up for all the issues. It was loud or crazy. Of course, DJ Mack helped us out. The great staff here at Ferg's Bar and Grill, world famous sports bar and grill. Thank you to everyone for helping us out here tonight for bringing you that first night of the 2021 draft.
Yeah, and Teresa, I think you summed it up correctly. In light, I trust. If that's who they picked, okay.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not going to blame them for trying.
No.
Tired
oh, Tryon. You had it
Tryon.
right. Tryon. You had it right. Oh, man. He's been working on that for like a week.
I was saving it because I knew that was the 32nd pick. I had no doubt.
All right, guys. That is awesome. All right. Thank you, Teresa. Teresa said she's got to go. You have a good night. Thank you for hanging with us and all of you guys. That was awesome. But, wow, that was amazing.
So we're one step closer to the 2021 season start.
Yeah.
To the Hall of Fame game.
We got a first-round pick, guys. We got all 22 back, plus Antonio Brown.
Yes.
And now, Joe Tryon, an edge rusher from Washington.
I mean, not only just, it wasn't a throwaway pick. This kid is a phenomenal player, a Husky. First thing he's going to do is come to town. Him and Vita Vea are going to talk. You know, who's your favorite place to do sandwiches back at Washington? Or, and I mean, the phenomenal player that Joe is, and the fact of the matter is that this is a position with the Bucs if you're looking for depth, and then for the future, this was definitely one.
Yeah. I mean, guys, this is, when it comes to what this team needs, you're looking forward now. This is depth, okay? This is not a this year, now impact thing. It's not. But it's absolutely, you may have the guy to replace an aging JPP.
Yeah.
You know, that may happen. I mean, you don't know what kind of, I mean, if he shows out in camp, if he shows out, you never know what kind of playing time he'll get this year. But the point of the matter is this is not even about this year. This is about solidifying the future and not just being a team that's good for a year or two, but prepping for when these guys start to fall off the roster. And that's what you saw tonight. I mean, would I have preferred to trade down? We all know I would have probably preferred to trade down. But like Teresa said, in Light I trust. I mean, it's hard to look at what Jason Light does and question it right now,
Not
isn't
at this
it?
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be our 4th home run in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, only time will tell.
Wow.
But when you go back and go Vita Vea, Devin White, and then Tristan Wirfs, and then now you bring in Joe Tryon, defensive edge rusher out of Washington. You know, we could be sitting here a year from now thinking we've had 4 in a row. Let's go for a 5th.
Yeah.
Plus, we get O.J. Howard back healthy this next season.
Yeah.
That's another draft pick from 3 years ago or 4 years ago that we're going to go, wow, see? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, that was absolutely awesome. That was fun. Joshua, talk about hitting a home run and having you talk about a clip that we can put online.
You talk about, and even if the entire night was just to serve up them last 5 minutes, hopefully that's what people are coming back to Bucs Report for. That's what you're here for, because we're fans of the world's best national football
Anybody else
league
have that
team.
moment? I don't think anybody else had that moment.
I guarantee you nobody had that moment.
So boom. That's
Boom.
a Bucs Report. There you go, guys. That was awesome. Now come out here tomorrow. Come out to Ferg's tomorrow, because we're going to do this whole thing all over again. Okay? Come out tomorrow, and I promise we'll be able to take your calls and interact with you a little bit better tomorrow. And I want to hear from you guys. I want to hear from you guys, and I'm sorry we couldn't tonight because there's been so much good stuff. You guys should be talking in the chat a lot more. Now you guys are going. There you go. Thank you, guys. Now you're talking. Where you been? So yeah, I've been waiting for you guys to start talking. Now all of a sudden you're popping up. All right. So
Better late than never.
Thomas. Gene likes the pick. Fred Swain does not. Johnny likes it. He called it a B+.
Sorry.
Ruben Rodriguez says Joshua's mouth hit a home run. I'm not sure what that even means.
Oh, Bucs Report on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch.
What is it?
Bucs Report.
Bucs Report?
Yeah, brother. Thank you.
Hey, you guys
Appreciate
Bucs
you
fans?
guys.
I'm a Cowboys fan, but I love
Okay.
sports.
Hey, the Cowboys did good tonight too.
I don't know. I was confused on what we were gonna do.
I think you did good.
No.
I think you did good.
That was a good move.
Honestly, we got the best linebacker
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I think it was a good move.
They needed that. Hey,
Yeah.
Bucs Report on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch.
Yeah.
And we'll be here tomorrow night, guys.
Awesome. We'll be around tomorrow.
Thanks,
All right.
brother.
Yeah. We'll bring you on tomorrow. We'll bring you on tomorrow and talk to you.
Awesome.
All right.
I love it. See, that's what this is all about right here. And I say this every time we go live, every time we do a show, if it's one more person discovers Bucs Report,
Yep.
and even though he's a Cowboys fan, but he knows that we're talking about the entire league, we're bringing it fun, we're doing it real. If one more person discovers us on every show out, then that was the reason why we did it, and that's the reason why we love to do it.
Yeah, I mean that's it doesn't get much better than this. I mean it really does not. I'm excited about that and the way that whole thing went down because we had some hiccups at the beginning of the day. We had some little hiccups and snafus, and that'll stress you out, guys. Whether you realize it or not, that'll stress you out. And then to be able to come through with a moment like that, it's like, man, that was worth it. That was all
100%.
the trouble, all the struggle, and all that, and for Joshua to come through and I mean not hit a home run, but a freaking grand slam.
Yeah.
I mean that
a
was
walk off. It was literally a walk off.
It was literally a
30-second pick.
Yeah.
We broke it over the NFL Network. Almost a minute and a half, 90 seconds early.
Yeah.
And red lights were going off in Raymond James Stadium. They were loving
I looked
that.
down and Joshua was in the lobby going,
"Come to me, come to me, come to me." Yeah, he broke because he also broke the pick before that for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
so,
nice.
Yeah, and the lights going and the cannons firing and all of that. The Bucs made their pick, folks. They made their pick. There's no more saying who are they going to pick, what are they going to do, are they going to trade up, are they going to trade down? Joe Tryon, an edge rusher from Washington, is a Buccaneer. He's on your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, guys, and I think it's going to be interesting to see what kind of an impact, if any, he has this year, but more in the future. And
He's
now
going to have to work.
And this guy's learning behind JPP.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everybody talks about, oh wow, we want to try to maybe we can get a quarterback to learn under Brady.
Yes.
Well, you know what? You got a defensive end. You got an edge rusher that can that can learn under JPP. I mean, that's a big deal. So yeah, I'm excited about that, guys. So anyway, well,
that's our cue.
I think the lights are turning off. So
Well, it's after midnight on a Thursday, but we brought it live. We're going to be back here down here again tomorrow night, so definitely join us. We got more surprises. We got all kinds of merch to give away still, so come on down.
Yeah, we got a lot of goodies to give away.
Yeah,
we didn't do it tonight.
Jerseys, shirts.
Yeah. And here's the deal: if you want a heads up on this, guys, if you go to our brand new YouTube, we have a brand new YouTube channel. Okay, not the old one. If you go to the new YouTube channel and you subscribe, you're entered in the drawing for tomorrow, okay? So
Nice.
that's what you're going to have to do, all right? That's what you're going to have to do.
Now,
You gotta
tomorrow
go to
night,
YouTube.
the Houston Astros are in town across the street against those Tampa Bay Rays. So this place is
will
going to
be
be
hopping. Yeah.
hopping for baseball, hopping for the NFL draft, and we're going to be bringing it to you live from down here at the world-famous Ferg's Sports Bar and Grill down here in St. Petersburg, Florida, on Central Avenue, 2 blocks east of 16th Street.
That's right. So do us this favor, please. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you're not sure where it is, drop me a line. Just hit one of us up on Facebook or Twitter or whatever and ask us for the link. We'll send you the
We'll share
link.
it, yes.
And you will be entered. I'll tell you what, let's even do this. Even if you're not here, we'll enter you in the drawing.
You're covering postage.
I'll cover postage.
Okay.
All right? So subscribe, guys, to the new YouTube channel. If you're not sure which one it is, make sure it's not the old one. It's only got like 18 subscribers right now, or 20. We just started this thing.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is subscribe to that, or hit me up, or Ray up, or Harry on Facebook.
Or Joshua,
Twitter.
if he's not breaking news.
Yeah.
all over the bay.
Yeah, hit one of us up, and we will take care of that. Thank you guys for being here. We will be here tomorrow night where we do this whole thing all over again. You got any final words?
Just, again, I'm glad to the staff here at Ferg's Bar and Grill. Thank you so much for the help tonight. Everyone out there, thanks for joining us. We're going to bring it tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's a Friday night, so it's going to get even crazier. We got some surprises for you, so tune in tomorrow night here on Bucs Report.
Have a great night. Go Bucs!